Ding. Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. Your strategy level has been improved. Your current strategy level is 34. Ding. Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You killed a golden dragon king and gained the hatred of the dragon clan. Ding. Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You killed a golden dragon king and your dragon-slaying warrior title was upgraded to dragon-slaying master. Ding. Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have obtained the golden dragon kingdom map. Ding. Congratulations on completing a mythical victory. You have obtained the Dragon King cloak, Dragon King necklace, Dragon King crown, Dragon King boots, Dragon King shield. As the last dwarf was killed, dense system prompts appeared in Lin Jin's ears. There are countless of them just by refreshing them. The trophies captured among them were countless. All the missing components of the Dragon King's suit among the high-level treasures have also been collected. In addition, a large number of mid- to low-level treasures were obtained. Now this war is fought by Lin Jin alone, which means that all the treasures belong to him, which is definitely a huge amount of wealth. At the same time, all of his attributes have been improved. The most obvious one is the title of Dragon Slayer Warrior, which progresses to become a Dragon Slayer Master. The legion he leads increases the damage caused by the dragon by 0% and can ignore the defense effect to a certain extent, which is very effective. Now that Lin Jin had killed the Golden Dragon Emperor, he might also attract the attention of other dragon clans. Besides, the crown unit of the dwarves he attacked was the Dragon Clan. He was quite satisfied with being able to improve this title. 1 general success and 10,000 bones withered. His achievements are indeed piled on top of endless corpses. Scanning the battlefield, there were already corpses everywhere. Pieces of corpses were piled up densely, and the ferocious and huge creatures were even more shocking. The collapsed corpses of the huge titans, magma dragons, and lava dragons were like hills on the battlefield. Skeleton soldiers and plague zombies could not even climb over these corpses. In addition, there are a large number of blazing dragons, golden dragons, and even black dragons and ghost dragons. There are many corpses of blazing dragons and golden dragons on the battlefield, and the corpses of black dragons and the beaten, shapeless skeletons of ghost dragons can also be seen. The skeleton of the ghost dragon was scattered, and many heads were scattered from the skeleton. It took a long distance to find the matching skull. There is also the corpse of an archangel wearing sacred armor and a Hao angel in a cloak and robe. An archangel has died in battle, but he is still holding the sword in his right hand and kneeling on one knee, as if he is still struggling to continue fighting. The angel of death with black wings among the corpses also closed his eyes forever. Just looking at this scene can have a huge psychological impact on people. You must know that these are the crown, ranked troops that represent the world's strongest combat power. Crown, ranked creatures with the power to destroy the world. Any crown, ranked soldier is enough to intimidate a party. But now, these first, ranked troops have all turned into corpses on the battlefield. In this battle alone, more than 1,000 soldiers of the highest rank were killed. Lin Jin looked at this tragic battlefield and was extremely touched in his heart. To put it bluntly, this is already a battle of gods that ordinary people cannot imagine. Even if it is the end of the world, it is nothing more than this. As he watched, vampires, undead knights, and ghost dragons began to resurrect on the battlefield. This is also the case for Letitia, Uther, and Arthas. Divine spiritualism. After they were resurrected, Lin Jin waved his right hand and then used the god-level spiritualism. The black mist bloomed, and the undead climbed up again from it. This time, the number of mid to high-level undead was significantly increased. The dwarves and the Holy Temple were both the absolute main forces dispatched. Not long after, all the death angels flew into the sky, and a ghost dragon also came into the sky again. This time, the Holy Temple had fewer death angels participating in the battle. There are only more than 150 of them. This may be a sign that the Bucks Principality forcibly removed them from various territories. There are only more than 100 death angels who have risen from the ashes, and he died in this war. The number of death angels is as high as more than 150. Calculated in this way, he has also lost 50 death angels. In fact, if these three camps cooperate with each other, then Lin Jin will only lose 50 death angels. More. Although the statistics show that there are 50 death angels less, Lin Jin is not surprised. He knows that this should be the status quo. Although the undead can replenish strength from corpses, it is impossible to achieve no injuries, or even it is the degree of increasing strength. The undead are not as invincible as people think. Only in the kind of truly crushing battle can the undead snowball and increase their strength. And if you want to snowball even bigger, you need to be advanced. Otherwise, with ordinary undead spiritualism, they would not be able to summon many troops at all. If they want to summon souls of a crown, ranked unit, only Lin Jin can do it. It can be said that any war will only lead to the army of the undead continues to grow. Apart from the resurrected angel of death, the number of ghost dragons that have been resurrected is the largest. Lin Jin and Arthas have resurrected more than 300 ghost dragons. Among them, in addition to the dwarf's blazing dragon, in addition to the magma dragon and the lava dragon, there were more than 400 golden dragons and black dragons who died in the battle. When attacking the golden dragon, the black dragon bore greater pressure. Otherwise, the death angel would have suffered even more casualties. However, the black dragon's own recruitment has reached its limit, and their casualties are acceptable. Owner, Queen Brianna rode a black dragon to Lin Jin's side and shouted respectfully. Behind her, Lin Jin also saw Elena and a group of dark elf queens. Brianna alone. There is no way to control so many black dragons. And there is no way that Lin Jin can control so many undead by himself. I'll give you 16 million gold. Go back and continue to recruit black dragons. If you don't have enough money, ask me for it. Lin Jin nodded to Queen Brianna and gave her a war ring. There happened to be 16 million gold and a large amount of sulfur in it. The gold and resources of the Dark Elves had long been consumed in the successive wars. In addition, they spent a lot of gold and sulfur to recruit and maintain black dragons. Although black dragons are powerful, they are also the most expensive crown, ranked troops after all. Lin Jin still knows a little about the finances of the Dark Elves, and he also knowing that the Dark Elves' finances have long been in deficit, and he needs these troops. He needs to let Queen Brianna continue to recruit black dragons. Simply, he will pay for it himself. Don't think that the situation has eased now, so he can stop recruiting. Arms. Once you are greedy for this little money, when the war breaks out, it will be too late to recruit black dragons. Lin Jin will not give up any opportunity to increase his strength. Thank you, Master. Queen Brianna was still thinking about how to raise gold for the next recruitment, but after Lin Jin gave her the money, her worries disappeared instantly. 5.7 made her smile. About Lin Jin giving her money, she really didn't expect it. If it were to be placed in the Holy Empire, the king would not care about the difficulties of the nobles at all. They would only let the nobles do it. Even if it was placed among the Dark Elves, Queen Brianna would not. All we can do is give instructions and let each Dark Elf queen bear this part of the pressure. Now Lin Jin directly gives her this part of the money and lets her pressure go away. Lin. Jin nodded, and then ordered, "You should return to the Crow Principality first. I will contact you when I need you." The connection between him and Queen Brianna is through the crystal ball. Therefore, it is easier to know only the Dark Elves. Yes. Queen Brianna did not delay. After receiving Lin Jin's order, she used the Return to City spell and left with the Black Dragon. One after another, the Dark Elf Queens also used the Return to City spell to return to their respective towns. As for Lin Jin, Jin will lead the army to continue attacking Hongcrest City. Faye, Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. Hongcrest City, King Caldwell, and some nobles were resurrected from the hero altar in the city. Their faces were lonely, and their eyes were filled with despair. They have been defeated. This city doesn't have many troops at all, and these troops are simply not enough to resist Lin Jin's army. King, this city can no longer be defended. We must evacuate here as soon as possible. A nobleman quickly advised. No matter what, their king cannot die. As long as he is alive, there is still hope. Withdraw? Where to retreat? Do you think the Dark Messenger will let us go? King Caldwell said in a very calm voice. He walked out of the palace and found that the nearby sky had indeed been occupied by a famous angel of death. In addition to the angel of death, there was also the Terror Rider. Yes, Lin Jin, how could they be given a chance? Seeing this scene, the hearts of the other nobles sank. Now that the angel of death has surrounded this place, they have nowhere to escape. With their strength, they cannot break through the angel of death. Blockade circle. And it's not just Death Angel 02. In this short period of time, an extremely huge ghost dragon in the distance flapped its huge bone wings and flew towards here quickly. Ghost Dragon Emperor. Golden Dragon Emperor's dragon having his heart eaten did not prevent Lin Jin from performing God-level spiritualism. In that God-level spiritualism, the Golden Dragon King was reborn as the Ghost Dragon King, and the other 5 Golden Dragon Kings were also reborn as the Ghost Dragon King. Under Lin Jin's command, the Ghost Dragon King, the number of Dragon Kings has reached 7, and the number of Ghost Dragons has reached more than 400. What was supposed to be a big loss has turned into a big profit because of his God-level spiritualism. His strength alone has completely exceeded overcoming a huge force. He is the scourge of the undead. On the back of the Ghost Dragon Emperor, Erica is still guarding Lin Jin, and in the sky are the most elite angels of death. On the ground, the wave of undead is rushing in. But this time it was different. The front of this wave of undead were all Terror Knights, and behind the charging Terror Knights were swarms of vampire legions. This city was just an empty city, and Lin Jin no longer needed cannon fodder to absorb damage. In order to get to the battlefield earlier, he directly mobilized the elite in the front row. In a short time, the Ghost Dragon Emperor came to the top of the city wall here and settled in the air. As for the air here, a larger one followed. The angels of death dispersed one after another, and the ghost dragons also dispersed in all directions, completely covering the city. Zilialu. Along with the snorts of the undead horses, the terrifying knights also lined up, covering the city. A big city was surrounded, and then there were hundreds of thousands of vampire legions. Hundreds of thousands of 8th level troops. This was a fantasy. But with Letitia's effect and Lin Jin's God-level spiritualism, what really did it? Kill. After the vampire army was in place, Lin Jin directly issued an attack order. The next moment, he saw the death angels all over the sky and swooping towards the city wall. In an instant, all the enemies were easily defeated like chopping vegetables and meat. There were still 3 teams in the city. Angels, but these angels had no backhand power at all and were quickly killed. At the same time, the vampire legions on the ground teleported and climbed directly onto the city wall. A vampire earl and a vampire duke appeared out of thin air on the city wall. The troops guarding the city wall were also quickly eradicated by them. After quickly clearing away the enemies on the city wall, the vampire earl and vampire duke simply jumped off the city wall and launched an attack into the city. This was only the outer city. People living in the city, there were many civilians around. But Lin Jin did not let the vampires attack the civilians, but just let the vampires attack the inner city. On the way, only if the civilians fought back, he would let the undead kill them. On the wall inside, King Caldwell, seeing that Lin Jin did not order the massacre of civilians, his eyes were a little disappointed. Yes, disappointed. He would rather Lin Jin massacred these civilians, because only in this way, Lin Jin would attract greater hatred, so that the Holy Empire, they are all completely united. Sometimes, the Holy Church needs blood to truly unite as one. He clearly knows that the Holy Empire is too arrogant, and this will eventually become the Holy Empire's failure. On the inner city wall, King Caldwell just looked at the vampire army and the angel of death that kept rushing over, then calmly pulled out the stag's sword, and finally put it on his neck. King Ronus, what were you thinking about before you died? King Caldwell seems to be able to imagine the scene when King Ronus of the Crow Principality was killed in the battle, but at that time, King Ronus must have been extremely unwilling. Perhaps, if he could have chosen to help the Crow without hesitation, the Principality, and immediately dispatched the main force to the Crow Principality, the main force destroyed the Orc army. All these rebellions can be directly ended. At the beginning, he had the power to help the Crow Principality. However, he chose to sit back and watch. Today's the Bucks Principality has fallen to what it is today, but no one else is to blame. Ahead, the figure of the Angel of Death is getting closer and closer, and the sword in King Caldwell's hand finally cuts across his neck. As a king, he has the majesty of a king. Even if he dies, he doesn't want to be killed by the dirty undead. What's more, the undead may not kill him. King. Seeing the king committing suicide, the surrounding nobles and temple heroes all let out a shrill cry, but the angel of death in front of them had already arrived. Die, you filthy undead. Die. Come, undead. Every noble and 073 hero pulled out the long sword from his waist and rushed towards the angel of death without hesitation. The latter's face did not change at all, and he rushed over quickly, with a pair of swords or a giant cross sword in his hand, easily swinging away the enemy's attacks, and then slashing at the enemy's vital points. A famous senior official of the Bucks Principality was now killed in pieces. After killing these enemies, the Death Angel continued to rush into the palace. Went on a killing spree. All enemies who attacked the Angel of Death were easily wiped out. The struggles of these people did not have the slightest effect. After all, there was a gap in strength between the two sides. As the Angel of Death occupied the main roads one after another, quickly clearing out the power in the city, this top town was also brought under Lin Jin's control. Ding! Congratulations on conquering a high-level town. You can destroy it or convert it into a cemetery town. Transformed into a cemetery town. Ding! It is detected that there is an altar building in the city. You can pay 200,000 gold and 1,000 units of mercury to convert it into the altar of the Angel of Death. Do you want to convert it? Transform. With the transformation, the silver, white buildings once again took on the air of decay and dilapidation, and then the entire silver, white town was transformed into members of the cemetery. The breath of death filled the air. This top town, it has also become Lin Jin's town. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Master, what should we do with these civilians in the temple? The town is still transforming, but Alsace rides the Frostbone Dragon and comes to Lin Jin. The Frostbone Dragon is stronger than the Ghost Dragon King, and its size is larger than the Ghost Dragon King. But when Lin Jin transforms the Ghost Dragon the Queen, the Frostbone Dragon cannot compare. This SSS level Ghost Dragon Emperor also has a lot of auras and characteristics added to it, and its skills are higher than those of ordinary Ghost Dragons. Listening to Alsace's question, Lin Jin also looked down at the crowded people of the temple below. Drive them away. Drive them all to the Griffin Principality. All along the way, Lin Jin did not kill them all, but allowed the people of these temples to escape. Now the outer walls of Hongcrest City have gathered a large number of people, many of whom are refugees. They gathered here because they wanted to wait for King Caldwell to defeat the undead so that they could return to their homeland. However, King Caldwell was defeated, let alone return to the territories occupied by the undead, even here. I can't stay any longer. Yes, master. Alsace also nodded in response. Soon, the ghost dragons swooped down, and one after another, under the orders of Alsace, the undead began to expel the people of these temples. In the Battle of the Crow Principality, a large number of people of the Crow Principality they all fled towards the Bucks, Griffins, and Wolves, and the Bucks also took over a large number of their people. Until now, they have not completely resettled these people. Now, Lin Jin has taken over the entire Duke. The people of the Deer Principality all rushed to the Griffin Principality. It is conceivable that once so many people enter the Griffin Principality, it will also have a great impact on the Griffin Principality. Moreover, the Griffin Principality may not be able to withstand so many attacks. People, once they cannot bear it, there will be chaos. After everyone left, Lin Jin also came to the city wall. He looked at the corpses on the ground and began to use spiritualism. As the black mist shrouded, souls poured in. King Caldwell and some nobles also resurrected one after another. At this time, King Caldwell, who was resurrected, was no longer at the legendary level, but at the epic level. He did not respond to Lin Jin's summons, and the spirit of there is not much resentment and darkness in the world, so the quality after resurrection will also decline. After summoning the souls, Lin Jin added a group of high-quality undead heroes. He dispersed his troops and attacked the Bucks Principality in an all-round way. He personally led the Ghost Dragon and Death Angel to attack high-end towns one after another. There are not many troops in the high-end towns now, especially the high-level troops. They have long been assembled by King Caldwell and have all been wiped out. For Lin Jin, it was easy to conquer this place. In the sky, The Ghost Dragon Emperor roared past, and Lin Jin also led thousands of death angels and 200 ghost dragons to the sky above a high-end town. As you can see, there are crowds of people everywhere in the towns, but they are all low-level, middle-level, and low-level soldiers. Attack! With a command, a large number of death angels and ghost dragons roared down and started fighting. In the air, royal griffins were being killed one after another. All the death angels could instantly kill the royal griffins with just one swing of their swords. They were like unparalleled generals on the battlefield, sweeping across all directions. The enemy's defense line was overwhelmed. The Angel of Death fought his way into the city, killing all those who dared to resist. He also beheaded all the temple nobles and heroes. Thunderbolt occupied this high-end town. As for the Death Angel's own casualties, they were zero. Attack the city without injury. To attack a town with such a rank of troops with thousands of ranked troops is to crush them. With the enemy's power, it is impossible to even cause harm to the Angels of Death, let alone kill these Angels of Death. Transformed into a cemetery town. After capturing the town, Lin Jin used spiritualism again, leaving 2 teams of death angels and an undead hero to guard, and then continued to the next place. Not to mention the intermediate and low-level towns. It was these high-level towns that were the first to be occupied by Lin Jin. After capturing these high-level towns, they were also transformed into cemetery towns. On the entire territory of the Buck Principality, all important locations have been planted with flags representing the symbol of the undead. At the same time, the entire Sea of the Dead also spread from the west to the east. During this constant battle, the size of the Sea of the Dead began to expand again, and the originally reduced number of cannon fodder began to recover at an extremely fast speed. During Lin Jin's continuous attacks, a large number of civilians also left their homes and were driven to the Griffin Principality. King Caldwell is dead. The Bucks Principality was defeated. The Golden Dragons were all wiped out. When Lin Jin quickly captured the entire territory of the Bucks Principality, everything about the Bucks Principality also quickly swept across the entire Holy Empire. For a moment, the other principalities were all shocked. King Caldwell united the dwarves, Silver City, State, and with the support of the Golden Dragon clan, they were all defeated with such a powerful force. This defeat was something that no one expected, especially King Caldwell's desperate roar on the battlefield, then spread throughout the Holy Empire. The messenger of darkness is immortal. The Holy Empire must perish, and heaven must perish. What kind of despair is this that makes the king of the Buck Principality roar like this? Just thinking about that scene, the feelings in their hearts are rolling over. Now, they have to admit, the threat of Jin has become so great that they cannot ignore it. The so-called weak undead and dark forces are now really beating them down step by step, and they already have the strength to compete head-on with the Holy Empire. Looking back suddenly, the object of their contempt has now become a behemoth. Holy City. This is the Holy City where the Holy Emperor originally lived, but after the Holy Emperor was assassinated by the demon, the city has been vacant. Now, the kings of various principalities, they've all gathered here. Everyone, now that the Holy Empire has reached the final stage of life and death, we must not have any more contempt. Any contempt may lead to the demise of the Holy Empire. Yes, now the entire Holy Empire must truly unite. The undead, orcs and dark elves have occupied a large area of territory, and they are also constantly generating troops, especially the undead. Now is the era of the undead, and all undead have been increased. Once the undead are allowed to expand, the situation will really get out of hand. The Dark Messenger, he can actually resurrect angels and resurrect the crowned troops. This forbidden power will change the entire world. Not only that, with the slaughter of the undead, the demons were also affected, and the number of demons emerging from this sealed land was also increasing. The kings all said with heavy faces, the death of King Ronus in the battle may not make them take it seriously, but the death of King Caldwell in the battle really sounded the alarm for them. Because this time, the undead used an upright force to completely destroy the Bucks. Even if the Bucks invited so many reinforcements, it was still of no use. No principality felt that they could compare to the Bucks. The power organized by the principality is stronger. Since the undead can defeat the Buck principality, they can naturally defeat them. Moreover, Lin Jin's power is too terrifying. Resurrecting high-level undead and resurrecting crown-level troops is simply taboo. Once Lin Jin snowballs, even if Lin Jin defeats another holy principality, the entire Holy Empire will be completely in danger. Thinking of King Caldwell's desperate roar, they felt a sense of solemnity in their hearts. The situation is critical now, but I have to tell you that the more this situation is, the more the Greyhound Principality needs a strong king and the right leader. So I hope you can support me and temporarily lead the Greyhound Principality to coordinate the power of the Greyhound Principality and jointly resist the devil and the messenger of darkness. At this moment, a figure walked in and said directly to the kings. This was the Duke of Inheem of the Greyhound Principality. Foam. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Duke Inheem, what do you mean? Duke Inheem's words made all the kings frown, and Queen Isabel gritted her teeth and looked at Inheem with cold eyes. This is a meeting of kings, and Duke Inheem wants to rebel. How dare he be so bold in front of all the kings? Queen Isabel, just after we returned home from defeat last time, a lot of bad news came from the country that was not good for you. And after the Bucks' dukedom was captured, the entire Greyhound Principality was also in panic. The 8 earls and other nobles of the Greyhound Principality have jointly boycotted you and want you to abdicate in favor of others. Under normal circumstances, I will do my best to help you. But not now. Duke Inheem looked directly at Queen Isabel and continued in a deep and serious tone. Now the entire Holy Empire is facing a major crisis. The Greyhound Principality is also facing a huge crisis, and you do not have enough ability to lead the Greyhound Principality out of it. Danger. For the sake of the Greyhound Principality, I can no longer sit idly by. Ridiculous, really ridiculous. Queen Isabel laughed angrily, but was speechless. How dare the Duke of Inheem be so shameless? She thought that she had always done her best to contribute to the Holy Empire. How could she do this? In the words of Duke Inheem, she became a king without merit. Moreover, it was Duke Inheem who had been braiding her hair. If it weren't for Duke Inheem, how could the Greyhound Principality be in such chaos now? All the kings around it watching the conversation between the two, they also frowned. At this juncture, they did not expect that the civil strife in the Greyhound Principality would break out. From the arrival of Duke Inheem, they had already judged that the Greyhound Principality was the situation. Since Duke Inheem dares to come, he is fully confident, and according to what he said, he has obtained the consent of the vast majority of the nobles of the Greyhound Principality. This also means that he has obtained the military power of the Greyhound Principality. He is indeed here to force Isabel to give up the throne, or through the hands of the kings. If the kings do not help him, the so-called 6 nation talks will then become the 5 nation talks. After all, the Greyhound Principality's military strength in the hands of Inheem. If he was in the name of the internal chaos in the Greyhound Principality, he would have a way not to send troops to fight against the demons and undead. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Queen Isabel again and shook their heads. I am afraid that this queen is not ready, yet know you have lost. Dear kings of the country, this is a petition within the Greyhound Principality and a petition from all the people. Originally, if the Holy Emperor was here, I would naturally ask the Holy Emperor for instructions. But since the Holy Emperor is not here, I will ask you to make the decision. The Duke of Inheem ignored Queen Isabel and directly took out a petition. On it were the nobles and heroes who decided to recommend him, as well as a large number of people. You are shameless. Do you think that by doing this, you can get the Holy Empire to side with you? No one will be fooled by you. Queen Isabel shouted coldly. Before she finished speaking, a strong voice sounded. Bring it here. Let's take a look. She turned her head and found that the person who spoke was King Varian of the Wolf Principality. King Varian, what are you thinking about? Could it be that you want to intervene in the affairs of the Greyhound Principality and help Duke Inheem? Isabel asked in disbelief. Queen Isabel, don't worry. We are just taking a look at the current situation in the Greyhound Principality. Yes, we must consider the opinions of the people at any time. As a king, he should naturally put the situation of his own country first and stand on the side of the people of the temple. Before King Varian spoke, The other kings spoke out one after another. Queen Isabel was completely stunned. She still didn't understand that these kings meant to stand with Duke Inhim. Inhim on the side, the Duke glanced at her, with disappointment in his eyes. He shook his head and handed the petition to the round table. King Varian also took the lead in picking up the petition and took a look. Sure enough, there were various nobles and heroes on it, and the military strength possessed by these nobles and heroes. To put it bluntly, this is definitely the main force of the Greyhound Principality. Under normal circumstances, King Varian would not stand so decisively on the side of Duke Inhim. He may still want to let Queen Isabel struggle for a while longer, causing civil strife in the Greyhound Principality and weakening the power of the Greyhound Principality. But under the current situation, he no longer has that idea. The Wolf Principality is still suffering from orcs and undead. Double attacks. He was in a hurry. Demons were still harassing outside, and the undead led by Lin Jin were in full swing. He didn't want to waste it anymore. Since Inhim had already controlled most of the power of the Greyhound Principality, he was naturally willing to stand on his side. Duke Inhim directly helped him calm down the chaos within the Greyhound Principality. Now the vast majority of the nobles and heroes of the Greyhound Principality have expressed their willingness to support Duke Inhim. They say that only under the leadership of Duke Inhim can the Greyhound Principality be able to win. Queen Isabel, it seems that you need some time to calm down and think about why you have fallen into such a distraught state and why the Greyhound Principality is so opposed. King Varian handed the petition to the king on the side and said in a rich voice. Queen Isabel's body trembled slightly. Her face was ashen, but her fists were clenched tightly. The king's duty is to protect the people. Since the nobles and heroes of the Greyhound Principality feel that Queen Isabel is not up to the task, a new leader is indeed needed at this critical moment. Now, in order to fight against the demons and undead, the Holy Empire cannot make any more mistakes. Queen Isabel, since your ability is limited, it is better to abdicate and give way to others. Yes, I believe that when you grow up, Duke Inhim will be happy to hand over the throne of king to you again. The other kings around me also responded after reading what was written above. That's natural. Duke Inhim also responded. Queen Isabel, you don't need to worry too much. After defeating the demons and undead, I will return the throne to you. Give it back to me. This throne is mine. What if I don't want to abdicate? Queen Isabel raised her head and stared at Inhim coldly. If you are unwilling to abdicate, then I have no choice but to take coercive measures. Duke Inhim shook his head and continued. All this is for the Greyhound Principality. Queen Isabel tightened her fists. She looked at the kings again, but found that the kings were also looking at her. Their faces were solemn, their eyes were sharp, and there was a touch of coercion and indifference in their eyes. This was already a tearful look. There is no doubt that once the Duke of Inhim starts to launch a rebellion, they will also directly support the Duke of Inhim. By then, she will become a street rat. Should she choose to abdicate with honor or choose to become a disgrace? This was in her mind. The scope of dead silence lasted for a long time. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. Queen Isabel imprinted all the expressions of everyone in her mind, but the fist in her hand slowly he let go, and then said calmly, in this case, the Greyhound Principality will be temporarily handed over to the Duke of Inhim. The world taught her a lesson. Perhaps she realized at this time that the Holy Empire was not as noble as she imagined. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The king exchanged, and the Greyhound sword in the hands of Queen Isabel was also given to Duke Inhim. As for this parliament, it was reconvened. The Duke of Inhim convened this meeting on behalf of the Greyhound Principality. The subsequent King's Council encountered no problems. In the face of the undead and demons, the interests of the Holy Principality are the same. They must gather all their strength and get rid of the undead first. However, in order to get rid of the demons and undead, the power of the Holy Empire alone is not enough. They also need reinforcements. It has to be said that the Holy Empire's arms are still very limited. They have strong overall strength, but they do not have the most significant advantage. Once they encounter an enemy who restrains them, they will easily be at a disadvantage. In the past, they also subdued the orcs, and they could use the orcs' fierce power to help them work. But when they themselves forced the orcs to the opposite side, they now didn't know who to look for. What did the Pope say? I think we must increase the number of how angels. At this time, the king of the Falcon Principality suddenly said, after confirming the alliance, the next thing to talk about is to formally exterminate the demons and undead. Lin Jin is now in the Legion. In addition to cannon fodder, his crowned soldiers, the number of them, is also the largest. Their cannon fodder is destined to be inferior to Lin Jin, but the number of crowned troops cannot be less than Lin Jin, otherwise the situation will become more passive. As soon as the king of the Falcon Principality finished speaking, everyone's eyes became solemn. In fact, this is also the reason why they gathered this time. To increase their power, the most direct way is to rely on the power of How Angel and Heaven. However, creating How Angel requires sacrifice and a high price. The Archpope is negotiating with Heaven, but there shouldn't be any big problems. In this case, there is no need to hesitate. The Holy Empire is now at a critical moment, and we have no choice. If you hesitate, you will lose. The Duke of Inheim said in a deep voice. To be precise, he should be called King of Inheim now. His character is much more decisive than Queen Isabel, so when faced with this kind of thing, his attitude is still very firm. This is also the reason why various kings choose to support him. After all, Queen Isabel is too young, and her ideas are too high quality. I also agree that the Wolf Principality will cooperate with the Church, King Varian said calmly. Soon, the surrounding kings also expressed their opinions and agreed. However, in my opinion, this part of the power alone is not enough. To fight against the undead ghost dragons, we really need a group of dragons. How about we draw the Golden Dragon clan into the Holy Empire camp? King Varian said suddenly. The meaning of this sentence is not simple. The Golden Dragon Emperor was killed in the battle. More than 400 golden dragons were wiped out, and the entire Golden Dragon clan was seriously injured. This is also their best chance. If you can bring the neutral Golden Dragon into your own camp, the power and foundation of the entire Holy Empire will be improved. The so-called wooing into the camp is to control the opponent's lair construction rights. Once you obtain the Golden Dragon's lair construction rights, they can build the Golden Dragon Cliff and recruit certain troops from it every week when it is refreshed. To a certain extent, this is a true alliance, and the two sides are integrated. If it were in the past, Golden Dragon would never agree this matter. But now, the Golden Dragon's vitality is severely injured and its strength is greatly reduced. In order to ensure the reproduction and survival of the group, they are very likely to agree to this matter. I think it's okay. If the Golden Dragon can be drawn into the Holy Empire, the territory of the Holy Empire will be more stable. I agree. It's not too late. Let's do it quickly. Prepare separately and gather all your strength to repel the demon first. Soon, the matter was finalized. On the other side, in a magnificent and sacred cathedral, the Pope was kneeling on one knee, and in front of him was a silver door that looked like a magic circle. Behind the door, there is an angel. He was wearing gorgeous dark gold armor, and the wings on his back were also golden, with a total of 6 wings. His sharp eyes scanned the great Pope in front of him. You want more angel souls? Michael asked calmly. After hearing everything about the Dark Messenger and the number of the Death Angels, he felt a huge wave of shock in his heart. He knew that a new race was rising. Moreover, this is still a race that is completely opposite to the angels. If he were unable to lead the angel army to the Holy Continent, otherwise he would want to lead the main force of heaven to destroy all the angels of death. 0, please send flowers. This species should not exist in the world. Yes, great Lord Michael, the Holy Empire is in danger, and the Holy Light is suffering from destruction. We need more angel souls to fuse and create how angels. Otherwise, we will not be able to resist the army of the undead. Once the undead army continues to spread, the Holy Empire will really be unable to recover. The great Pope said in a respectful voice. In addition to containers, the creation of how angels also requires the souls of ancient angels. The Holy Empire has many containers, but there are not enough souls. Originally, the Holy Empire also agreed with heaven, and everyday weeks get fixed souls, and they also need to provide heavenly gold and crystals. 0. But now, the fixed number of souls is obviously not enough. What they need is more souls. How much do you want? Michael asked calmly. 1,000 angel souls. The Pope's words were not surprising, and even Michael's figure paused slightly. 1,000 angel souls. This is also a big number for heaven. More importantly, they have enough. Is there enough container to carry angel souls? You must know that not every container can hold angel souls. There is also the possibility of failure. The two sides settled on a number, on the one hand, because angel souls are limited, and on the other hand it is also to make the Holy Empire more fully prepared and improve the success rate. But now rashly asking for so many angel souls means that the success rate will also be reduced, which also means sacrificing more containers. Lord Michael, the people of the Holy Empire are all eager to dedicate their power to the Holy Light, and the number of undead angels of death has reached thousands. So we need at least 1,000 angels. The great Pope's face has not changed at all, and he still has a kind and gentle smile on his face. Well, heaven agreed. But we have only one request. We must kill the Dark Messenger and bring the artifact and his body to me. In addition, the angels will reinforce you with 500 archangels. Michael glanced at the Archpope and agreed. As you wish. Righteousness. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the last city of Buck Principality. Ding. The Buck's kingdom has been destroyed. Ding. You played more than 60% of the role in the battle to destroy the Buck Principality, and your title of Destroyer has been improved. Destroyer of Nations. You have destroyed powerful kingdoms one after another with your own hands. No matter in which camp you are in, your reputation will be spread far and wide, and your enemies will be frightened when they hear your attacks. Power of Destruction. The enemy's unit initiative is reduced by 15%, and your unit's initiative is increased by 15%. During the Thunder Conquest, Lin Jin captured the entire Buck Principality in just 3 days. It would be difficult for Lin Jin to do this alone, but he has resurrected a large number of undead heroes, plus the Lich King Arthas and his undead heroes. Launching a full-scale attack, they quickly conquered the entire Buck's 073 Principality. Lin Jin now has full-fledged wings. After destroying the Buck Principality, Lin Jin's title of Country Destroyer was upgraded again, and the effect bonus increased by 5%. This is already a big improvement. For Lin Jin, any bonus is crucial. After all, he can command too many legions. Once these bonuses are added to the entire legion, they will double the legion's combat effectiveness. The Undead's troops were not strong, and ultimately, it was just because Lin Jin's personal bonus was too high. Coupled with God-level spiritualism, Lin Jin has become the largest core of this undead force. Once Lin Jin disappears, the power of the entire undead will be greatly reduced. The left and right sides of the solemn and silent hall are already filled with undead heroes. There are at least 30 heroes in the entire hall, and these undead heroes are all of high quality. Beside Lin Jin, Erica was still guarding silently. She can be said to be Lin Jin's true confidant. We have won this war, but this is just the beginning. We must deploy troops on the border to prevent the invasion of the temple. Caldwell is responsible for this matter. Lin Jin said lightly. Defending the city is always more difficult than attacking. Now that Lin Jin occupies such a vast territory, it is easy for the enemy to attack, so he must deploy a certain amount of troops. If Lin Jin does not deploy troops, or deploys if the troops are not strong enough, not only the Holy Empire, but also players may come to attack it. As long as they conquer the town and then choose to destroy the town, the player can increase a large amount of resources and gold out of thin air. Therefore, troops need to be deployed in important places. Although Dwyer is only of epic quality, his resourcefulness and understanding of the Buck Principality have not been reduced. What has been reduced is only his attributes, just the title and some characteristics. Let him be responsible for the defense of Buck's Principality, Eru. Yes, Master. Caldwell responded respectfully. The former aloof king has become Lin Jin's most loyal servant. Alsace, you work with Caldwell to set up defenses and conquer the country. Yes, Master. Uther and Letitia, you two are going to follow me and march into the 100,000 mountains in the north to defeat the dwarves. Yes, Master. Soon, orders were passed on one after another. and each undead hero led enough troops and began to rush to various undead towns and military fortresses. Among them, Caldwell was responsible for setting up defenses, and Alsace cooperated with Caldwell. But overall, Alsace is commanding the entire Bucks Principality. The troops are spread out, and there are millions of undead stationed in the entire Bucks Principality. At the same time, more undead are heading towards the 100,000 mountains. They swarmed away. Because there was Commander Alsace here, Lin Jin didn't have to worry about it. He brought 1,200 Death Angels and 300 Ghost Dragons, and he was already doing his best. It allowed him to mobilize all his troops and scrupulously. There are not many opportunities, and now he happens to be the undead version. He will not waste a single moment of time, nor will he give the enemy any chance. Even if the dwarves cannot be destroyed in one battle, they will be completely injured and never come back. Unable to get up. Under Lin Jin's order, a large number of undead began to move crazily towards the 100,000 mountains, including the ordinary undead. In order to ensure a faster attack on the dwarves, Lin Jin also asked all the vampire legions to stand on the ghost dragon on its back. Ghost dragons are used as carriers to transport vampire legions, and even on the back of Rot Lamisu, vampire legions are also transported. Shawandishin is the land where dwarves live, and the gold and resource deposits in the land are it is also very rich. 0. The dwarves attach great importance to their own territory. Anyone who dares to step into their territory will be attacked by the dwarves the most violently. In a mining site, you can see a large number of dwarves stationed here. Some dwarves, he was also holding the manuscript and was knocking on the iron ore. The sound of the manuscript hitting the ore kept ringing. Look, what is that? A dwarf suddenly asked. He suddenly felt an oppressive and dead breath coming towards here. When he looked up, he found a darkness spreading towards here. The other dwarves also raised their heads and looked. Go over, only to find that it is the ghost dragon of the undead. The ghost dragon exudes dark flames with an aura of death. When the bone wings flap, a cold wind blows in the air, making people shudder. Quick! Hurry up and inform the king that the undead are attacking. A dwarf shouted in a deep voice. He held the fist blade in his right hand, but he had no intention of running away. Dwarves never run away, and this is also the territory of dwarves, so dwarves will never run away. Good. A dwarf hurriedly rode the white bear next to him and left here immediately. Over there, the ghost dragon arrived in an instant. When he came to the sky above here, he saw a ghost dragon swooping down one after another, and the vampire earls and vampire dukes on its back jumped down and fell from the sky. 5.7 colored cloaks fluttered and vampires fell to the ground one after another. After falling to the ground, these vampire warriors also rushed towards the dwarves. Dirty undead, get out of the dwarf territory. These dwarves were not afraid at all. Instead, they rushed towards the vampire earl one by one. However, in the face of these cold and ruthless vampire earls, the dwarves' attack was destined to become a joke. Before a famous sword slashed, this dwarf quickly became a corpse. The other dwarves who launched the attack were also ordinary, and they were also beheaded one after another. After killing them, the terrifying knights from the distance came here one after another on undead war horses. The skeleton soldiers also completely dispersed and entered the dwarf territory from various places. The war has begun. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A large number of undead stepped into the 100,000 mountains from various places. They were like a wave, flooding towards the 100,000 mountains, and the spreading front was endless. This is a blanket attack. Under this kind of attack, absolutely no dwarves will survive. As long as the undead are inundated, they will all become a deadly enemy. With the submergence of the sea of undead, the number of mining sites captured by Lin Jin also increased a lot. A mere dwarf tribe owns more gold mines than the entire Bucks Principality. This fact only strengthened Lin Jin's idea of conquering the dwarves. The foundation of these dwarves is too strong. If they do not occupy these resource points and effectively kill their power, they will soon be able to gather a powerful legion. The territory of the dwarves is closer to the Buck Principality. Once the Holy Empire attacks the Buck Principality and the dwarves come out from the 100,000 mountains, Lin Jin will be attacked from both sides and face great pressure will multiply. No matter how strong he is, he cannot command and defend two places at the same time. It was precisely because the dwarves were too close to the Buck Principality that Lin Jin decided to destroy the dwarves first. In terms of this priority, even the Academy has to step aside. With Lin Jin's attack, all the dwarves were shaken again. The previous defeat in 02 had not brought much anger to them, but Lin Jin's attack this time could be regarded as a complete breakup with all the dwarves. It's not just King Wolfston now. The rest of the dwarf kings were also completely furious. Of course, Lin Jin didn't take their anger seriously. King Wolfston had already decided to help the Buck Principality and attack Lin Jin, and the two sides formed a rift. When Lin Jin defeated them for the first time, the troops they summoned for the second time were the main forces of the other kingdoms. At that time, the rest of the dwarf kings had also joined the war. In the second battle, among the three camps that Lin Jin attacked, the dwarves were the strongest, and they completely crushed the other two camps. The more than 200 lava dragons, magma dragons, and more than 200 blazing dragons caused a lot of casualties to Lin Jin's legion. The dwarf camp was also the last camp to be defeated and eliminated. It was also at that time that Lin Jin had the idea of destroying the dwarves. Therefore, no matter how angry the other kings were, Lin Jin would not take them lightly. The two sides are already on opposite sides, so even if the anger accumulates more, what difference will it make? Just when the undead were advancing like crazy, they saw a flat ground suddenly collapse, revealing a huge rectangular cavity. A sloping landslide below the cavity quickly spread to the ground here. Everything is filled with a wonderful feeling of automation. Dwarves are inherently good at forging, and their own kingdom is also full of many weird and special products, and they are a bit like masters of mechanisms. Along with the appearance of the landslide, a burst of sounds sounded in an orderly manner. The sound became louder and louder, and then a dwarf holding a mine came to the ground here with uniform steps. They continued to march towards the front, and in the landslide, all the legions continued to appear. In addition to the recruited dwarf troops, there are also dwarf aborigines, the so-called NPCs. They usually collect ores, build armor, arm themselves, and train themselves for battle. If any conflicts arise among dwarves, most of them are resolved by force. Compared with the commonly recruited dwarf legions, these dwarf NPCs have stronger combat effectiveness and better equipment. Now, with Lin Jin's advance, they all gathered together immediately and launched a counterattack against Lin Jin. Attack and destroy these dirty invaders. The dwarf hero raised the magic warhammer in his hand, and a large fireball shot out from the magic warhammer, hitting the sea of skeletons in front of him. This attack also sounded the clarion call for attack. The next moment, all the dwarves they all shouted wildly and rushed towards the skeleton soldiers. The two sides immediately fought in a melee. Ordinary skeleton soldiers were just cannon fodder and could not cause much harm to these dwarves. But Lin Jin's skeleton soldiers were different. Each of these skeleton soldiers was clanging, powerful and fast in movement. Each one looks like an elite skeleton soldier compared to the slow, moving skeleton soldiers. The dwarves were unable to kill these skeleton soldiers instantly, and instead fought with the skeleton soldiers. Although overall, skeleton soldiers accounted for most of the casualties, but the various negative effects triggered by the skeleton soldiers' attack also made the dwarves a little confused. This is also a negative effect caused by the undead natural disaster. Dwarves are different from the temple. They have powerful power, but it does not have the ability to dispel negative magic, and even the negative effects caused by the dead skeletons will continue. With the continuous attacks, the dwarves have more and more negative effects. Finally, 4 to 5 dwarves began to be killed by these 1 to 2 level skeleton soldiers. If there were too many ants, they would kill the elephant. As long as there are enough skeleton soldiers, it is completely possible to kill the high-level soldiers. This war broke out at the same time. Ghost dragons and ghost dragon kings roared down in the air and started killing. As they breathed dragon breath from their mouths, the dwarves lost their life breath one after another and fell down. On this battlefield, the huge lava dragon finally appeared. At this time, Lin Jin also summoned the Golden King Behemoth. The purpose of hiding the Golden King Behemoth at first was to kill the golden dragons in an ambush and prevent them from responding in advance and prepare. Since King Behemoth has already appeared, there is no need to hide it. Roar. As soon as the Golden King Behemoth appeared, he let out a roar that soared into the sky, and the sound shook the entire battlefield. The current Golden Behemoth King is not the same as the previous war. From the attribute point of view, the current Golden Behemoth King's attributes are better than it was nearly a third stronger than before. 073 devoured 1 golden dragon, swallowed 5 golden dragon kings, and swallowed a large number of golden dragons, blazing dragons, lava dragons, and magma dragons. This gave the Golden King Behemoth an improvement that was simply a leap. Sexual. After appearing on the battlefield, the Golden Behemoth King rushed directly towards the lava dragon. Countless thunders and even lava dragons attacked around it. But to the Golden Behemoth King, it was not painful or itchy. It was just like that he rushed in front of the lava dragon and slapped it down hard with the claws in his hand. With violent power and claws that ignored defense, the lava dragon had no power to resist, but its head was cut straight up by the claws of King Golden Behemoth. Divided into 2 parts. Critical hit. Instant kill. The majestic 14th level crown creature was instantly killed by the Golden Behemoth King. If this scene were spread, I don't know how many people would be blinded. But this is the power of the Golden Behemoth King. Not to mention the fragments of Asha's tears, but the fragments of Asha's tears fused by Golden Behemoth King, doubling its strength. Coupled with Lin Jin's Dragon Slayer Master effect and Golden Behemoth King's own effect on dragons, this was completely like a father beating his son, hanging him up and beating him. After killing the lava dragon, King Behemoth dug out the latter's fiery heart again and swallowed it in one gulp. Scarlet blood mist appeared on its body, which had just lowered. The health value is directly filled up again. Then, he plunges into the battlefield again. Just one Golden Behemoth King can cause extremely terrifying casualties to the dwarves. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. King Wolfston can't hold on anymore. The number of undead is too great and the power is too strong. Our soldiers on the front line are retreating steadily and we can't hold on at all. In the underground city, the dwarf shouted to King Wolfston. Lin Jin's attack was too fierce. As soon as he attacked, it caused great pressure on the dwarf. The dwarf city is at the bottom of the mountain. This is unlike the dirty and damp underground of the Dark Elves. The underground is extremely dry, and the roads in the city are also paved with ores. This is also to allow them to get closer to the lava core. Let the soldiers hold on, and I and the other 5 kings will ask for help from Lord Alkas, the Flame Dragon God. King Wolfston said hummingly. The Flame Dragon God is the top creature that dominates the entire continent. He is also the dragon god worshipped by the dwarves in the fortress camp. Although the dragon god cannot exist in this world, but their power can still affect the world. Yes, King. The dwarf immediately retreated without saying anything. Legions are now being urgently assembled in various places and launching attacks on the undead. With the strength of the entire dwarf camp, even the undead cannot conquer them in one fell swoop. You know, the dwarves are all soldiers, and they are different from the weak humans. Any dwarf has a strong fighting ability. After the dwarves left, King Wolfston also led a large number of dwarves along a passage and marched there. The dwarves' underground kingdoms are all connected, which is different from the Dark Elves' dungeons. Before long, King Wolfston led his legion through a long corridor, but his eyes suddenly opened up, filled with sparks, and in the center of the front was a magma lake like a huge lake. There are 6 entrances around the magma lake, connecting 6 dwarf kingdoms. Now, with the appearance of King Wolfston, the other kings and guards of the dwarf kingdom also appeared one after another. The kings looked at each other from afar, their faces solemn. But they all knelt down and worshipped towards the lava lake. The dwarves behind them also knelt down and worshipped towards the lava lake. Great Fire Dragon God, the dwarves are now being attacked by the undead. We ask you to grant your people powerful firepower so that we can defeat the undead. King Wolfston shouted loudly and lowered his head. The other dwarves also lowered their heads. Boom. Just as he finished speaking, the slowly flowing lava lake in front of him suddenly shook. But I saw that the magma climbed up and gathered into the shape of a huge dragon. This dragon was somewhat similar to the blazing dragon, but it was many times larger than the blazing dragon. With the appearance of the fire dragon, Zhou Du suddenly climbed up. The dwarves have always worshipped the flame dragon god, and they also make sacrifices and sacrifices to the flame dragon god. It is precisely because of this that there is a potential connection between both parties, and they can get the help of the blazing dragon. The undead actually dare to attack the dwarves. Can't you defeat the weak undead? This giant dragon formed by magma has an angry voice. The magma lake is splashing with magma. The shadow of this flame dragon god is obviously very angry. Although the dragon gods are powerful, they are not as noble as people imagined. Among them, the flame dragon, the god's temper, is the most violent, just like the fire burning on his body. When he heard that the undead were attacking the dwarves, the first thing he felt was shame. The people who believed in him could not defeat the undead. The flame dragon god. The dwarves are not afraid of battle and never flinch, but the number of undead is too great. Another dwarf king lowered his head and said, Since you decided to ask for my help, you should be prepared. Flame dragon god Alkas said lightly, the dwarves will never back down. Haha. Okay, I will give you power, and you can use this power to defeat all the undead. Alkas laughed loudly and saw his feet transformed from magma slamming down on the magma lake. His huge body also collapsed, turning into countless magma, and fell on the magma lake again. In Alka after C left, all the dwarves stood up one after another. Dwarf warriors, are you ready? This will cost you your lives. King Wolfston looked at the dwarf warriors behind him and said in a deep voice, never back down. All the dwarves said loudly with determination in their eyes. They all knew what their decision meant, but they were proud of it. Well, you are all the most fearless warriors of the dwarves, cried King Wolfston. Haha. The dwarves in front just laughed when they heard this, and then jumped into the lava lake. The other dwarves behind the king were the same, and they all jumped into the magma with heroic smiles. The hot magma instantly submerged them. The strands of magma kept pouring into their bodies. In an instant, a large number of dwarves turned into ashes and disappeared into the magma lake. But some dwarves were still struggling. Their skin was chapped, and lava, like light, bloomed from their bodies. Immediately afterwards, the surviving dwarves began to grow taller. When their bodies reached 3 meters, they finally walked out of the magma lake to AT this time. Their whole bodies were completely new. They were wearing simple heavy armor, and they were holding a big hammer in their right hand. The proportionally enlarged body and head turned into a ball of flame, and their true face could not be seen clearly. Fire Giant, an 11th level special unit. The dwarves who survive this cruel ritual will be fused with the elements of fire and rock. They will become fire giants, basalt giants with lava flowing all over their bodies. This is the coveted glory that almost every dwarf pursues. Through this ritual, they were recognized by the flame dragon god Alkas and transformed into a brand new existence, possessing extremely powerful power. However, this power will not last long. In about 7 days, these fire giants will be completely burned out. The power of the flame dragon god Alkas is not so easy to rely on. In addition to these fire giants and fire in addition to the giant spirits, in the magma, level 7 fire heroes and level 8 fire warriors with ash, like bodies and majestic wings of fire, also flew out of the magma lake. These were the souls of the dwarves. The appearance is rather slender and slender, holding a flame spear in his right hand and a giant shield in his left hand. Suddenly, a large number of fire giants and fire giants appeared, and at the same time, a famous fire hero and fire warrior god also filled the extremely wide space. Above the lava lake. Phone to read the novel without underline, please download Feilu. On the battlefield, undead and dwarves were fighting together, and the battle was very fierce. Some undead legions have defeated the dwarves and are attacking the world under the mountain. On the slope, a large number of skeleton soldiers and plague zombies were pouring in, and countless ghosts and resentful souls were flying and rushing into the bottom of the mountain. High in the sky, Lin Jin scanned the battle below and felt quite satisfied. According to this situation, it won't be long before his undead army can fully attack the bottom, and by then, it will be enough to cause a devastating blow to the dwarves. But he still did not relax, and was still looking at the battlefield seriously. Any race is bound to have its own trump card. Lin Jin is fully attacking the dwarves. This is already a life and death battle for the dwarves here. so they will definitely use their own trump card. However, Lin Jin didn't know what the dwarf's trump card was. From the battle up to now, the progress of the entire game is much more exaggerated than in the previous life. In the previous life, the dwarves were at war with the Holy Empire, but the battles between both sides were reserved. Under normal circumstances, the dwarf army led by King Wolfston alone was enough to fight the Holy Temple. Later, with the appearance of the undead natural disasters, the war between the two sides also eased for a time. Therefore, the dwarves have never been forced into a desperate situation. They even fought on the territory of the Buck Principality for a time and did not fight in their own homeland at all. Only Lin Jin could truly force the dwarves into despair. While he was scanning, suddenly, a majestic torrent of flames erupted from a landslide leading to the underground entrance. Immediately afterwards, a large number of skeleton soldiers and plague zombies were forcibly rushed out from inside. The skeleton soldiers were smashed in the air, while the plague zombies fell to the ground and could no longer stand up. After this flame torrent erupted, at a glance, dozens of flame torrents bloomed. Lin Jin's undead army finally began to attack the bottom of the mountain, but before they could penetrate deep, they were all beaten out. In Lin Jin's eyes, a huge fire giant and fire giant appeared one after another, holding a big hammer. "Ha ha, die, undead!" A fire giant clenched the big hammer with both hands and slammed it down. The violent force directly killed a vampire earl, and then the terrifying flame storm spread forward along the big hammer, and also devouring a large number of skeleton soldiers in front of them. On the battlefield, huge fire giants and fire giants appeared. Although they were only level 11 to 12, their combat power was extremely powerful, and their attacks were violent. The additional range of magic damage, own health and defense are all exaggeratedly powerful. These fire djinn and fire giants are transformed from dwarves. They are equivalent to dedicating their souls and possessing more powerful power. Even with this, they can only survive for a week. It is these restrictions that allow these fire giants and fire giants to have power beyond the 12th level arms. In terms of destructive power alone, they can overwhelm the 13th level bone dragon. Fight dwarves. Unexpectedly, a famous fire warrior god also came out one after another. The flame spear in the hand of a fire warrior god had penetrated a blood-sucking earl. The power of the scorching flames kept burning and sucking blood. Rays of light also came from the bodies of these fire warrior gods. As it spreads, the power of all the dwarves increases. This is the aura of increase of the fire god. They are the unwilling souls of the dead dwarves. Even after death, they are all eager to fight. Their appearance can also directly make the dwarves get excited. Roar, kill, defeat these undead. Dwarves never back down. All the dwarves roared angrily, blowing their beards and staring. They rushed towards the undead in front of them. From local areas to the headquarters, more and more fire giants and fire giants appeared on the entire battlefield, and large areas of fire warriors and fire giants appeared. Heroic spirits also flew into the sky to fight against the ghosts and resentful souls. With their appearance, blazing dragons, magma dragons, and lava dragons also came out of the ground. Behind them, there was a steady stream of dwarf legions. These are the dwarves. Full-scale attack. They did not allow the undead to invade their territory, let alone their city at the bottom of the mountain. In the entire city at the bottom of the mountain, all the dwarves were engaged in the battle, and more dwarves were involved in the battle. The dwarves began to appear from the bottom of the mountain, and the undead launched an attack. Fight with all your strength. At this time, the dwarves devoted all their strength to the entire clan. All resources, dwarf cities, and dwarf towns were mobilized. Come out and enter the battlefield. Roar. With a roar, a huge blazing dragon king also flapped its wings of flame and flew out. However, he saw flames spitting out from the mouth of this blazing dragon king. The vast flames instantly enveloped thousands of skeletons on the ground and followed them. After killing a large number of undead, the blazing dragon king also flew into the air and rushed towards the ghost dragon. Its flames were endless, and it was accompanied by flame breaths, one after another. The bodies were also ignited with fire like magma. When the blazing dragon king flew over, there were clouds of flames left on the ground. The flames kept burning, causing continuous damage to the undead. After the Blazing Dragon King appeared, there were nearly more than 200 people. The Blazing Dragons also flew out one after another. These were also the Blazing Dragons living in the Magma Lake. They lived at the bottom of the Magma Dragon. After the dwarves were attacked, they chose to fight. The Blazing Dragon. This is more like the incarnation of the flame dragon god Alkas. Dwarves, defeat these filthy undead and drive them all from our lands. A dwarf king shouted loudly. He raised the ruined battle axe in his hand, and an extremely huge flame spear flew out, hitting a ghost dragon and shattering one of its bone wings. Rain of fire, burning wall, fire wave. The dwarf heroes, rune priests, and rune guards cast their magic one after another, and a large amount of magic instantly enveloped Lin Jin's undead army. Death Cloud. The great corpse witches used death cloud magic bullets one after another, and magic attacks were also fired towards the dwarf camp, and the poisonous mist spread. The corruption curse. The group is petrified. The Banshee howls. A large number of heroes mixed in this undead army also used undead magic. The entire battlefield, the war instantly entered a white, hot state, extremely fierce. The crisscrossing magic of the two sides, the violent fighting on the battlefield, everything seemed like an epic blockbuster. Death Canopy. At this time, Lin Jin also cast the Death Canopy, and darkness spread from the sky behind him towards the front. The dwarves watched the darkness spread, and their faces became solemn. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Darkness covered the sky and spread toward the front. The whole world seemed to be plunged into darkness. In this darkness, the strength of all the undead is constantly improving, and the dark atmosphere makes them feel like a fish in water. On the other hand, the dwarves' combat power was not only weakened, but their own vision was also restricted. In the darkness, one death angel roared away and launched an attack. With the concealment of darkness, the figures of the death angels are completely integrated into it. Especially since they can also use teleportation, their figures are even more mysterious. A fire djinn was swinging a big hammer, but a death angel came behind him. The death angel waved the sword in his hand, and arced slashes flew out, hitting the fire djinn. The speed of this attack was shocking. Before the fire giant could react, he was killed by the angel of death, and his huge body collapsed. All the death angels dispersed. Thousands of death angels have turned into thousands of sharp blades in the darkness. They kept intersecting, and quickly plundered the lives of enemies one after another. This superb killing technique is dazzling and has a fatal beauty to it. After these death angels all locked onto the fire giants and fire giants, the initiative on the entire battlefield was once again held by Lin Jin. The dwarf must have a trump card that Lin Jin could not have expected, but his strength is enough to deal with all accidents. In this world, there will be no power beyond the world. To put it bluntly, Lin Jin is now standing at the top of the world. Whether it is King Behemoth or Erica, they are already the strongest creatures. In the darkness, blood kept splattering, and all the lives began to wither. In the darkness, the Terror Knights also received a strong increase. They formed a military formation and kept charging. With the speed of the undead war horses and the big swords in their hands, they saw terrifying knights slashing left and right, and a large number of enemies were cut in half by them. A Thunder Lord holding a rune battle axe in his hand suddenly appeared next to a terrifying knight, and the rune battle axe in his hand was also chopped down. The rune battle axe was filled with thunder energy, which was extremely violent. This terrifying knight seemed to be aware of Lord Thunder's attack. At the first moment, he withdrew his sword and blocked it in front of him. Come! With a loud noise, the body of the terrifying knight also shook slightly, but he quickly adjusted and slashed with a powerful and heavy knife in his hand. The Thunder Lord of the Dwarf clan, among the 12th level soldiers, it is definitely a very powerful unit. But Lin Jin's increase is too much. The so-called initiative of the units can also be considered as agility and reaction speed. With Lin Jin's increase, these units can be said to have gained all-round benefits. With the improvement, their reaction power is faster, their speed is faster, and they can more easily resist the enemy's attacks. In the dark field, all the undead, including Lin Jin, launched the most violent attacks, and one legion was smashed from the front. Nothing fancy, just use upright strength to completely crush the enemy from the front. On the other side, the Golden King Behemoth is also fighting with Chi. The destructive power of Chi Dragon is stronger than that of Golden Dragon, but its comprehensive strength can comparable to the Golden Dragon. The Golden Behemoth King was able to kill the Golden Dragon King, and it was even easier to attack the Blazing Dragon King. In the constant pursuit and fierce attack, the Golden Behemoth King finally succeeded. It slapped the Blazing Dragon King to the ground with one claw, and then killed the latter. After devouring the Blazing Dragon King, it once again sets its sights on the other giant dragons. Anyone caught by it will have their strength greatly reduced, and they will not even be able to escape. As long as they are jumped, they will disappear almost instantly. Was killed in between. No matter how much the Golden King Behemoth continues to kill, it is afraid that it can destroy all the blazing dragons alone. Of course, this is also because there are people sharing the firepower. A large number of undead on the battlefield are fighting the enemy. Golden, there are also dozens of death angels fighting beside King Behemoth. They form an invisible defense circle, guarding King Behemoth inside. With their presence, the enemy has no way to focus their fire and kill Golden Behemoth instantly. King Ming. It is impossible for King Behemoth to win by fighting alone. Any powerful creature facing such a large number of legions will only be piled to death. But if there are enough legions, these powerful creatures, the role it can play is almost crucial. On the battlefield shrouded by the canopy of death is completely one-sided. Lin Jin's army is frantically killing all the enemies. On the other side, even if there is no canopy of death, Lin Jin's undead army is still in an advantageous position. It has to be said that although Lin Jin's death canopy covers a large area, the entire battlefield is larger. Zero requesting flowers. Lin Jin let all the undead launch an all-out attack, and the entire front line covered a huge area, even beyond Lin Jin's sight. In those parts, Uther and Letitia were in charge of the command. Therefore, even if the battle here is over, it will still take longer to continue to capture the enemy's territory. This approach will actually increase the losses of Lin Jin's undead army. But for Lin Jin now, time is the most important thing. Even if you sacrifice some more undead, as long as you can achieve your goal as soon as possible, that's enough. It's time to race against time. After the last war, Lin Jin resurrected more than 400,000 undead. He conquered the entire Bucks Principality and added more than 1.5 million undead. Even though he lost millions of undead in the war, he still added more than 1.5 million undead. Nearly a million undead. Zero. Now the army of the undead alone has reached nearly 4 million. Arthas led millions of undead to garrison the Principality of Stag, and he himself led an army of undead to attack the dwarves, amounting to 3 million. Even if all the dwarves are soldiers, this is a force that can wipe out the entire clan. At the moment, no force can resist the attack of so many undead. To be precise, no force can resist the attack of so many undead legions led by Lin Jin. After all, his power alone can increase the strength of the undead to an earth-shaking level. Looking down from the highest altitude, you can see a battle line stretching for several kilometers. A large number of dwarf legions are fighting with the undead. The legions on both sides are making great sacrifices every minute and every second. Under the endless trump cards of dwarf heroes, the undead would clear an area from time to time. But in the next moment, more waves of undead could be seen coming, filling the gap directly, and then came the most violent attack. If you don't attack, that's it. Since you choose to attack, you will use the strongest force to overturn and suppress it forcefully. Lin Jin still had 2 treasure maps of national weapons that he had not retrieved, and he still had to find a way to destroy the Silver City State. If possible, he would also go to the Golden Dragon Kingdom, even helping the devil to break through the sealed place. He is seizing time now, and he chose to attack the dwarves this time because he wanted to completely defeat the dwarves within a week and achieve the point of annihilation. Righteousness. Please download Feilu to read the novel without underlines. Fierce sound of fighting sounded in the hundreds of thousands of mountains. Now the effect of the death sky has disappeared, and darkness has enveloped the entire Shirwan mountain. But the battle in all directions is still not over. From time to time, undead would invade the city at the bottom of the mountain, and then these undead would be beaten out by the dwarves again, and fierce battles would break out between the two sides. Fighting and fighting have become the only main theme here. Lin Jin has also been supervising the battle from high in the sky. All in all, he hadn't had a good rest for a long time, but he didn't feel any sleepy and was still in high spirits. Since the last time he completed the second stage of the mythical mission, he has become like a new man. Whenever he clenches his fist, he can feel the powerful power emerging from his body, and he can also feel his 073 tenacious spirit. If it were before, he would inevitably be worried. After all, no normal person can maintain this state. But now he is not worried at all. After the Battle of Buck Principality, he also took the time to log off once. In reality, he found that he could summon wings and could easily crush alloy steel with his hand. He knew that he could no longer use common sense to deduce. With stronger power and a stronger soul, not sleeping is nothing at all. High in the sky, Lin Jin stood still and personally supervised the battle. Below, on the front line that spread thousands of meters, extremely heroic fighting also spread. Judging from the battlefield, the war will probably continue for some time. On the other side, when Lin Jin was attacking the dwarves, the Holy Church also summoned the Legion, all launching the most violent attack on the demons. A large number of legions came from all directions to completely block the spread of the demons and drive them together. As for the area around the seal, barriers have been set up and more power has been summoned. Stationed in the sealed land are the Dragon Knights. The Dragon Knights hiding in the Dragon Knight stations in various places finally left their dormant cultivation and came to fight against the demons. On a battlefield, I saw that the demons and the Templar Legion were completely fighting together. In the sky, demons and angels were fighting fiercely. White and dark red figures kept colliding. They came and went, making it dizzying to watch. Among them, the leader of the demons is the demon Lord Nemos. He is waving the giant lava sword in his hand. As the sword is swung, it brings violent power. Devil die. An archangel flew towards Nemos, and the cross sword burning with holy flames slashed down violently. Nemos smiled ferociously and swung the giant sword in his hand backhand. The thick sword came up from behind and instantly bombarded the enemy. A destructive light erupted from the giant cross sword. Kung! Only a loud noise was heard, and an energy wave erupted from the place where the two swords collided. The archangel could not withstand the power and couldn't help but go, then flew away. Little angel, is this all you can do? If you want to defeat me, you have to send your superior angels from heaven. Nemos flapped his wings, approaching, and slashed at the archangel with the big sword in his hand. The archangel kept counterattacking, but in Nemo's view, her counterattacks were like a joke. The latter lifted the weight as lightly as he could. Any sword would put a lot of pressure on the archangel, but Nemos kept laughing and slashed one after another with his attacks. Along with his attacks, there were more scars on the archangel's body. Die! Another slash was struck with a bang, bringing up a stream of flames. The archangel was chopped down from the air, and his body hit the ground hard, but he could no longer stand up. Just when Nemos was about to continue charging, when facing the other angels, he saw an angel wearing golden armor rushing towards him. Before this angel could get close, several golden sword lights roared towards him. Nemos held up his giant sword to block it. In front of him, the sword light hit the giant sword, making deafening sounds. It was like Nemo's figure was shaken, and his burly body took a few steps back in the air. He raised his head and looked at the attacker. The angel became serious now, with a bit of fear between his eyebrows. Uriel. Uriel, a superior angel, is known as the Flame of God. He is also one of the archangels under Michael, the Lord of Heaven. He is very powerful. In hell, there are only a handful of demon lords who can compete with Uriel. Nemos didn't expect that Uriel would appear here like this. Dirty and ugly devil. You should go back to your hell. A look of disgust appeared on Uriel's solemn face. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the golden flames on the sword in his hand became more and more surging. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw more and more angels starting to look towards the sky. Flying here, Michael spent a huge price to send Uriel and 500 angels to this world. Although their main purpose was to assist the Holy Church, defeat Lin Jin, and capture Lin Jin alive. What is before the Holy Empire is still demons. Therefore, he must first help the Holy Church and defeat these demons. Gee, Michael is really generous. He actually sent so many elite archangels. Isn't he afraid that we demons will attack heaven directly? When Nemo saw so many angels, instead of being afraid, he actually laughed. The angels have been suppressing the passage between hell and the Holy Continent. They suddenly mobilized their power, which will also give hell a chance. He doesn't care about opening another sealed place, because he can feel that the world's barrier is weakening, and the lunar eclipse night caused by chaos is about to arrive. Once the lunar eclipse night arrives, the boundary between hell and the sacred continent will reach the lowest level. At that time, the Demon King will naturally lead 57 to lead a large number of demons to this world. Even if the sealed place cannot be opened, the appearance of demons cannot be stopped. It can be said that he is just here to relax in advance. Mind your own business. Yuli didn't bother to talk to Nemos. His eyes flashed with golden light, his wings vibrated, and he quickly rushed towards Nemos. The latter was not afraid and faced him head-on. In an instant, a wave of energy erupted from both sides. Fierce fighting. At the same time, 500 archangels also joined the battlefield. These angels are elite warriors of the temple, not ordinary angels recruited. Their fighting power is also extremely powerful. After they joined the battle, the people on the battlefield, the pattern was instantly changed. With the Holy Church, it began to take the main advantage. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection: hell, heaven, time, and space passage. As the name suggests, this is the direct passage from hell to heaven. To be precise, it is the passage from hell to the realm of God in heaven. The realm of gods is the cradle of nurturing the first-level military units and the true root of all top-level military units. As long as the realm of gods is immortal, then the crown-ranked soldiers will never perish. All the crown troops projected on the Holy Continent were also born in the realm of God. But the realm of God of the crown troops is generally not on the Holy Continent, but in another plane. After all, their power is too strong, and the rules of the Holy Continent cannot support such a powerful force. Heaven is the divine realm of angels. Every day, new angels will be born from the realm of God and become the guardian warriors of the realm of God. As for this passage, it is exactly the passage that the demon lords spent a great deal of money to create. The demons are attacking the passage all the time, trying to enter the realm of gods, and the angels of the realm of gods are also establishing seals here to prevent the demons from attacking. Through the power of faith of the people of the Holy Empire, coupled with the angels' own 0-2 power, this seal lasted for a long time, suppressing the devil and blocking the devil from the realm of heaven and God. It's just that today, the seal here seems unstable. The devil is desperately attacking the angel's seal. Lord Michael. When the angels guarding this passage saw Michael arriving, they immediately called out respectfully. What happened to the demon's seal? Michael asked calmly. The angel spent a certain amount of power to transport 500 archangels and Uriel to the Holy Continent. Correspondingly, the power to support the seal will appear a little weak. The devil's recent impact has been very severe, and it is estimated that this seal will not last 3 days. The seal cannot hold up, which means that the devil will break through to the realm of God and attack the angels. No need to support it for 3 days, just open the seal. Michael pulled out the sword from his waist and said calmly, the seal exists only to prevent demons from attacking the realm of God, but to be more precise, it is to prevent demons from harassing heaven. Even if the demon breaks through the seal, it is impossible to defeat the angels at all. Any creature fighting in the local god's realm will receive a great increase. On the contrary, any enemy attacking the god's realm will be greatly weakened. There are too many demons in hell. They are compared to there are too many single angels in heaven, and their reproduction rate is extremely exaggerated. Even if so many demons stay in hell, they are all fighting each other, so they might as well attack this seal and invade heaven. Another way to die is interesting. Correspondingly, every long period of time, the angel will automatically unlock the seal, rush into the passage, and kill the demon. In these long years, the two sides have fought countless times. Yes, Lord. The angel commander guarding here immediately responded respectfully. Soon, the seal was opened directly, and me took the lead and stepped into the passage. Ha ha, the seal is lifted. Angel, come and die. Go ahead, invade heaven and kill all the angels. Michael just appeared in this passage, and the demons crowded in front of him also showed ferocious smiles and rushed over one after another. They have been attacking this passage for countless years, and they are going completely crazy. Now when they see an enemy appear, everyone is extremely excited. Dirty, ugly devil. Michael's eyes flashed with coldness, and the long sword in his right hand made a cross in an instant. But he saw the golden cross slash immediately sweeping over the wave of demons in front of him. Countless demons rushed over. Their bodies were broken, and they died unexpectedly. With just one blow, they were killed. At this time, one after another the beloved concubines also used continuous fireballs. The fireballs were like raindrops, shrouding Michael. The latter flapped his wings and rushed over quickly. He dodged the fireballs in the air. Occasionally, there were some attacks that he didn't want to dodge, and he smashed them into pieces as smoothly as he could. In a moment, he rushed into the demons. As he launched his attack, the demons around him were in pieces. Dissipated, his attack was very fierce. Whenever he swung his sword, a demon would be killed. He was able to carve out a path by himself. The shadows of the sword were flying, even hard to see with the naked eye. Behind him, the archangels also flew over. The demons in front of him were fighting together. When he asked Uriel to go to the Holy Continent, he was ready to kill some of the demons and reduce their momentum. No matter it was a dark surge or a lunar eclipse night, all devils need to be more honest. Guajan Islands. A group of uninvited guests finally set foot on the territory of Guajan Islands. As early as before, many players began to turn their attention to the sea. After all, today's players also have a certain amount of power and can embark on adventures. As they continued to send pioneers to explore, people also had a certain understanding of the islands on the sea, and many good islands were developed. Those good islands were all occupied by heavy troops sent by the guild. However, this large island is obviously different from the islands they observed before. What is going on with these islands? There is such a strong smell of death lingering here. Could it be that this is an island of the undead? A player said curiously. The surrounding environment was eerie and full of the smell of death. Looking at the island from a distance, they could feel the eerie atmosphere. After setting foot on the island, they only felt palpitations. Sharp. Just wait. I'll take a look from the air. A player suddenly said. He quickly rode a griffin and flew high into the sky. But when he flew high into the sky, he was stunned. In 03 where he looked, I saw groups of undead living in groups. And on the island here, there are also a large number of towns. Solemn, rigorous, and exuding a green light. This is the town of the cemetery. This island is actually full of tombs, the town and the garden. As he continued to observe, he saw black shadows flying towards here quickly in the sky. When he took a closer look, he found that the latter was the angel of death. Escape. Run away. This is the territory of King Yongya. The player looked horrified and shouted loudly. When he saw the angel of death, he immediately understood the ownership of this island. The angel of death is also a symbol of Lin Jin, and Lin Jin represents it as the supreme power. They knew before that Lin Jin had an island on the sea, and that was also the news that the Holy Church originally received, but they did not expect that Lin Jin would not only occupy the island, but also occupy this place. How could the griffin escape death? Angel. The next moment, the death angel rushed in front of him, slashed with its scimitar, and the player and the griffin were neatly cut in half and fell from the air. The rest of the death angels fell towards the ground. The players launched an attack and quickly killed them all. Those who trespassed on the Guajan Islands would be killed without mercy. However, although the players who broke in here were killed, another rear base of Lin Jin was finally exposed. In addition to the island of eternal night, the Guajan Islands were also exposed. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. If we say that buried behind the peace of this world, there are countless corpses and undercurrents, then all because of Lin Jin's appearance. Countless corpses were resurrected and countless undercurrents turned into huge waves. His appearance has already caused countless chain reactions. As the saying goes, The origin of all things is only because of that one thing. The outside world is in turmoil and wars continue, which means that the breath of death is still lingering, and the increase gained by the undead will not disappear easily. At a glance, the battlefield was littered with corpses. In addition to the corpses of the undead, there were also a large number of dwarf corpses. Even the huge fire giants and fire giants were scattered everywhere on the battlefield. The war lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. Since Lin Jin led his army to this place, he has not stopped attacking, and the undead also do not need to reorganize their formations and boost morale. All the undead just follow Lin Jin's orders and keep advancing and attacking. During this onslaught, the dwarf casualties continued to mount. If not for more and more fire giants and Ifrits appearing behind them, the dwarves would not be able to withstand this onslaught. Despite this, Lin Jin's attack still caused heavy losses to the dwarves. On the battlefield, one can see undead fighting with the enemy, and the magic bombardment from both sides still does not stop for a moment. But on the battlefield, all the dwarves' blazing dragons and crown soldiers were killed. Whenever new blazing dragons and crown, ranked troops appeared, they were quickly killed with focused fire. Now on the entire battlefield, it can be called a unilateral massacre. Especially the Angel of Death. Death angels roared past, with giant cross swords and double knives in their hands, fast and sharp, killing each enemy with precision like chopping vegetables and meat. Each death angel is like entering a no man's land. Straddling the battlefield, they can easily kill 100 times their enemies. As for the passage leading to the bottom of the mountain, a large number of undead have already rushed in. Even if the battle line spreads for thousands of meters, there are not many dwarves still fighting on the plains. Until now, even the dwarves who fight bravely have realized the terrifying power of Lin Jin. This is far from an enemy. They can fight if they unite. If we really continue to fight like this, I'm afraid the entire dwarves will be wiped out. King, we can't hold on anymore. There are too many undead. In the passage at the bottom of the mountain, a famous dwarf holding a fist blade was fighting fiercely. They were like gladiators, shirtless, rushing among the skeletons. Whenever the fist blade was waved in their hands, the fierce punches were revealed. The sharp fist blade penetrated the skeleton soldiers. Ordinary skeleton soldiers could not block their attacks at all, but when the plague zombies appeared in front of them, these dwarves were regarded as encountering natural enemies. Their attacks could not kill these fourth-level plague zombies instantly. In the impact of this mixed undead, the dwarves here were constantly overwhelmed. How could this messenger of darkness be so powerful despite having a legion? They have transformed so many tribesmen, yet they are still unable to defeat them. The kings of the dwarves frowned. They attacked and continued to fight off the enemies while shouting. Not all dwarves can transform into fire giants, and there are countless dwarves who failed. But even if they don't, they kept transforming their own clansmen and gathered such a powerful force, but they still couldn't defeat the undead, which made them feel desperate. The clans suffered heavy casualties, and the entire dwarf kingdom had already suffered more than half of its casualties. If they continue to fight, they will really fight to the end. One soldier and one soldier. That will lead to the annihilation of the clan. What about the church? Where are the reinforcements from the temple and the reinforcements from the academy? The dwarf king shouted again. He felt a little regretful now. Originally, the undead did not necessarily attack the dwarves. It was because King Wolfston stood on the side of the Buck Principality and fought against the undead together, which made him angry. Undead. If I had known that the undead were so powerful, the dwarves should not have gotten involved. King Wolfston asked for aid from the Holy Principality after the undead made war on us. But they said there was nothing they could do to help us. The Unicorn Principality and the Greyhound Principality had just been defeated, and their vitality was severely damaged. The Griffin Principality, the Bull Principality, and the Falcon Principality are fighting against the devil. The Wolf Principality is fighting against the orcs and the undead. Damn it, these hypocritical temples. We dwarves obviously choose to fight the undead to help them, but they still shirk it. It's so shameful. Hearing this, the dwarf king was furious. If he was given another chance, he would not even support King Wolfston in attacking the undead. In that case, the only one who would face the wrath of the undead would be the Holy Church. Contact the other dwarf kings and prepare to retreat. More than half of the clan has been killed in the battle. We can't continue fighting. We have to preserve our strength for the race. The dwarf king immediately shouted. As long as they still have enough strength, they will keep fighting. But because of their fierce resistance and brave counterattack, their casualties were very heavy. When the casualties of the entire dwarf race exceeded half, when faced with the risk of genocide, they will come back from that excited state and prepare for the continuation of the race. This is basically biological instinct. Yes. Soon, all the dwarf kings gave their orders, and a large number of dwarves retreated to the world under the mountain. It must be said that the dwarves themselves were too arrogant and stubborn. If it were Lin Jin, he would have chosen to retreat to the bottom of the mountain from the beginning. After all, the bottom of the mountain is the real base camp of the dwarves. They have built a large number of institutions inside and dug a large number of passages. Only dwarves are familiar with these passages. If they rely on these terrains for sniper warfare, they can kill Lin Jin to a great extent. The Legion suppressed Lin Jin's attack, but they turned their heads and chose to fight Lin Jin head-on. This led to their casualties. Only when they felt the pain did they know how to withdraw their hands, which was already the case. It was late. In the sky, Lin Jin felt that the enemy's counterattack began to weaken, and he also knew that the dwarf had chosen to withdraw. But he did not give up, but let the dwarf continue to attack. Isn't it crazy? No matter how crazy you are, I can still defeat you. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to command the army to attack. The dwarves were so arrogant at the beginning and fought so bravely, so what? No matter how brave the army was, they would be defeated in front of Lin Jin. The strength lies here. In the sky, the Ghost Dragon King also roared and swooped down, rushing towards the landslide below. A large number of death angels also swooped down. More than half of them were injured and killed, which was not enough. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Close the gate quickly. Don't let the undead rush in and seal off the entire underground. In a passage, dwarves were fighting, and a large number of vampire earls and vampire dukes rushed in from the front. As the vampire earls and vampire dukes raised their knives and dropped their swords, the dwarves were killed one after another. But the dwarves behind were no longer fighting. They immediately chose to activate the mechanism. The next moment, as the gears vibrated, a thick stone slab was released, completely blocking the road. Close the gate. Brothers, close the gate quickly, and I will stop them. Don't let the undead in. On the ground where each passage was located, as the mechanism was activated, the stone gate, which was as heavy as 1,000 pieces, also fell from above, blocking the passage. Skeleton soldiers rushed to the stone gate one after another, attacking continuously, but they were not able to do anything at all. The stone door cannot be shaken. With the influx of a large number of undead, all the undead are crowded here, unable to get in. The mountain world of the dwarves is much stricter than the underground world of the dark elves. They are isolated from the world, but they also isolate themselves. The residence was built into an indestructible fortress. Many passages and stone slabs were also outlined with runes. They can be said to be a truly isolated force. The dwarves are also called the fortress camp. After the dwarves chose to retreat, all passages are locked, and these passages are all multi-level passages. Behind this passage, there may be a sealed stone slab. For a moment, the entire Dwarf 073 camp was airtight. In front of a stone slab, Lin Jin also rode the Ghost Dragon Emperor and came to the stone slab here. Angel of Death, shatter the stone slabs. Lin Jin said lightly. In an instant, the 4 death angels behind him came to the stone slab and saw that one by one the death angels all launched attacks, and all the sword lights struck the stone slab. A large number of them were immediately added to the stone slab. The sword marks were so shaken that they were beaten. This is not an ordinary stone slab. Each stone slab is made of fine ore and is also marked with runes and curses. If it is an ordinary person, it is really impossible to break through this stone slab. This it is also the heritage of the dwarves. Just making these stone slabs, outlining the rune seals, and even setting up the mechanisms will take a long time, and how much tedious and boring craftsmanship is required. But these dwarves have no complaints, just like that. Finished it bit by bit. This may also be the fun of the dwarves. If one sword doesn't work, then use two swords. If two swords don't work, then use three swords. If three swords don't work, then use thousands of swords. The Angel of Death's attack did not stop at all, and the violent storm of attacks enveloped the stone slabs. Finally, more than 20 minutes later, with a loud noise, the entire stone slab was completely shattered. The attacks of the first, ranked troops were not what these stone slabs could withstand. March on. All the skeleton soldiers and plague zombies around them also rushed forward again, but before they could rush for a long distance, a large stone slab in front suddenly opened from the middle, and a large number of skeleton soldiers and plague zombies fall down. As for the bottom, there is a deep magma. Skeleton soldiers and plague zombies fell into the magma and lost their voices instantly. Let alone them. Even if the Death Angel entered the magma, they would not be able to sustain it for too long. In other places, all the undead also attacked, and after the Death Angel and the Terror Knight broke through the stone slab, they faced various traps. Thunder, flames, ground traps, javelins, and various mechanisms emerged. The soul is dead and wounded. Pave the way and keep attacking. Despite this, Lin Jin still did not give up the attack. If it were an ordinary force, it really would not be able to withstand such traps and traps. But the undead are different. The undead have a lot of cannon fodder. Use these skeleton soldiers and plague zombies to explore the way. If you die, and most mechanisms will not continue to cause attacks as long as they are triggered once. Lin Jin has the capital to continue attacking. At this time, he also called in the Golden King Behemoth. In terms of destructive power, Lin Jin, the Golden Behemoth King under his command, is definitely the number one, and it also has strong armor, piercing properties, and can ignore defense. Standing in front of this stone gate, the Golden Behemoth King is more than enough. It is worth mentioning that although the dwarf is they are short, but the underground city is built very wide and vast. After all, their own ranked troops are extremely large. If they are not built big enough, their own troops will not be able to be transported out. Therefore, Lin Jin's Ghost Dragon and Golden Behemoth came in. On the contrary, it can be accommodated completely. Roar! Golden Behemoth King roared, and the sharp claws in his hands slammed towards the stone slab in front. But there was a loud noise, and the entire stone slab was easily torn apart. After just 3 or 2 attacks, the stone slab collapsed. Skeleton soldiers. A large number of skeleton soldiers also rushed forward. They triggered traps one after another from time to time, but saw flames spitting out, thunder and lightning bombarding, and a large number of skeleton soldiers died. After they triggered all the traps, King Golden Behemoth, then he came to another stone slab and continued to smash it easily. No matter how many gates he had, he would just smash them all. The attack in other places was still relatively slow, but with the presence of King Behemoth, Lin Jin could the breakthrough on the side was very rapid. I don't know how long it took, but an extremely strong door appeared in front of me. The door was made of ironwood, which was harder than iron. There were also a lot of runes on it. Gold. King Behemoth did not hesitate, roared, and charged forward again. Boom. With a claw swing, the door trembled, and along with the attack of the Golden King Behemoth, a series of trembling sounds also sounded. Inside, a large number of dwarves were gathering together. They all clenched their strength and looked at the last gate with fearful expressions. How could these undead break through so quickly? King Wolfston murmured. They originally thought that with this steel city wall and endless valves, they could keep out all the undead. Unexpectedly, after just a short while, the undead actually rushed here. This is also too fast. Boom. While the dwarves were watching, the gate finally collapsed. Outside the gate, the ferocious-looking Golden Behemoth King also appeared in front of all the dwarves. And behind the Golden Behemoth King stood the ghost dragon Lin Jin on the Emperor's back. The next moment, the Golden King Behemoth rushed in, the ghost dragon Emperor flew in, and all the undead behind him also poured in. Dark person. King Wolfston looked extremely ugly when he saw Lin Jin. How's it going, King Wolfston? Do you regret it now? Where are your Templar reinforcements? Lin Jin said with an indifferent expression and contempt. Lin Jin also arranged millions of undead in the Bucks Principality, especially letting Alsace sit in command. This was also to prevent the Holy Church from attacking. But until now, the Holy Church has not been able to attack. There is no intention of attacking, which also happens to show that the Holy Church has no idea of aiding the dwarves. The Holy Church is now gathering troops. In their opinion, it would be best if the dwarves help them attract attention. Dwarves never regret. You filthy undead. Come on. The magic axe in King Wolfston's hand flashed with light, and his figure disappeared from the spot. When he appeared directly in front of Lin Jean. Erica on the side instantly blocked Lin Jean with the sickle in her right hand. The scimitar instantly struck the magic battle axe, and a strong wave erupted where the weapons of the two sides collided, but King Wolfston was knocked away. Erica followed closely and chased after him again, with two swords in his hands. A storm of swords rolled up and enveloped King Wolfston. The latter's body was instantly covered with dense scars. Even when death is imminent, you are still so stupid. You dwarves should take your stupidity to your destruction. Lin Jean sneered. Why are there so many paranoid idiots in this world? Why do these people like to jump out and become Lin Jin's enemies like this? He thought of the academy again. Kill the dwarves first, then destroy the academy, and eliminate future troubles in one fell swoop. On the battlefield, all the undead were drowned one after another, and the dwarves were fighting hard again. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The fierce fighting lasted for who knows how long, and then the fighting in the square gradually subsided. At a glance, it turned out to be an extremely majestic underground city. Everything here was made of ore, whether it was the palace or the floor, everything was in order. There are many bonfires placed everywhere, and you can see many large iron stoves. Dwarves are good at forging and forging, so there are still many large iron furnaces here. It is said that the dwarves also have a large fire iron furnace. This furnace has a trace of the power of the flame dragon god and can recast treasures. Lin Jin's arrival this time also had this purpose. In the square, a large number of dwarves were killed, and Lin Jin casually cast a spiritualism, resurrecting corpses everywhere. He also resurrected some dwarf heroes, but these dwarf heroes were of the lowest quality, like walking zombies. The dwarves have stubborn characters and firm beliefs. Even if they die in battle, they will die without regrets and have no hatred in their hearts. This kind of hero is not suitable for spiritual summoning. If Lin Jin's god-level spiritual summoning skills were not too strong and the increase of the dark tide, he might not be able to resurrect these dwarf heroes. The city where this square is located is very vast, and all the undead have poured in, and at the same time spread out to all the surrounding passages. This is just a dwarf city. In addition, there are other dwarf cities, and these dwarf cities are all connected. Lin Jin's purpose was not just to capture this dwarf city. When conquering here, the rest of the undead also dispersed, and each undead entered each passage. The undead army still in the outermost passage was also constantly breaking through the stone slabs. At the same time, King Golden Behemoth once again found a passage and began to wreak havoc. If King Behemoth hadn't been there, it would have taken a long time for Lin Jin to attack here. But with it, all these defenses are in vain. With the attack of the undead, the city at the bottom of the mountain where these dwarves lived was littered with corpses and gradually fell into deathly silence. Some young dwarves in the city were also killed by the undead. Cutting down the weeds without eradicating the roots, they will grow again when the spring breeze blows. Since dwarves have such paranoid personalities, they are destined to become enemies of the undead. Unless they kneel down and beg for mercy, Lin Jin will never stop his attack. Master, I found the largest iron furnace in the palace in the center of the city. Just as the rest of the undead dispersed, an angel of death also came to Lin Jin's side. Walk! Lin Jin nodded, and the ghost dragon emperor also roared and flew towards that side. Lin Jin came to the big iron furnace. The big iron furnace was 3 meters high, and the whole iron furnace was covered with talismans. The ground is also full of various charms. The ground is hollow, and you can see flowing magma and flames underneath. The flames are endless. The earth fire iron furnace. The specialty of the dwarves is that the dwarves consume it. The iron furnace made of rare materials is like a large number of talismans. Combined with the talisman formation, it can stir up flames and have the ability to recast national weapons. Ding! Do you put in treasures? Put in treasures, and you can recast the treasures into the rest of the same type of treasures. But in the process of recasting, certain materials need to be consumed. Earth, fire, big iron furnace. After Lin Jin saw this description, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a crow's sword appeared, and then he threw the crow's sword in. He also had two national weapons in his hand. This is not the only way to recast these national weapons, but all are extremely troublesome. Among all the methods, the dwarf's earth, fire iron furnace is the most useful. Please select the faction to reforge it into. Undead. In an instant, I saw that all the formations on the ground were in operation, and then the flames under the big iron furnace rose into the sky. The breath of flames enveloped the entire big iron furnace, and even the runes of the big iron furnace itself started to move. At this time, the original crow's sword also melted away. Please invest treasures until the original treasures reach saturation. Lin Jin took out the strategic ring in his hand and took out one treasure after another and threw them all in. When these treasures were thrown into the big iron furnace, they instantly dissolved and then merged into the crow's sword, creating a dark and cold feeling. The aura of the sword also filled the air. Lin Jin threw the treasures one by one until he didn't know how long it took before the treasures inside became saturated. Then the entire sword blade began to outline patterns. According to this situation, it won't take long time. The treasure should be able to be forged. But unfortunately, weapon treasures can only be reforged into weapon treasures, and there is no way to replace parts. 0 requesting flowers. Otherwise, Lin Jin could collect 2 more treasures. Of course, he is not at a loss either. After all, among all treasures, weapons type treasures are the most expensive and have the greatest effect. Although he had the artifact Abyss Decay, Uther and Letitia did not have the national artifact. They were Lin Jin's right-hand men, especially Letitia, who created a massive army of vampires for Lin Jin. If she could be given a national weapon, her combat effectiveness would be greatly improved. Now Lin Jin faced more enemies and had more places to guard, so he naturally needed to dispatch generals to various places. At this time, giving them a national weapon will allow them to take charge of their own affairs. Ding! Congratulations on reforging a national weapon, the Crow's Bloodthirsty Sword. The Crow's Bloodthirsty Sword has good attributes and adds a lot of amplification. In addition, it also has an effect that allows vampires to strengthen their blood, sucking amplification ability, and can store the vampire's saturated blood, release the power of blood explosion, and enhance the power of all vampires. Just for vampires, this sword has basically been assigned to Letitia. He threw the stag sword in together. The gorgeous long sword began to melt again, and he kept throwing in strategic treasures. The amount of treasures in his hands is simply not too much. In every battle, he was able to obtain a large amount of treasures. Treasures that seemed priceless in the eyes of everyone were piled up in his hands. Just the spoils of his war were incalculable. I don't know how long it took, but another long sword appeared. Ding! Congratulations on reforging a national weapon, the Galloping Stag Sword. It strengthens the movement speed and initiative of the troops, and also increases the health of the troops under command, which is quite a panacea. But overall, it's more suitable for Uther. After throwing it away, he simply threw in another high-level treasure set. This is a high-end treasure set for the King of Buck Principality. His other method of recasting is very long. With the big iron furnace of Earthfire, recasting equipment is actually the easiest thing to do. Once the equipment of his powerful subordinates is all updated, the strength of his overall force will be improved. Righteousness. Feilu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. In the last underground city of the dwarves, the undead army has surrounded it, and in the sky are a large number of death angels. The city is also the largest underground settlement of dwarves. Lin Jin also knew that there were 6 dwarf cities in total. The remaining dwarf survival clans did not need Lin Jin to do it himself, but the dwarf cities must be destroyed. Undead. The dwarves will never forgive you for what you have done. One day, you will pay a heavy price for your actions. The dwarf king shouted angrily at Lin Jin. All the dwarves around him were also excited. They resisted all the way. Their homes were destroyed by Lin Jin. Countless compatriots were killed, and now Lin Jin is forcing them here. All of them, everything makes them full of anger and hatred. Kill. Lin. Ling Chi San. Jin didn't say much, but gave the order coldly. There is no need to say more about the winner and the loser. Anyway, the hatred between him and the dwarves has long been unable to be eased, and it was this group of dwarves who took the lead in joining the Holy Spirit. Dawn attacked him, which left him with no mercy. In an instant, angels of death and vampires rushed forward one after another, and a one-sided massacre broke out again. In front of the angel of death, these dwarves had no room to resist, and the latter's strength and fighting skills are far beyond what these dwarves can compare with. The sword blades flew, and the dwarves' blood spattered. A large amount of blood splashed on the stone, paved ground, which looked particularly desolate. Beside Lin Jin, Uther and Letitia also gathered here. They both had a national weapon in their hands, and Letitia had a high-level treasure set on her body. Now, except for Alsace, Lin Jin's subordinates, even Uther and Letitia have national weapons. Both of them are wearing a full set of high-end treasures and are already very powerful. In addition, Erica also has exclusive high-end strategic treasures in her hands and a set of high-end treasures on her body. Overall, in terms of power, Lin Jin's overall power is already comparable to that of the Holy Empire. Tear. On the other side of the battlefield, the Angel of Death slashed the scimitar in his hand and cut a dwarf in half. Another dwarf jumped up from the air and slashed the axe in his hand towards the Angel of Death. The latter's figure turned upside down. It flew up and slashed his throat with a knife. Then the Death Angel rushed into the dwarves, and with the flash of sword light, these dwarves were killed one after another and fell down helplessly. The other Death Angels also followed. Average. Being sucked by these crowned troops and high-level bloodsuckers, these dwarves couldn't make a splash. They couldn't even kill a Death Angel. With the continuous fighting until now, the scrolls of the dwarves and even their own magic values have been exhausted. No matter how much anger they had in their hearts, they could not make up for the gap between the two sides. After a while, all the dwarves in this city were killed. The town in the center of the city was also occupied by Lin Jin and turned into a city of the undead. Ding! Congratulations on destroying a dwarf kingdom, and the attributes of your title of Nation Destroyer have been improved. Ding! Congratulations on destroying a dwarf force. Your prestige has been improved, and your title of Lord of the Undead has gained proficiency. Ding! Congratulations on destroying a dwarf force and killing a large number of enemies. Your attack +2 and strength +2. Ding! Congratulations on raising your strategy level to level 35. Destroyer of Nations. You have destroyed powerful kingdoms one after another with your own hands. No matter in which camp you are in, your reputation will be spread far and wide, and your enemies will be frightened when they hear your attacks. Power of Destruction. The enemy's unit initiative is reduced by 0%. Your unit's initiative is increased by 20%. Your unit's attack adds 5% ignore defense, and your unit's movement effect is increased by 5%. All 6 dwarf cities were captured, leaving only some scattered small fish and shrimps, and a large number of towns and mines were again under Lin Jin's control. Although there are still remaining dwarves, these dwarves are just hanging on and have no strength to pose a threat to Lin Jin anymore. Moreover, even if they managed to survive, they would not have enough towns and resources to muster enough legions. In this battle, Lin Jin lost more than 800,000 souls. The largest number of undead were sacrificed in the first 3 days, especially when the dwarves summoned the fire giants. The low-level skeletons at that time died in batches. However, Lin Jin resurrected more than 2.8 million undead. This time he slaughtered the dwarves. Lin Jin did not spare any of the old, weak, sick, and disabled in the towns. The entire dwarf kingdom was reduced to a dead zone, so more dwarves were killed. What is really terrifying is this kind of war of genocide. From this kind of war, the undead can gain extremely powerful power. The reason why the undead have become biological enemies is also for this reason. The undead can gain power from corpses. So many undead heroes who pursue power will want to kill an entire country and turn it into their own power. Once they succeed, they can indeed gain extremely powerful powers. It is precisely for this reason that many creatures are constantly resisting the undead. Once the undead become mad, all living beings will be their targets. If Lin Jin had carried out this kind of killing on the entire Holy Empire before, his current number of undead would have increased by at least several million. Of course, if this happens, the situation will get completely out of control. Lin Jin did not choose such a decisive approach. But the dwarves are different. This is a group of races that have sealed themselves at the bottom of the mountain. There are no powerful forces behind them, and there are not many forces related to the dwarves. Since they dared to choose to attack the undead, Lin Jin dared to destroy them. 5.7. Since the two sides are already life and death enemies, he will not give the enemy a chance. To be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. Letitia, you lead 500,000 undead to stay and continue the crusade against the dwarves. As soon as the war here ended, Lin Jin wanted to leave here immediately. As for the dwarves still living here, it was enough to leave it to Letitia. He couldn't slowly play hide and seek with the dwarves here, and Letitia was asked to hunt down the remaining dwarves just to ensure that everything was safe, and she did not intend to really care about the strength of the remaining dwarves. Yes, master. Letitia responded respectfully. At this moment, Lin Jin also used the return to the city spell and led a huge army of undead directly back to the northeast corner of the Buck Principality. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A large number of troops are all distributed. With the strength of Erica and Uther, both of them can command more than 500,000 undead. If the remaining undead heroes are divided slightly, the number will be enough. The undead are pouring in Crazy 02, covering the mountains and plains. It can be seen that there are many wild troops along the way. These troops have all been crushed by the undead, and some scattered towns have also been conquered by Lin Jin. However, Lin Jin did not attack some player towns. These players have no interest in him, and they may not be on the side of the temple. If Lin Jin makes enemies of all players, it is equivalent to finding enemies for himself. He will not do such harmful and unprofitable things. Controlling the power of the undead is equivalent to nurturing a demon in your heart. That powerful power may make you lose your mind at any time and lead you to madness. But Lin Jin will only be the controller of power and will not lose his mind by this madness. He always knew what he wanted. In an elf town in the wild, a large number of players all looked at the ghost dragon flying quickly in the distance and the terrifying knights galloping in the distance, and their hearts were filled with fear. Damn it! After King Yongya attacked the dwarves, he indeed chose to attack the Silver City State. The dwarves were basically wiped out by him, and all the guild forces of the Warhammer Guild were wiped out, leaving us with nothing. Why are we in this trouble? As the player spoke, he felt like crying. They honestly found a remote place to develop. Unexpectedly, they happened to be on the only way to the Silver City, State, and the Buck Principality. Now they saw overwhelming undead. Rushing towards him, his heart is trembling. Lin Jin is now a famous figure in the game, and this undead version has long pushed him to the forefront. Among the player's tasks, Lin Jin is the version the boss, once Lin Jin is killed, will definitely be a gorgeous explosion. This reward is enough to promote a lowest level player to become a top 10 player. This is terrifying. But who dares to have thoughts about Lin Jin? Looking at the entire Holy Continent, any family will tremble when they hear the words, Eternal Night King. If you kill Lin Jin, you may have lost your mind. I'm coming. A player looked at the sky nervously, but saw a ghost dragon roaring towards him. However, they did not make any reaction, nor did they put their troops into a defensive state. The sea of undead in front of them had made them completely desperate. If Lin Jin wants to attack them, they will have no ability to resist at all. Even a small number of undead are enough to crush them dozens of times. Instead of doing this, it is better to face it as if it were the case. Maybe he has a good attitude. Lin Jin won't attack them yet. Roar. While all the players were watching, a ghost dragon roared over the town, bringing with it a majestic pressure, followed by the second ghost dragon, the third ghost dragon, and the fourth ghost. Dragons. The dragons roared past. There were many ghosts, resentful souls, and rotten Lamassu in the sky. They seemed to have not seen the town, flying over the town. On the ground, groups of terrifying knights were also heading here. They were coming at a high speed, but when they were about to rush to the town, they all dispersed and marched towards the back. At this time, all the players were already petrified. They only felt that they were so small at the moment, and the surrounding people were swarming. The moving undead were shaking their minds, making the fear and shock in their hearts roll like a wave. Their city was like a small boat in the storm, and it could change at any time. They may be overwhelmed by the undead army. They are too small in front of the endless undead around them. Perhaps this is the most spectacular scene they have ever seen in the history of the game. In the sky, the ghost dragon emperor finally roared out. However, Lin Jin didn't even look at it. It wasn't until Lin Jin disappeared from the sky that the players here slowly came back to their senses. They looked at the direction Lin Jin left and looked at the surrounding numbers. The endless undead didn't know what to say for a moment. The strength of both sides could not only be described as vastly different. There was a universe completely separated between the two. Now everyone looked at Lin Jin. I'm afraid they all seemed to be looking at a myth. Envy, jealousy, and hatred? No, they won't even think about it. The wave of undead is quickly approaching the Silver City state, and the entire Silver City state has also entered a state of combat readiness, with all the power they all mobilized. In fact, after the defeat in the last war, the Silver City state had made crazy preparations, gathering troops and making puppets. When Lin Jin led the army to attack the dwarves, they only hoped that the dwarves could hold on for more time. They also sent people to ask for help from the Holy Church. It can be said that they are fully prepared. Lin Jin did not attack the Holy Church, but attacked the dwarves, which explains the problem. They also helped the Holy Empire, and the camp restrained the undead. So Lin Jin naturally could not let 073 pass them easily. Silver City. State Sky Dome. Al fell. In the most famous main city of the Academy camp, a large number of mages have gathered together again. However, the main city, which used to be quiet and peaceful, now does not have an atmosphere of academic discussion. Instead, it is full of the tense atmosphere before the outbreak of war. The undead are coming. According to our news, 6 dwarf cities have been breached and 6 kings have been killed. Now the Dark Messenger has led the undead army and is marching towards us. Saint Magister Cyrus said with solemn eyes and frowned tightly. When they discussed supporting the Bucks Principality and attacking the undead, these mages seemed calm, with wisdom and kindness in their eyes. Rationality, as if discussing an insignificant academic issue. That kind of master's demeanor is indeed admirable. But now, everyone has lost the calmness of the past. His brows are furrowed, his eyes are anxious and nervous, and he can't even sit still. I couldn't sit still anymore. The undead are coming. Countless natural disasters of the undead are sweeping towards the Silver City state. This is the main coalition force that defeated the 3 camps of the Bucks Principality, the Dwarves, and the Academy, and was destroyed in just 7 days. The Undead Army, the main force of the Dwarves. Such an undead army is coming towards their Silver City state. They really can't imagine why they can win. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading, collection. How many people are there in the army of the undead? After a long time, another holy magister suddenly asked. 4 to 5 million. A person responded in a deep voice. Statistical data is not difficult for any big force. Moreover, Lin Jin's undead army is so majestic, and this formation cannot be concealed. Wow. Hearing this sentence, everyone was excited. One person had already lost his voice and stood up from his position. 4 to 5 million undead. Where did these undead legions come from? Many people only know that the undead are very powerful, but they don't know how big it is. Now after hearing this number, they understand how terrifying the power of the undead is. It's over now. Not only are we unable to settle in the Bucks Principality, but now we ourselves are going to be annihilated. What about the church? Why don't they send troops to fight against the undead? I regret it. If I had known this, we should not have been enemies with these undead. Yes. What to do? Everyone whispered among themselves. The mages of these colleges are not like dwarfs. They have already regretted it after their defeat. The defeat of the Bucks means that all the things that the Bucks promised them previously are no longer counted. In addition, the undead are attacking them, and they have suffered a disaster. This is a typical case of stealing the chicken but losing the rice. Now so many undead are coming towards the Silver City state. They are so fast that they are not given any chance to react. Moreover, this number completely overwhelmed them. Is there any way to make peace with the undead? These undead attacked the Bucks Principality, but they did not kill everyone. They are different from ordinary undead. We can make peace with them. One person's eyes lit up, and he said suddenly, "Fight! We definitely can't fight. Once the undead come to Silver City State, everything in Silver City State will suffer a devastating blow. If there is a way to negotiate peace with Lin Jean, then Silver City State can also avoid destruction. Make peace with the undead? Do you think the undead would want to make peace with us?" Saint Magister Cyrus finally said in a deep voice. "Holy Magister Cyrus, you were the one who tried your best to encourage us to make us enemies of the undead, and we did what you said. As a result, the Buck Principality has been destroyed, and the dwarves have been destroyed. So you tell me, what should we do?" Another Holy Magister glanced at Cyrus. "Yes, we were indeed too reckless this time. Originally, Silver City State was already developing very well, so there was no need to wade into this muddy water. The Holy Church has a really good plan. Instead, they picked them out from among the undead. Instead, the dwarves and the Silver City State were about to suffer annihilation. We should not help these hypocritical and dirty holy lights." Some people echoed. The Silver City State is a free council, composed of more than 40 mages. As a holy magister, Cyrus naturally has a certain power. After such a big mistake, his prestige is no longer what it used to be. The undead must retaliate for baring their teeth. Since they have destroyed the dwarves, they will definitely not let us go. There is no use in talking about this now, so why not prepare for battle, pair up in levels, and fight together? As long as we resist the attacks of the undead, the holy demons will naturally attack the undead. Cyrus' face remained unchanged, and he still looked at everyone calmly, waiting for the holy temple to fight against the undead. So what is the purpose of all this our Silver City State has done? That's right, you can't make a wedding dress for the church in vain. No, I don't agree with this. After Cyrus's words, it actually caused a commotion. The Silver City State originally came to invest and chose to help the temple attack the undead in order to get some commissions and benefits. But now they are fighting, and the undead will not attack the temple. On the contrary, they gave priority to destroying their Silver City State, and they couldn't get the benefits they originally asked for. Isn't this a trap? They took the money to manage their finances, but now they have lost all their money, and they still have to go bankrupt. Who can bear to pay tens of billions of dollars in compensation? How can these masters endure such grievances? Holy Magister Cyrus, have you contacted the Holy Church? What do they say? Will they give us aid? And what about war reparations? One person stared directly at Cyrus and asked forcefully. The Holy Church is attacking the demons, and it is expected that the sealed land will be re-sealed in a few days. Sellers replied. So what about aid and war reparations? We will discuss this with the Holy Church after the war is over. The man showed a contemptuous smile, but said no more. Just the undead attacking the dwarves without any performance from the temple was enough to disappoint the Silver City State. The temple was so desperate that it didn't help the dwarves, so why should it help them? This is nothing. I still want them to work for nothing. This matter is already very simple. The undead are coming, but I will not call for battle, but for peace. Then let everyone continue to vote. The Holy Magister of Halifax finally spoke up and directly terminated the topic of discussion. The matter has become very clear. I am the main battler. Since we have chosen to be enemies with the undead, we have no other choice. Things will only become more troublesome by then. The undead can destroy the dwarves, and they are definitely not people who can negotiate. Saint Magister Cyrus immediately expressed his position. My lord, and I also advocate peace. Let's negotiate this matter first, and look at the situation of the undead. My lord, and the surge of darkness and the trend of undead are unstoppable. 4 to 5 million undead are beyond what the Silver City State can bear. I take the lead. My lord, and I take the lead. My lord, and my lord, and one by one, the mages expressed their stance. Although there were still many people who firmly followed Holy Magister Cyrus, the vast majority chose to negotiate. They don't want to fight to the death with the undead in vain, and let the peaceful land of Silver City State turn into the cruelest battlefield. Now that the results of the voting have come out, the Lord and he occupy the main part, and everyone is still ready to fight. I will personally go to find the Dark Messenger and negotiate with the Dark Messenger. The Holy Magister of Halifax also said. At this moment, Cyrus had a gloomy face, but had nothing to say. The Silver City State must follow this voting system. Besides, even if he is opposing, the vast majority of the Silver City State will not stand with him. They are not Lin Jin's opponents in the first place. If there are different opinions within the Silver City State, the future will be even more difficult. Soon, a large number of all the mages evacuated here, but only some great magisters stayed. Holy Magister Cyrus, what should we do now? What else can be done? We can only hope that the Dark Messenger has no idea of peace talks, otherwise the Silver City State will be really in danger. Sellers sighed and said, he always felt that since he chose to go one way, he should take the same way to the dark side. The reason why the undead wanted to destroy the Silver City State was because of the threat the Silver City State posed to the undead. Too big. Once peace is negotiated, the undead will definitely weaken the threat of Silver City State, which will not be a good thing for Silver City State at that time. Moreover, the power of the Holy Empire is still strong. If the Holy Empire continues to gain the upper hand, their Silver City State will really have no benefit. Even he couldn't catch foam. However, he can no longer change the mind of Silver City State. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Here, Lin Jin is standing on the back of the Ghost Dragon Emperor, leading a large number of undead to march. Just as he was advancing, a large number of figures quickly approached from a distance. Their appearance immediately attracted Lin Jin's attention. The master is the mage of Silver City State. They have no intention of attacking, and they want to discuss with you. A death angel flew in front of Lin Jin. It would be interesting to have a discussion with me. When Lin Jin heard this, the corners of his mouth narrowed slightly. Having fought against so many forces, he thought they were all tough. At his feet, the Ghost Dragon Emperor suddenly flapped his wings and flew forward quickly. In a moment, Lin Jin came to the front, and a group of mages wearing gorgeous robes also came into view. There were more than 10 mages in total, all wearing gorgeous robes and walking on magic carpets under their feet. However, they were all surrounded by the angels of death, and although their faces remained calm, but what appears in his eyes is shock. Anyone who sees so many undead legions will be shocked, especially the large number of ghost dragons and angels of death in the sky make them despair. This is grand, ranked troops. Except for the undead, I am afraid that no other force can support so many grand, ranked troops. Although they have been working hard to create legions since the last battle, it is obvious that the legions they created are far from the best, far inferior to Lin Jin. This made them even less hopeful about the coming war. 073 in their panic-stricken eyes, a terrifying aura that dominated the world spread quickly towards here, followed by a body of huge size. The extremely huge Ghost Dragon Emperor stopped in the sky here. On its back, an indifferent figure was looking down at them. His face was handsome, his eyes were deep, the cloak behind him was fluttering, and a kingly aura could not help but permeate the air. Come. There is a long sword exuding a dark aura suspended next to him. The long sword is completely shrouded in black mist, invisible and extremely mysterious. Why have you come? Lin Jin asked calmly with a calm face. Lord Dark Messenger, the last time the Silver City State supported the Duke of Bucks, we were deceived by the Holy Church. We have absolutely no intention of becoming enemies with you. When we come this time, we also hope that you can withdraw your troops. We, the Silver City State, promise that we will never be enemies with you in the future. The Holy Magister of Halifax was overjoyed and quickly replied. What he fears most is that Lin Jin will kill him with his mouth open, so he has no way to do it, and Lin Jin's expression and tone seem to be negotiable. As long as he can, if we discuss it, there will be room for relaxation. Haha. After all the beatings, are you regretting your decision now? Do you think I am joking with you by gathering so many undead legions? Lin Jin continued. With his words, the expressions of the angels around him became stern, with murderous intent on their faces. It seemed that as long as Lin Jin gave the order, they could set up some magicians. Sir, our Silver City State has also been deceived by the Holy Church. Please give us a chance, and our Silver City, State is willing to compensate. Halifax said quickly. Naturally, they had no intention of giving up to Lin Jin with just words. Any war between major forces is nothing more than profit. As long as they can pay the corresponding chips, they will definitely be able to let Lin Jin retreat. After all, the temple is the greatest enemy of the undead. Oh, how to compensate? Lin Jin asked with great interest. We are willing to compensate the undead for gold and resources, and are willing to compensate the undead 20 million gold and 20,000 units of mercury. 20 million gold and 20,000 rare resources can recruit hundreds of soldiers even for the most expensive unit. Ha ha ha, you are sending beggars away. Lin Jin laughed. His eyes suddenly became sharp, and he said directly, 50 million gold, 50,000 units of rare resources. In addition, I want you to have 100 titans. This is impossible. A great magician behind Halifax blurted out his words. This was too much for a lion to say. This 50 million gold is an extremely huge number for any force. If this money is taken if they come out, the entire Silver City, State will be bruised. Even if they want to fight another war, they will be unable to do so. Even, they have to sell their existing legions to reduce maintenance costs. As for the 100 titans, this is even more silver the foundation of the city-state. After the last casualties of more than 200 titans, their entire military reserve was only over 300. Now that they have transferred 100 titans, their strength has dropped sharply. Since it's impossible, then why discuss it? After I crush your Silver City, State, I will get these things myself. Lin Jin's face turned cold, and he said in a deep voice. There was murderous intent all around, and all the angels of death were in combat mode, looking like they were about to attack at any time. Lord Dark Messenger, this money is indeed too much. Our Silver City, State really cannot afford such a large expense. I wonder if we can discuss this condition. Halifax looked ugly, but he had to come out to dissuade him. You can reduce the compensation if you want, but I want the life of Holy Magister Cyrus. The life of Holy Magister Cyrus is worth 10 million, and the remaining mages who support the temple in attacking me are worth 1 million each. And the Silver City, State will not be able to be my enemy from now on. Saint Magister Cyrus is the key to the Academy's attack on Lin Jin. This hidden danger cannot be left alone and must die. There are also some magisters who obey Cyrus, and they must also die. Halifax was a little hesitant, not knowing what to say. All the mages around him also looked hesitant. There is no need to answer me in a hurry. You can go back directly. The undead army will also reach the Silver City State directly. When I arrive in the Silver City, I hope to see your sincerity. If there is insufficient sincerity, the Silver City State will also become a paradise for the undead. Lin Jin did not intend to wait for Halifax to continue to answer and directly asked them to leave. As for the undead army on the ground here, they never stopped their progress, and all the skeleton soldiers were still running wildly. Then we will leave first. The Silver City State mages also left here one after another, and then used the return spell to return to the Academy. Master, do you really want to stop attacking the Silver City State? Besides, Erica also asked curiously, with such a huge army gathered here, is it necessary to withdraw in the end? It depends on how sincere they are. Lin Jin looked into the distance with his eyes. He has many legions, but he also has many things to do. If Silver City State is wise enough, then he can let Silver City State go. After all, as long as Silver City State is willing to pay war compensation, then they will have no war potential in the future, and the entire force will be weakened. At the same time, Lin Jin's force will also be strengthened. Among the many forces, the force that the undead least wants to attack is the Academy. Attacking them, Lin Jin wants the legion that can be replenished is definitely not as good as the legion that he himself died in. But, will they be so knowledgeable? Feilu remind you. 3 things about reading, collection. Holy Magister of Halifax, what should we do now? Do we really have to agree to the conditions of the undead? After returning to the city, the Holy Magister of Halifax and more than a dozen of the previous great magisters gathered together, and someone among them asked hesitantly, the undead have not yet come, and they are demanding such a large compensation, or even asking for compensation. They killed a holy magician, which was a big deal. Otherwise, do we have any other options? Or do you think you can defeat the army of the Dark Messenger? Halifax looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice. The scene just now was imprinted in everyone's mind. The overwhelming undead were simply shocking. Such a huge number could even be completely dispersed. Come and attack various towns in the Silver City state. This is different from the previous wars. When Lin Jin fought with the enemy before, it was a duel between the main forces. The two sides gathered their forces and pulled them to the frontal battlefield to fight. But there is not much difference in strength between the two sides. Now, Lin Jin's strength is strong enough to attack every town, every village, and invade every place. On the frontal battlefield, Lin Jin can contain all the enemy's main forces and surround the enemy. The main force, but the rest of his undead army can still pour into the territory of Silver City, state, and kill. They simply do not have enough troops to spread out and deal with all the attacks of the undead. I am afraid that before the end of their war, the territory of Silver City, state, it was penetrated. Who is this Dark Messenger? How can he be so powerful? What is the level of his spiritualism? Such a scale of spiritualism is unheard of. A great mage said in a deep voice. He also practiced undead magic and knew quite a lot about the undead. However, the appearance of Lin Jin has overturned his understanding of the undead. After every war, his strength is not as good as before. Instead of decreasing, it increased, and his increase in the types of troops also reached a shocking level. Not only that, the cloak behind him is a national weapon of the undead, and the suspended weapon should be a divine weapon. Halifax said with a solemn expression. Looking at Lin Jin at a close distance, he felt even more how terrifying Lin Jin was. He also felt the unfathomable aura from Lin Jin, which meant that Lin Jin's personal even more powerful than him. This is simply an invincible enemy. Artifact. Where did he get the artifact? Even the Holy Empire doesn't have artifacts. National weapons are rare, and divine weapons are unheard of. But Lin Jin not only possesses national weapons, but also divine weapons. This is simply outrageous. It's ridiculous that the Holy Magister of Cyrus still thinks that the Holy Church can win. The Holy Empire, which was so powerful at the beginning, has reached the stage where it is now in turmoil through this man's own efforts. Now that the Dark Messenger is powerful, why should the Holy Temple defeat him? One person couldn't help but shook his head and said, looking back now, the more I feel that it was very stupid to get into this muddy water. Yes, this person is founded in his advance and retreat, and he is not as crazy and arrogant as ordinary undead. He is really the most difficult opponent. If he continues to fight like this, with his power of spiritualism, he is afraid that the Holy Empire will be destroyed. Another person sighed. No, that's not the case. The Holy Empire has heaven on its back. So what? There is still an enemy like the devil in heaven. If he can break the seal once, can't he be able to break the seal again? Besides, he has no plans left, so I don't know what other trump cards he has. As soon as the words fell, the whole place was silent. Everyone had calmed down now. The magnificent undead they saw made their fear of Lin Jin rise to an unprecedented level. They also truly understood Lin Jin's terrifying. After a rational analysis, they can realize how many difficulties and obstacles Lin Jin has overcome in his rise. Obviously, the hardest part is past. Why do they still think Lin Jin will lose? This is the fixed impression of the undead. It really kills people. Then do we have to pay war compensation or hand over Holy Magister Cyrus? The topic finally slowly led to this direction. The Dark Messenger also knows everything about our academy. He knows that it was Holy Magister Cyrus who incited us to attack the undead. Therefore, he should be very hostile to Holy Magister Cyrus. One person said suddenly. Although what he said was not direct, everyone else knew what it meant. The existence of Cyrus would be a thorn in Lin Jin's heart. Even if they paid the war compensation, Lin Jin, the rift with the Silver City state still exists. To ensure that nothing goes wrong and to show one's sincerity, handing over Cyrus seems to be the only way. Only by handing over Cyrus can Lin Jin's anger be quelled. Then have a meeting. The Holy Magister of Halifax, a light flashed in his eyes. Zero, please give me flowers. Soon, the Silver City state meeting was held again. But he saw a famous mage gathered together on the round table. Although they did not go to the scene, They were very concerned about the movements of the undead. After all, this was a matter of life and death for them. Amid everyone's inquiries, the Holy Magister of Halifax also described Lin Jin's strength. That terrifying power made all the mages look trembling and solemn. After it was confirmed that Lin Jin had divine and national weapons, even many of the main war factions joined the main peace faction. No one is a fool. They will not do things that seek their own death. At this time, the Holy Magister of Halifax also stated all of Lin Jin's requests. In an instant, the entire meeting became extremely delicate. 0. Especially Cyrus and his group. Their eyes were slightly wrinkled, and they looked at the Holy Magister of Halifax very unkindly. He has foreshadowed so many words before, which have already fully explained his attitude. Now that he has made this request again, it is really Sima Zhao's intention, and everyone on the road knows it. Halifax, do you think you should vote now? Is it time for the Silver City states to fight each other? Cyrus stood up, but his old face was very angry. Several great magisters who followed Cyrus also stood up. Cyrus, this incident all started because of you, and it should end from your side. Do you have to watch millions of undead pour into the Silver City state and destroy the entire Silver City state? Halifax stood up and tit for tat. The Silver City state is the joint effort of everyone and cannot be destroyed like this. Good. Cyrus, please put the greater good first. Around more great magisters stood up and turned their attention to Cyrus. Their intentions were self-evident. Halifax, with the undead at hand, do we have to fight first? I have stepped down the barrier here, and our legions have already headed to your main city. I also ask Holy Magister Cyrus to put the overall situation first and consider the people of the Silver City state. Don't cause the destruction of the Silver City due to personal desires. Halifax said in a deep voice. Around him, light flickered and the barrier lit up. Everyone took out their big staffs, and various colors of light lingered on the staffs, all locked on Cyrus and the others. Righteousness. Please download Feilu to read the novel without underlines. In this magic army formation, a titan with a height of 7 or 8 meters rose into the sky like a tall building. Their bodies were filled with lightning, like light, which was very dazzling and full of destructive power. Speaking of which, these puppet creatures are similar to the undead. They have constant morale. Generally speaking, if a hero from any camp leads a legion from another camp, the morale of the legion will drop and its combat power will be damaged. However, the magical creatures in the academy and the undead in the cemetery camp are not included in this category. One is given life by magic and is still essentially a puppet, while the other is a resurrected warrior. Both parties are immune to curses, weakness, morale, and many other effects. In the air, a famous mage stood on the magic carpet, looking quietly. While they were watching, batches of undead war horses galloped towards them from the distance, and uniformed soul, grabbing death scythes and terrifying knights were rushing towards here, carrying smoke and dust all over the sky. Galloping undead war horses, surging soul fire, covered in dark heavy armor, fully armed, the undead knights appeared with an alluring aura, and 073 was extremely popular. These most powerful legions from the underworld seemed to have the power to crush all living creatures. The number of level 12 Terror Knights here alone has reached 30,000. This kind of force is enough to destroy all defenses. Just seeing these terrifying knights made all the Academy mages feel trembling in their hearts. Tread, tread, tread. The undead war horses walked in uniform steps, but finally stopped 1,000 meters in front of the local army, looking at each other from a distance. The breathtaking breath came to my face. Behind them, there were countless undead warriors, and surging skeleton soldiers emerged from all directions. The army of the Silver City State was spectacular enough, but in front of the undead army, they were like a small island in the vast sea, completely worth mentioning. At the highest point, a huge ghost dragon king roared towards him, and beside him were 8 ghost dragon kings and more than 200 ghost dragons. A mighty group of ghost dragons, carrying a strong aura of death, are rushing towards here. But they all seem to be guarding the ghost dragon emperor in the middle. Surrounding the ghost dragon king and the ghost dragon king were angels of death. The angels were guarding Lin Jin as if they were guarding their supreme king. This kind of appearance truly amazed all the mages of the Silver City state. Many people did not participate in the Battle of Buck's Principality last time, and they had not seen Lin Jin. Now that they saw Lin Jin's undead army, they realized what a terrifying force it was. As for the countless players on the ground, they looked at the embers in the sky and even the undead on the ground, looking up and worshipping in their hearts. So cool. So cool. How they dream that one day they can be like Lin Jing, overlooking all living beings, oppressing all directions, and stepping on the center of the entire world. This is literally every man's dream. Some female players are even more excited. The female players who can appear here are definitely the best among the best, but even these proud women still inevitably have a heart of admiration for Lin Jing. After all, no matter how great their achievements were, they were not worth mentioning to Lin Jing. Just as the two sides were looking at each other from a distance, the Holy Magister of Halifax in the air also led a group of magisters, broke away from their own formation, and flew forward. At the same time, Lin Jin's Ghost Dragon Emperor also broke away from the formation and flew forward. The distance between the two sides ends at 100 steps. Lord Dark Messenger, our Silver City state has absolutely no intention of being an enemy of the undead, and we are willing to submit war compensation. In addition, the Holy Magister Cyrus among us has offended many times and led the Silver City to attack you. Now, Cyrus and a group of great magicians have already killed them. The Holy Magister of Halifax said respectfully. The great magicians on the side also walked out one after another, and some magic carpets also flew to the middle of the two sides. On the magic carpet, there was a pile of forest embers. After a quick glance, I found that these corpses were all filled with deep resentment, but their quality was relatively high, especially Cyrus, who was at the legendary level. Spiritualism. Lin Jin waved his right hand, and black mist suddenly enveloped the corpse in front of him. The Abyss Wither sword suspended beside him also began to release souls non-stop. The Abyss Wither sword can absorb souls to advance. After every war, it will autonomously absorb all the souls on the battlefield. It can be said that the Abyss Wither itself is an infinite soul bottle. When Lin Jin resurrects the crown troops and summons the undead heroes, all the souls emerge from the Abyss Wither. As a large number of souls submerged, the black mist around each corpse became thicker and thicker, and at the same time, its undead aura rose into the sky. Ding! Congratulations on resurrecting the legendary Necromancer. Sellers. Ding! Congratulations on resurrecting the epic Necromancer. Spencer. Ding! Congratulations on resurrecting the epic Necromancer. Following a series of system prompts, the legendary Holy Magician of this Silver City state turned into a general under Lin Jin. Everything went smoothly beyond Lin Jin's expectation. You guys are great. Pay the remaining war compensation, and I will withdraw my troops and leave the Silver City state. As long as you do not become my enemy in the future, the undead can maintain peaceful trade relations with you. They are happy, and Lin Jin is happy too. If they just pay Lin Jin compensation, then Lin Jin will continue to cause trouble for the Silver City state. But since they all handed over the body of Holy Magister Cyrus to themselves, it is different. No matter if there is an internal power struggle or something else, this represents the sincerity of the Silver City state. Lin Jin has always liked people with such sincerity. As soon as Lin Jin finished speaking, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. They secretly sighing, his choice was correct. You know, there was no contract signed between Lin Jin and them, and many dark creatures were symbols of treachery. After handing over the body of Holy Magister Cyrus, they were still worried in their hearts, but only with these words, they all breathed a real sigh of relief. And it was not without reason why they chose to believe in Lin Jin. Since Lin Jin became famous, he has done something that was a big deal one after another, but he always kept his promise. Not only that, he also gave half of the Crow Principality to the orcs, and he is still helping the orcs to this day. He gave half of the Crow Principality to the Dark Elves, and he is still helping the Dark Elves to this day. He is not someone who burns bridges by crossing rivers. The reputation he manages and the impression he gives to others are not like a capricious villain, but rather an extremely principled person, which makes it easier for people to believe his words. Lin Jin, he is also aware of this. If he wants to completely defeat the Holy Church, he cannot just play the role of a bad guy. That will only arouse everyone's resistance and go against everything. What he wants is to destroy the Holy Church. Faith shatters the Holy Empire from the inside out. Lord Dark Messenger, this is our war reparations. 30 million gold, 30,000 sulfur mercury, and 100 titans. Halifax felt cruel and directly handed over the final war compensation and the ownership of 100 titans to Lin Jin. Eradicating Cyrus was actually a good thing for him. He and Cyrus were originally their opponents, and they are also holy magisters. It is easy for the two parties to have conflicts of interest, but handing over the war compensation and the ownership of 100 titans to Lin Jin is a bit risky. After all, no one would choose it before. When negotiating with the undead, they did not think that the undead would keep their promises. But at this time, Halifax planned to take a gamble. He bet that Lin Jin would not break his promise. Behind this bet, he also bet on the Silver City State. Cyrus, if the Holy Magister chooses to side with the Holy Church, then he will choose to side with the undead. If Lin Jin can conquer the Holy Empire, as long as they maintain a good relationship with Lin Jin, they can also settle in the Holy Empire. Since Lin Jin can accept dark elves and orcs, why can't he accept the Academy? Ding! You have obtained the ownership of 100 titans. Lin Jin took over the strategic ring and took away all the resources. As for these 100 titans, everything was under his control. This made him feel extremely comfortable, and he was more pleased with Halifax. What he wanted to know most now was the face of the Holy Church. If the Holy Church knew that the Silver City State was directly, what kind of expression would he have after bowing to himself and giving himself a large amount of money and 100 titans? Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth raised unconsciously. The Holy Church may have always thought that there would be many people to help them, but the undead will also be the public enemy of all living things, and Lin Jin will make them lead to destruction little by little with their stubborn prejudices. 5.7. Everyone withdraw. Lin Jin didn't say anything more, just waved his hand. In an instant, all the undead on the battlefield turned around and quickly disappeared in front of the legions of these Silver City states like the ebbing tide. At this moment, all the Academy heroes, the people of the Academy and the players in the Academy all breathed a complete sigh of relief. They knew that the disaster of Silver City State had disappeared. Halifax also had a smile on his face. He knew that he had made the right bet, and this time the incident will also bring his reputation in the Silver City State to its peak. For him, this is also a victory. Lord Dark Messenger, our Silver City State is willing to maintain a good relationship with you. Halifax said respectfully again. Well, if so, you will be allies of the undead from now on. Lin Jin nodded and didn't say much. The Academy's arms are the arms that the undead can truly use. Even the orcs and dark elves are not easy for Lin Jin to use. They will all be in the canopy of death. It will be greatly affected. However, these puppet creatures can minimize the impact. If they can continue to purchase titans from the Silver City State, Lin Jin's strength will also be greatly improved. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collect. Read. The undead have withdrawn. King Yong Yi is still awesome. The army is pressing down on the territory, and the Silver City State surrendered without a fight. This is also awesome. I never expected that things would end in this way. Would even such a big force compromise? If you don't compromise, your head will be blown off. Look at the dwarves in the northern part of the Buck Principality. The entire clan has been wiped out by you. King of Eternal Night, Eternal God. Watching Lin Jin go away, these players have reverence in their eyes. Dominate the world, and win without fighting. This is really how it looks and how handsome it is. It is still hard for them to imagine that he can do all this. Turn out to be a player. Lin Jin used everything he had to explain what it meant to change one's fate against the will of heaven. Of course, this was also a good thing for them. They had no hostility towards Lin Jin, and even some worship, but their base camp is in the Silver City State. In order to protect their base camp, they must fight hard. Now that Lin Jin has withdrawn, the Silver City State and Lin Jin are not enemies, and they have also avoided a major crisis. A great joy. This made them even more fond of Lin Jin. 0-2 the other side. Holy Empire. What did you say? The Silver City State killed Holy Magister Cyrus, made peace with the undead, and gave the undead 30 million gold, 30,000 rare resources, and 100 titans. When hearing the news, the entire Holy Empire was shocked, and one king even uttered foul language. DNMD, what is this? Shouldn't the Silver City state be a human force? Why did they choose to fight with the undead? Compromise? Giving so much compensation to the undead. Is this a joke? The main component of the Silver City state is mages. Although these mages study various types of magic, they never believe in any religion, only science. But they are also human beings after all. In front of the undead, they are the natural allies. Why do such allies choose to stand with the undead? More importantly, Lin Jin actually accepted the compensation from Silver City State. You are an undead. Will you choose to form an alliance with living beings? Is it because I don't understand this world? Or has this world changed? For the Holy Empire, this seems too magical, and they can't believe it at all. King, now that the Silver City State has rebelled and joined the undead, the pressure they are facing is even greater. Moreover, the undead have obtained so much gold and resources and will rapidly expand their territory and strength. A noble said in a deep voice. Lin Jin was not short of money originally, but as wars broke out frequently and his territory became larger and larger, he needed money in more and more places. Upgrade the crown building and restore the level of the town, recruiting soldiers and horses, and raising dark elves. All these things require money. Originally, Lin Jin didn't have much money left, but after having the 30 million transfer funds, he suddenly gave revitalized. Next, he will build buildings and everything will go on the right track. With the resources he already has, he can fully support his own power. By then, he will be recruiting an endless stream of troops every week, and he will recruit top-level troops. There will also be an endless supply of this group of trash. They actually chose to seek refuge with the undead. This is a betrayal of humanity. The king has been scolded crazy. They were originally waiting for the Silver City State to fight the undead and kill the undead, but what they waited for was this bolt from the blue. You know, most of the legions of the Silver City State are puppets, and their crown soldiers. He was also a puppet that could not be resurrected. Even if Lin Jin defeated Silver City State, he would not be able to replenish enough legions. Now that Silver City State is directly on Lin Jin's side, this is equivalent to giving the Holy Empire a heavy blow, which is just right. Hit the temple of the Holy Empire. King, the envoy of the Silver City asks for an audience. They still have the nerve to come in. The king said coldly. But after all, this is the envoy of the Silver City State, and they have to meet him. Envoys of the Silver City State, why do you have the dignity to appear here? The king shouted angrily directly. Hee. The temple is ruthless, but the dead are righteous. The dwarves and the academy both chose to support the Holy Empire and help the Holy Empire fight against the undead. However, the dwarves and the academy were attacked, but the Holy Church did not save them. How can you have the face to accuse the Silver City State? You call yourself a temple, but you are not as good as the undead. When the dark elves and orcs were attacked, the undead tried their best to protect them. Compared to them, you are simply shameful. Face, your temple is so shameless. The envoy from the Silver City State was not afraid at all, but instead cursed. This envoy came here a long time ago to ask for support from the Holy Church, but the Holy Church used the devil as an excuse and kept shirking and doing Tai Chi. He begged countless people. He also visited a large number of nobles, but to no avail. It can be said that he had been holding his breath for a long time. Now that he saw the undead withdrawing their troops and the Silver City State making good friends with the undead, he breathed a sigh of relief and could finally stand up and curse. Vent the grievances they have felt during this period. Of course, in addition to venting, they also have to get rid of their big hats. The academy is the most benevolent person, but your church is shameless. The king's face turned blue from holding it back. What are you? Do you still want to kill me? But before you kill me, you should think about how to deal with the attacks of the undead. The Silver City State envoy looked refreshed and waved his sleeves directly to leave the hall. No one around him dared to stop him. As for the nobles and heroes in the hall, their faces were all green and red, very exciting. They were looking for the excuses are all high, sounding and impeccable, but so what? The facts are before them, and they cannot explain them, and they don't know how to explain them. As long as this matter is spread out now, I am afraid it will cause a certain sensation in the entire Holy Empire. This will bring shame to the entire church. How could this dark messenger be so cunning? After a long time, the king said solemnly, with helplessness on his face. Lin Jin destroyed the dwarves and killed them all. This is the undead's consistent style. The Holy Church even wanted to use this to incite public opinion and kill the undead. He was described as the big devil who destroyed the world so that the undead would become the target of public criticism. But in the blink of an eye, the undead actually became allies with the Silver City state and even retreated from the Silver City state. This was a 180-degree turn. The big wheel ran directly over the face of the Holy Church, so fast that they didn't have any time to react. With this incident, the Holy Church was at a disadvantage. They were not as strong as the undead, and now their reputation has been wiped out. Hey, if this happens, let alone inciting public opinion, there will be fewer people who will actually come to help the church. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. A new week and the recruitment quota is refreshed. Lin Jin also began to recruit troops. Among the undead troops, he filled all the quotas for all high-level troops and crown-ranked troops. The Death Angel has recruited more than 4, and the Ghost Dragon has recruited more than 50, including countless middle and low-level troops. This is the reason why his town has not been completely transformed and upgraded. If the undead towns in the Bucks Principality continue to upgrade, then doubling the amount will not be a problem. Additionally, he gained a large amount of gold and resources. There are a large number of gold mines in the territory of the dwarves, and there are also many resource points in the Buck Principality. Together with the Guajan Islands and the Island of Eternal Night, they have provided him with a stable financial income. His current financial income, after all is paid, still has a lot of surplus. In addition, the undead do not need to pay maintenance fees, so Lin Jin can completely recruit troops without interruption. This is also his biggest advantage. If the undead needed maintenance fees, let alone the sea of undead, even his more than 5 million undead would probably make Lin Jin bankrupt. At this time, the war between the Holy Church and the devil also came to an end. The demon that persisted for so long was finally defeated again under the full attack of the temple. Even the original sealed place was sealed again. After defeating the demon, the entire Holy Empire's legions began to assemble, and a large number of legions were heading towards the Bucks Principality. A large number of Templar legions marched towards the Griffin Principality and the Unicorn Principality, encircling the Buck Principality from 2 directions. The temple's face has been completely lost. Now if they want to restore their dignity, they must defeat all the undead. And the current Lin Jin is definitely in existence that makes them extremely afraid. The more than 5 million undead are shaking their hearts all the time. Holy City Cathedral. You must remember that the Holy Empire has now reached its most critical moment. We have dedicated our faith to the Dragon God of Light, pursued the Holy Light all our lives, and dedicated our bodies to the Holy Light long ago. I hope that you will never forget your beliefs at any time. The great Pope said in a deep voice to the priestess in white robes in front of him in this solemn and sacred hall. His kind-hearted face is extremely easy for people to trust, and the compassion in his eyes makes a famous person. Priestess's face became firm. I hope that each of you can become the most glorious warrior of the temple. Remember, when accommodating the soul of an angel, never resist. Only in this way can the body be able to accommodate the soul of an angel and fight for the church. The Holy Light will protect us, and your souls will also be blessed by the Dragon God of Light and be taken into heaven. The Archpope continued. Yes. All the female priests responded one after another. They are not soldiers, but nuns from the Pope in various places, step by step tempering the power of the Holy Light, and promoted to female priests. And now, the entire Holy Empire female priests have now gathered in together. Soon, under the guidance of the church, they came to the statue of the Virgin Angel. A female priest walked in, her head lowered, her eyes slightly closed, and her hands making a prayer gesture. The next moment, they saw this angel statue. The light flickered, and the light around the entire statue exploded, and all the gems and gold it carried disappeared. Then, the soul of an ancient angel emerged in the space in front of him. After the angel's shadow emerged, it disappeared directly into this place, inside the body of a famous female priest. Oh, the priestess let out a soft snort. Her face was extremely painful. The feeling of having her soul taken over was simply the greatest torture in the world. If there is a soul that is gone, then this priestess is a real one. Because her soul fragments were completely destroyed, devoured by the angel, it melted away bit by bit, and there was no longer a complete soul at all. Not long after, the face of the female priest was distorted to the extreme. She rolled her eyes, and her whole body was twitching violently. Boom! The delicate figure fell to the ground with a crash and fell in front of the statue. As for the angel's soul, it resurfaced again. The fusion failed. Let the next priestess come in. The Pope didn't change his expression and just had the body of the priestess dragged out. Outside the door, another priestess came in. This priestess also fell down. Then the next one came. Priestess. It wasn't until the fifth priestess came in that the ritual was finally successful. However, the priestess's body began to rise. Her wings suddenly appeared behind her, and then a silver, white cloak and light armor also appeared on her body. Her eyes turning into gold, double blades appeared in her hands. But at this time, her face and even expression completely changed. Success. The great Pope showed joy and then asked the How Angel to gather in the temple. The ceremony continues. With the death of a famous female priest, a famous How Angel also appeared. As for the temple, more than 800 How Angels have gathered here. Since asking for help from heaven, the rituals here have never stopped, but it is not an easy task to transform 1,000 How Angels. You know, to be able to grow into a priestess from among so many nuns is definitely a proud woman with extremely high talent. And these are not arms. They are real people. It will take a certain amount of time to gather so many goddess officials and let them participate in this plan. The fact that the Holy Church can transform so many How Angels so quickly is enough to prove the fanaticism of its faith. At this rate, it won't take long for these 1,000 How Angels to be transformed. Again, the 500 archangels commanded by the superior angel Ula, there are 1,500 How Angels. The number of angels in the 6 holy principalities has reached at least 3,000. The number of first-rank troops they could muster far exceeded Lin Jin. Once this force is gathered together, it will represent the strongest power of the Holy Empire. Moreover, under the pressure given by Lin Jin, the Holy Principality was completely united and united as one. Once they go out this time, they will definitely come out in full force, planning to take down Lin Jin in one fell swoop. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Heaven is gathering, and the army is approaching. However, the coalition forces from the 6 principalities did not advance quickly. Moreover, as they mobilized their troops, the entire domestic layout had to be readjusted. No matter how fast it will take some time. At this time, Lin Jin came to a canyon in the Wolf Principality. The place is filled with ghosts, and a dark aura lingers above the entire canyon. An overwhelming resentment and murderous intent rise into the sky. This is also where the Headless Horseman Patchwick resides. After Patchwick was resurrected, he launched a fierce attack on the Wolf Principality. With the undead version and the powerful undead when he was resurrected, he was running around, posing a great threat to the Wolf Principality. However, the Wolf Principality is a militaristic kingdom with a very unified internal body and a high degree of unified power, and its king, Varian, is sufficiently ambitious and skillful. Under King Varian's suppression, Patchwick's situation was not easy. He was even once surrounded by the Wolf Principality and was almost surrounded. Fortunately, in order to support Lin Jin, the orcs launched an attack on the Wolf Principality, which attracted Patchwick's attention. Because of the orcs' pressure, it was impossible for the Crow Principality to assemble its main force to attack Patchwick's undead army. Just like Patchwick's attack, the orcs can also 073 attack various places by surprise. If not dealt with properly, their territory will also be violently attacked and suffer heavy losses. You know, wars take a long time. If they suffer heavy losses, their war potential will be reduced, as will the number of legions they can recruit and maintain each week. If things go on like this, it will definitely lead to final defeat. The previous demise of the Crow Principality was due to Lin Jin's many actions, which completely consumed the Crow Principality's war potential, and then they won the victory. Even now, many places captured by the undead have not yet fully recovered. This is the sequelae left by the direct destruction of buildings in the last war. In the sky, the ghost dragon emperor roared past and broke into the canyon directly. When Lin Jin came in, all the undead in the entire canyon seemed to have awakened. More than 20 ghost dragons roared and flew high into the sky. A soul-stealing death scythe, a terrifying ghost knight, and a great corpse which all locked their eyes on the sky. At this time, a Patchwick riding a huge undead war horse also came into the air. The head part of the giant sword he held in his hand had disappeared, leaving only a ball of flame condensed into a skull shape. However, Patchwick, who had always been arrogant, was obviously very serious at this time. The destroyer of nations, the great lord of the undead, the dragon slayer master, the ghost dragon emperor, and the high-ranking undead, all of them came together to add endless pressure to Lin Jin. In front of this legendary undead, Lin Jin is a being who is truly superior to all undead. Facing Lin Jin, he couldn't bear the slightest thought of being an enemy. It's like looking up to God. To many undead, Lin Jin is a god. Patchwick, serve me and offer your soul. I can help you defeat the Crow Principality and give you great power. Lin Jin looked at Patchwick in front of him and said calmly. When the undead disaster spread, Patchwick also chose to surrender to Alsace and became a warrior under Alsace. In the eyes of all players, Patchwick's prestige is also very high, and his strength is also very powerful. In the eyes of Patchwick, Lin Jin in the previous life may have been just an ant worth mentioning. But in this life, it is Lin Jin who stands in front of this ghost dragon. On the Emperor's back, intimidating Patchwick, Great Lord of the Undead, as long as you are willing to attack the Wolf Principality, I am willing to be loyal to you. Patchwick's head, which was made up of soul fire, also lowered his head and said respectfully to Lin Jin, the Great Lord of the Undead and the Destroyer of the country. These 2 points alone are enough for Patchwick. Bow down and surrender. For the undead, surrendering to an undead lord is not a shame, but an honor. Patchwick naturally understands Lin Jin's strength and reputation. Not to mention Lin Jin's previous achievements. Even in after his resurrection, Lin Jindu led an army to defeat the coalition forces of the dwarves, the Stag Principality, and the Silver City State, conquering the Stag Principality in one fell swoop, and then directed his troops towards the dwarves, destroying the dwarves. Just a few days ago, a large army pressed against the Silver City State, asking the Silver City State to compensate and form an alliance, severely slapping the Holy Church in the face. Lin Jin will also gain a high prestige value after every battle. All of this is an invisible effect. I will destroy the entire Holy Empire. Lin Jin nodded. The destruction of the Wolf Principality was only a part of the destruction of the Holy Empire. For him, this was not a requirement. Soon, Lin Jin and the legendary undead, the Headless Horseman Patchwick, signed a soul contract. This means that the 4 bosses who swept through the undead disaster have all become Lin Jin's subordinates. Meet the master. The contract was established. Patchwick put his right hand on his heart, lowered his head, and shouted loudly. Roar! In the sky, all the ghost dragons bowed their heads, and all the soul-stealing death scythes also bowed their heads. All the undead below also bowed their heads. All the undead in the sky and on the earth were worshipping their new master Lin. Jin also checked Patchwick's attributes and information at this time. Patchwick's level is also level 22, which is already considered the mainstream. Except that Lin Jin's level is a bit exaggerated. Patchwick the level is the top level in the true sense. Patchwick's level is very high, and his talent is somewhat similar to Uther's. His skills and passives greatly strengthen the undead knight, but he does not resurrect the undead, the ability of the knight. Instead, it is a terrifying knight training book, which can upgrade low-level skeleton soldiers into high-level terrifying knights according to their own strength. Of course, the advancement requires compensation of equivalent costs. This is also another obtain the ability of high-level troops. For Lin Jin, this effect is also very practical and what he needs now. These 400 transformed places are already an exaggeration. 400 terrifying knights are enough to defeat a team of angels. The 12th level Terror Knights are originally extremely powerful units, and as the high-level undead units second only to the crown units, they have a strong deterrent effect. Ordinary creatures in the 12th level Terror Knights in front of me, I can't even have the will to fight. Come on, Patchwick, come with me. After subduing Patchwick, Lin Jean asked him to follow her and leave here temporarily. The Holy Church is taking action, and so is he. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Holy Temple's How Angel Transformation Plan is a secret that only the top officials of the Empire can know, and it is considered the most confidential matter. Especially after the Golden Dragon clan of the Dragon Kingdom was exposed last time, they also knew that there were traitors in the Holy Empire. Regarding the transmission of news, it is even more strict. Therefore, Lin Jean did not know that the Holy Empire also received support from heaven. Of course, he had reason to believe that the Holy Church still had their trump card. When the Crow Principality was destroyed, the Angel Legion of Heaven had already fought, and Lin Jean had never looked down upon this most powerful force. When the Holy Empire was gathering its legions, he was also making multiple arrangements. The storm was about to come, and everything began to become dead silent. But everyone knows that this is the calm before the storm. Now a large number of legions are gathering, and countless players have joined in this ultimate battle. This is destined to be the most spectacular battle in history. As for the Principality of Lion and the Principality of Unicorn, the two principalities have already gathered legions from the other four principalities. These troops are not gathered at will, but are strictly deployed according to the strength of the troops. A large number of players' legions were also recruited by the temple and then distributed reasonably. Only a legion led by a strong general will be strong enough. In the past, the Holy Church would not take such an extreme and direct approach, but in front of this undead, they completely gave up their calculations against each other. Moreover, the main forces of the other four principalities are all stationed in the Unicorn Principality and the Griffin Principality, which is unimaginable in itself. After all, this means that there are powerful legions from other countries in their home. It can be seen that the Holy Church has indeed made sufficient preparations this time. As for Lin Jean, he also set up a large number of undead legions at all the borders of the Buck Principality. In addition to himself, he also provided Arthas and other high-quality undead heroes, all of whom complemented the legion. This has always been his advantage. The Holy Empire is too huge, and there are a lot of conflicts of power within it. It is impossible to be united and united no matter what. But Lin Jean can do it. All the troops belong to Lin Jean, and he can distribute all the strategic treasures and scrolls at will. The configuration of his legions ensures that his forces have the strongest combat effectiveness. On the battlefield and at the border, Lin Jean stood on the back of the Ghost Dragon Emperor, looking at the angels in the distant sky, his eyes finally becoming solemn. At a glance, a majestic angel stood in the sky. The angel flapped its wings slowly, and the two blades in its hands shone with light. The silver, white figure looked extremely holy. As long as the angel was there, the faces of all the temple soldiers were full of determination. With angels, they will have nothing to fear. After all, angels themselves can also use resurrection. Even if they die heroically, they may be resurrected by angels. In addition to these extremely conspicuous angels, there are radiant spirits, royal griffins, and sun crusaders all over the sky. These units are basically assigned to heroes with specialized talents to enhance their power. In the past, Lin Jean suppressed the Holy Temple by relying on his own powerful amplification and effects. On the other hand, it was because the enemy did not fully deploy the strongest combat power. The troops of the temple originally had a certain bonus to the attack of dark creatures, but now that they are all deployed, they are naturally more powerful. This will further shorten the gap between Ember Amplification and Templar. Lin Jean looked at these legions and saw that the Holy Temple was not like this. The massive legion makes all Templar heroes particularly taboo. The overwhelming number of undead souls all over the mountains and plains made them instinctively feel fear. Especially when they look from the air, they can discover the vastness of the enemy's legion, and among this vast legion, there are quite a few vampire legions. This vampire army is definitely the most terrifying enemy that the Holy Temple does not want to see. In addition, the ghost dragons and angels of death were also shocking them. Lin Jin's current strength has grown to such an extent without knowing it. Looking at the legions in front of them, they even feel a little dazed and can't believe it. Angel of Death. In the sky, Uriel looked at the angel of death in the distance, with anger in his eyes. The holy angel was transformed into such a dark creature, which is simply the greatest insult to heaven. As the archangel of heaven, he also hates this kind of dark creature extremely. No matter what the price is, he must capture Lin Jin today. If possible, he will also find out the divine realm of the angel of death. Before this race has fully grown up, destroy it. Dirty holy light. I have been waiting for you for a long time. At this moment, I saw the figure of the ghost dragon emperor roaring over there, and Lin Jin's figure also came to the front of the battlefield. Zero, please give me flowers. He looked at the massive legions in front of him, scanning the commanding phalanxes, the kings and nobles, and the great pope on one side of the battlefield, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised. He also saw his enemy from his previous life, the Principality of Falcon. In his previous life, he grew up in the Falcon Principality. In the end, he was pushed out by the nobles of the Falcon Principality and was sentenced to be burned at the stake by the Pope. It's just that the Falcon Principality is in the southern part of the empire, where its power is more entrenched and more stable. In order to develop its power, Lin Jin can only start from the northern part of the empire. The last time he took revenge on the Falcon Principality, he should have destroyed the sealed land. Now was his second encounter with the Falcon Principality, but he wasn't in a hurry. The Falcon Principality is a big deal, so this is naturally left to be dealt with last. 0. Dirty undead souls, you slaughtered my homeland and killed my people. This is a heinous and unforgivable crime. The holy light will definitely purify you. Just take your regrets and disappear from this world. The king of the Unicorn Principality shouted in a deep voice. Undead, you still dare to speak nonsense. Today is the time of your destruction. The king of the Griffin Principality also drew his sword. Dark Messenger, all your plans will definitely end here, shouted the king of Buck Principality. Haha, dirty undead, are you ready to face the wrath of the Holy Empire? The king of the Wolf Principality laughed and said, Today crush the dead souls and let the holy light shine on this sacred continent again. The king of the Bull Principality shouted in a deep voice. In this battle, the Holy Church will win. The king of the Falcon Principality also drew his long sword. Roar, roar, roar. Following the speeches of each king, the phalanx belonging to each principality also roared. All the soldiers raised their weapons and shields, roared angrily. The uniform roars gathered together, shaking the heaven and earth, and the terrifying sound waves swept across, echoing between heaven and earth. This formation can be called a unique one. The legions gathered here in the Holy Church has exceeded 2 million. Although many of them are players and low-level troops, there are also a lot of high-level troops. Moreover, their military formations are rigorous. There are a large number of heroes, and a large number of magic scrolls have been prepared. Again, together with this large number of angels, it is enough to suppress the undead. The Silver Ocean seems to have awakened at this moment. Righteousness. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading collection. This is the king of eternal night. Standing proudly in heaven and earth, what a figure this is. Relying on his own strength to stir up the storm and dominate the world. Can anyone really be so powerful? It's really hard to even envy me. Now, the 6 remaining principalities of the Holy Empire have all gathered together, and they have gathered such a powerful legion. Even the most prestigious guilds and characters among the players are now here. Single-handedly, he swept away the undead natural disaster and became the undead boss. Now he is challenging the entire Holy Empire and all players. It's really exciting, but it's a pity that we have different paths and don't work together. If you can become that kind of person, even if you lose, it will still be wonderful. On the ground, all the players looked at Lin Jin, but they were full of admiration. From the beginning to now, Lin Jin had never heard of any other players around him. He really relied on his own strength to 073. In one step by step, he broke through the difficulties and reached this point. To this day, the entire Holy Empire has mobilized all its troops because of him, and all the prominent figures in the Holy Empire have gathered together. This is no longer just an enemy of an empire. It is two empires are enemies. One is the Holy Empire. The other is the Player Empire. The main force gathered in this battle alone is the legions gathered by the Holy Empire and the vast majority of players. Lin Jin is against an empire. It's very scary, but now it seems that he is just fighting against an empire. This is one person fighting against the two strongest forces. Just the fact that he can get to this point is enough to amaze everyone. But the more so, the fighting spirit in their eyes became more and more surging. No matter what, they must end this myth today. Lin Jin has suppressed everyone. It can be said that he is extremely rampant, and now he is launching an attack on the entire Holy Empire and also attack the players. This is a bit too much, too inappropriate. They are all gathered together now, and the power of the entire Holy Empire is also gathered together. If they can be defeated in this way, then they will really be defeated. They have no sense of existence at all. It can be said that this battle is their only dignity. On the battlefield, fighting spirit is surging, rising into the sky. If Lin Jin's side is not undead, I am afraid everyone will be afraid of them. But no matter how the legion in front of them, no matter how surging his fighting spirit, Lin Jin's undead army remained unmoved. Let him force him to be strong, and I'll let the breeze blow on the mountain. As for Lin Jin, he was even less likely to be frightened by this. He looked down at all the legions below. His eyes swept across the 6 principalities. King, the voice resounds throughout the heaven and earth again. Do you know? From this moment on, the undead disaster really begins. The deep voice carried an inexplicable meaning. The joking and confidence in the tone made everyone frown. When the undead version arrived, the undead natural disaster had already begun. Therefore, they don't understand what Lin Jin's words mean. But they have to pay attention to Lin Jin's words. Attack. At this moment, Lin Jin finally gave the order. Before they could understand what he meant, a war broke out in the Bucks Principality. Endless skeleton soldiers all waved their weapons and headed towards rush ahead. Attack. When the kings of the Holy Principality saw the undead coming in front of them, they thought too much and directly ordered an attack. The silver, white wave went against the wave of darkness, and the two sides collided with each other. Just at the moment when the war broke out, there were countless the undead were injured and killed. At the same time, the magic in the sky kept flashing. The magic was intertwined and the arrows were crisscrossed, which was particularly spectacular. Countless undead in the sky also collided with the enemy. At this moment, the sky was really dark and everything in the world was covered with darkness, buried by endless fighting. It seems that in this world, only the word war is left. At the same time, a strong regiment was seen stationed on the northern border of the Unicorn Principality. The legion here cannot be called weak, but it has absolutely nothing to do with being strong. Especially when the war broke out and the legion came to the front line, the legion here was reduced proportionally. Just as the troops were stationed, black shadows quickly shrouded the place in the distant sky. This is exactly the Ghost Dragon and the Ghost Dragon. On the horizon, a large number of undead legions are also rushing here. In a moment, these Ghost Dragons and Ghost Dragons came to the sky above this town. The backs of these Ghost Dragons and Ghost Dragons were all covered with figures, and they were all great corpse witches. On the back of the Ghost Dragon King headed by it, a figure also overlooked the town below. This is none other than one of the 4 bosses of the Undead Scourge, the legendary corpse witch King Casper. Lin Jin conquered the legendary corpse witch King very early, but he has never had the legendary corpse witch King Casper. It was precisely because of today. It was only when the war was about to break out here that he sent someone to notify Zhetianji. Wing, let him cooperate with Casper to attack the Unicorn Principality. He always informed the Divine Wings Guild last. Even though Sky Covering Wings gave Lin Jin a map, he didn't know how Lin Jin's strategy was. So this was also Lin Jin's hidden trump card. It was when the war broke out here that this trump card finally came in handy. Death Cloud. On the backs of Ghost Dragons and Ghost Dragons, a great corpse shaman began to chant spells one after another. The skeleton staff in his hand also exuded a dark green light. The next moment, Majestic death cloud magic bullets shot towards boom, boom, boom. At this moment, countless death cloud magic they all overturned, and all the legions gathered on the city wall opened their eyes wide and looked ahead with disbelief. Immediately afterwards, continuous explosions resounded throughout the world. This is undifferentiated full coverage. This coverage completely covers every part of the city wall. Everyone is turned into corpses in this series of explosions. Even a 12th level paladin cannot withstand a wave of attacks. The legendary corpse witch king's increase in power over the great corpse which is really too strong, and the weapons in his hands are the great corpse witch's racial high level treasures, which can be compared to national weapons. Even in terms of the increase in the size of the great corpse witch, this exceeds that of ordinary national weapons. Coupled with the undead version, this really increases the destructive power of the great corpse witch to the extreme. This is the pure aesthetic of destruction of the undead. 5.7 rounds of bombing, without any casualties, directly destroyed 99% of the local defenders. The swarms of skeleton soldiers behind them quickly rushed to the city wall and occupied the town. Destroy. After capturing this military fortress, Casper immediately chose to destroy the town. The undead hardly stopped for a moment and continued to march forward. This attack route is towards the high-end towns within the Unicorn Principality. Now that the war ahead has begun, Lin Jin's legion can completely hold back the main local forces, and his undead legion is definitely enough to cause huge casualties to the Holy Empire. In the direction of Casper, he himself mobilized a large number of troops to Casper, especially the Great Corpse Witch. He equipped Casper with 5,000 Great Corpse Witches. With Casper's power, he can maximize the offensive nature of the Great Corpse Witch. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Everyone, immediately call for help from above. The Headless Horseman Patchwick is here. The temple hero guarding the city immediately said in a deep voice. The Headless Knight Patchwick was resurrected when the Dark Tide came, which had caused a lot of trouble to the Crow Principality. The two sides were also old rivals. But soon, they found something wrong. Too many. Patchwick's undead army suffered many attacks from the Wolf Principality and suffered heavy losses. Its strength is not large, but the number of undead coming in front of it is too much. A massive number of the undead are like a wave. This far away it is the strength that Patchwick can possess. In the air, even the number of ghost dragons has increased a lot. Soon, a famous ghost dragon came to the sky above here, only to see a large number of ghost dragons swooping down and breathing dragon breath, and the terrifying power swept across the city wall. This is just an intermediate town with limited strength. There is no way to resist such a powerful attack. Ha 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 ha, Wolf Principality, feel the fear. I, Patchwick, am back. Patchwick laughed wildly, and the ferocious laughter resounded throughout the city. He launched an attack with the soul, grabbing Death's scythe. The undead war horse swooped directly from the air towards the city wall and trampled on the city wall. Patchwick waved the giant sword in his hand, sweeping in all directions. He rushed directly towards the only outstanding swordsman. However, he saw the front hooves of the undead war horse raised, and the giant sword in his hand slashed down with great force. The outstanding swordsman drew his sword to resist, but however, he trembled violently, and his body also moved backwards, only to see the undead war horse continue to gallop, and this outstanding swordsman kept paddling toward the back. The strength of the two sides was not at the same level at all. When Patchwick attacked the outstanding swordsman, these soul-grabbing death scythes were killing everyone. The huge scythes in their hands were swung, covering all the enemies. There were countless enemies attacked. All the enemies had no power to resist in front of the soul-snatching death scythe. Even if they kept rushing over, they would only be defeated in the end. Under the crushing force of this absolute strength, this town was quickly overwhelmed by Patchwick conquered, destroyed. After conquering the town, Patchwick did not choose to occupy it, but directly chose to destroy the town. The town was directly destroyed by him, and a large number of undead legions once again poured into the distance. On the way, he encountered some in low-level towns. He did not directly attack, but asked his heroes to attack. Undead legions also began to spread out and attack these wolf principalities with weak defenses. The main force of the wolf principality was still concentrated at the border of China. For them, the orcs there were the real powerful enemies. They did not expect that Patchwick was so powerful. This was naturally the reason for Lin Jin. He asked Patchwick to leave. That is, return and hand over part of the troops to him. Replenish his strength. Lin Jin has a large number of legions anyway. Apart from the legions here, even if they fight the Holy Empire head-on, they can last for a long time. Even, the outcome of the frontal battlefield is still uncertain. In this case, he can also directly spare these legions and launch an attack on the Holy Empire. Now is the time when the Holy Empire is at its weakest. If he can attack the Holy Empire at this time, he can also attack the Holy Empire at this time, can gain a great advantage. As long as the war breaks out here, then he will win in advance. In a dungeon in the Falcon Principality, a large number of undead, led by the epic hero Roland, poured out crazily and then began to attack the temple town. The Dark Elves' dungeons were spread all over the place, and these were Lin Jin's spies. Among them, they have deployed certain defensive forces near the dungeons that the church already knows about. Not to mention the strength of the defense there, this underground city was not discovered by the Holy Church. Now all the Dark Elves belong to Lin Jin, and the Queen is Lin Jin's maid. It couldn't be easier for him to use the Dark Elves to transfer troops. It is unimaginable for any force to hand over the ownership of towns in its own territory to others. This is only possible with the utmost trust. The Dark Elves directly use a town as a transit point for Forest Ember, which also means that they are undefended against the undead. Once the undead have other thoughts, their towns will also be in danger. But the Dark Elves did just that. A large number of legions poured out from here, and then began to attack various towns with all their strength. At this time, the army configuration here has been extremely weak. There are not many legions in the rear, and these towns are almost undefended. In Roland's fierce attack, towns and cities were quickly captured. Bull Principality. A large number of undead also emerged from the underground city, all attacking towards the Bull Principality. These undead all spread out and only attacked middle and lower-sized towns, hoping to defeat the enemy as quickly as possible. Like all the previously attacking undead, they directly destroyed the town after capturing it, and then drove away all the people. If there are any resistors, they will be killed on the spot. In this attack, the towns of the Bull Principality were quickly captured. In addition, those who lead the Legion are also epic heroes. Their strategy 073 level is not low, and their spiritualism is quite powerful. After defeating the enemy, they use spiritualism to continue resurrecting the dead. After the war ended, their momentum became even greater. The Principality of the Unicorn, the Principality of the Wolf, the Principality of the Bull, and the Principality of the Falcon. Almost as soon as the frontal battlefield broke out, the four principalities were already under attack, and the leaders were not ordinary undead heroes. Especially the Wolf Principality and the Unicorn Principality, they faced the greatest pressure. If the legendary corpse which King Caspar and the Headless Horseman Patchwick are allowed to attack, the two principalities will probably be destroyed. The war is fought over resources. Once the towns of these two principalities are greatly destroyed, the war potential of both countries will be greatly weakened, and they will have fewer and fewer troops in the next war. In this regard, the Embers will kill any number of legions they may recruit in the future. For this reason alone, they had to return the favor. Lin Jin's current crown troops are indeed not as many as those of the Holy Empire, and his strength is not as strong as theirs, but the number of his undead legions far exceeds that of the Holy Empire. Based on your own strengths and weaknesses, rationally formulate tactics that suit you. And Lin Jin's tactics still completely contain the Holy Empire. He once again had the initiative and advantage in the war in his hands. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. On the battlefield, you can see a large number of legions fighting. Both sides are coming and going. Every minute and every second, a large number of soldiers on both sides are killed. Everyone is marching forward without hesitation. The sounds of fighting and roaring resounded throughout the world. Even if a full-scale war broke out, Lin Jin's legion was still at an advantage. The Principality of the Unicorn, the Principality of the Bull, the Principality of the Falcon, and the Principality of the Wolf were all surrounded by battlefields, which cost him a total of 1.5 million undead. Among them, the Unicorn Principality and the Wolf Principality have the largest number of legions, while the Falcon Principality and the Bull Principality have smaller legions. After all, these two principalities bordered Lin Jin's territory and would be Lin Jin's next target. But despite spending 150 undead, Lin Jin still has 5 million undead here. After the battle between the dwarves, Lin Jin had an army of 5 million undead. He left 500,000 undead behind, and the remaining 4.5 million undead attacked the Silver City State. In addition, the Alsace he left behind in the Principality of Buck's an army of millions of undead. That's 6 million. After sending 1.5 million undead to the battlefields on all sides, he should only have 4.5 million undead left. But in fact, he also mobilized the undead from the island of Eternal Night and the Guajan Islands. The undead legions on those two islands are accumulating over time, and the number is also large, especially after the wild monsters are refreshed, which also provides Lin Jin with an endless supply of undead legions. Now these legions are finally put to use. More than 500 undead. This number is more than 2.5 times that of the temple. Among Commander Lin Jin, the 3 million undead also possess great power. When it comes to mid to high level undead, Lin Jin is far better than the Holy Temple. This is also due to Letitia and Uther. Their abilities are so strong that they directly provide Lin Jin with a large reserve of troops. On the battlefield, there was an endless stream of Lin Jin's undead. Under Lin Jin's command, even the lowest skeleton soldier could exert great power. Of course, the opponent dispatched 6 kings with 6 national weapons. In addition, they readjusted the distribution of the legion, which also increased the power of the legion to the extreme. In this case, they more than made up for it. Lin Jin's combat advantage is not that exaggerated. After all, the attributes of the low-level undead were far inferior to those of the Temple's legion. As long as they had a certain bonus, Lin Jin couldn't crush them. However, his title of Undead Natural Disaster still played an extremely important role at this time. The endless negative effects added up and caused a lot of trouble for the church. In this case, the two sides are almost evenly matched. As for the sky, the Yao Ling, the Royal Griffin, and the Sun Crusaders are all fighting against the Rotten Lamassu, the Ghost, and the Wraith. Archangels and how angels also joined the battlefield. The Angel of Death, on the other hand, did not participate in the battle. There are too many enemy angels, far more than the Angels of Death. Once the Angels of Death join the battlefield, they will be sniped by the Angel Legion. The Crown, ranked troops are the most present on the battlefield. Once a large number of champion troops are killed in battle, the tactics that the enemy can allocate will become more flexible, and they can even carry out beheading plans. When the situation was not yet clear, Lin Jin would rather pile up ashes and kill these first-ranked soldiers. This is also the safest way to play. If Lin Jin didn't attack, there would be nothing the temple could do. The sky where Lin Jin was heavily guarded, and it was already the hinterland of the undead. There were a large number of corpse witches on the ground around it, and the angel army did not dare to break through directly. Once they go deep into the hinterland of the undead, what awaits them is the siege and suppression of the undead. On the battlefield, angels were fighting hard. They were almost devastating. They wielded the giant cross sword and double swords in their hands, easily killing large numbers of undead. However, the elusive vampire earls and vampire dukes on the battlefield can still pose a threat to them. During this attack, many angels have received many scars on their bodies. Some of the holy judges and priestesses are constantly restoring the health of the angels, but they are also using magic themselves and consuming their own magic power. Moreover, angels are also living creatures. Their physical strength is very powerful, but not invincible. If the battle continues like this, the angel will enter a state of exhaustion sooner or later. What other trump cards does this dark messenger have? What other tricks are there? On the battlefield, the kings of the Holy Principality looked at the battlefield, but they did not feel at ease. Although their legions were now at an advantage, they always felt that Lin Jin had some backup plans. Lin Jin's words before the war still echoed in their ears. They should be the dark elves and orcs. As loyal allies of the Dark Messenger, they also have strong power. A noble finally said hesitantly. After thinking about it, it seems that this is all. We have gathered forces on the Dark Elves and Orcs to deter them. If they dare to attack, we can also annihilate them. The Dark Messenger is not a fool. He naturally knows this. So it shouldn't be them. The king shook his head. They have already been careful and have deployed powerful legions among the Dark Elves and Orcs. If the Dark Elves and Orcs launch an attack, it will not be a problem for them to delay it. Humph, this is just making a fool of yourself. There are more than 5 million undead here, which are already his main force. I don't believe he has any trump cards. Another noble said with disdain in his eyes. He looked at the war in front of him and relaxed in his heart. The brave Templar Legion, the brave and capable Angel Legion, they are all killing the enemy. As long as they fight like this, if they go down, then they will definitely win. What kind of dark messenger, what kind of master of the undead? In the face of such a powerful legion assembled in the temple, after all, they are still as fragile as paper. Hope so, the king nodded. But at this moment, he saw a How Angel team quickly flying to the camp of the Wolf Principality. King Varian, the Wolf Principality is attacked by the undead. The Headless Horseman Patchwick leads more than 400,000 undead and is violently attacking the Wolf Principality. Wherever he went, he destroyed all the towns along the way. Now several towns in the Wolf Principality have been conquered. How Tian lowered his head and reported. What? Hearing this, all the heroes of the Wolf Principality were stunned and asked in disbelief. On the same spot, King Varian's face also looked a little gloomy, and his eyes under the scar were glowing with a faint light. 400,000 undead souls. The troops gathered here by the Wolf Principality are not even 400,000. The 400,000 undead of Patchwick are simply fatal to the current Wolf Principality. I really underestimate you. King Varian raised his head and looked at the forest embers in the sky. He knew the strength of Patchwick's army very well. There were only 20 to 30,000 undead. How could he have so many undead legions? And looking at the entire world, there is only one person who can provide him with so many undead. This Patchwick is also considered a person, but he actually surrendered to the Dark Messenger like this? When did it happen? To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. The legendary mage Casper leads more than 400,000 undead to attack the Principality of Unicorn. Now it has threatened the main city of Dunmal. A loud shout followed and resounded throughout the battlefield. Originally, the movement from the Wolf Principality attracted the attention of all principalities, but King Varian was still very skillful. Even though he was worried, he remained calm. Alone King Godric of the Horned Beast Principality was different. When he heard the news from the country, he was completely horrified. Casper was already famous, and Godric had also heard about Casper. But after the latter disappeared, he disappeared in the Unicorn Principality. This was a long, long time ago. He did not expect that the latter would reappear in this way. There are more than 400,000 undead, and there are quite a few among them. The firepower of some of the great corpse witches is really too fierce. A wave of the great corpse witch's firepower is enough to cripple all the enemy's defenders, so Casper's confinement speed is extremely fast. His target is high-level towns along the high-end towns, marched all the way towards the main city of Dunmure. The number of undead legions was increasing, and they were unstoppable along the way. With the current strength of the main city of Dunmure, I am afraid that they really would not be Casper's opponent. This also made King Godric worried. The Principality of the Unicorn has also been attacked, and there are still 400,000 undead. Where did this dark messenger come from with so many troops? And how did 073 quietly place itself around the Principality of the Unicorn? King Varian looked into Lin Jin's eyes, becoming more and more solemn. When he was attacked, he was wondering if the other principalities would also be attacked. Sure enough, the Unicorn Principality was also attacked. The real natural disaster of the undead has begun. Is this what it means? After the angels from the Unicorn Principality appeared, the angels from the Bull Principality and the Falcon Principality also appeared one after another, and their countries were also attacked. They also all had an army of more than 300,000 undead. Not to mention the quality of these undead, the number alone is enough to make people desperate. Suddenly, the entire temple camp is boiling. In addition, some players' mentality has also collapsed. Ding. The town has been attacked by the legendary corpse witch King Casper and has been destroyed. Ding. Your resource point has been attacked by the legendary corpse witch King Casper and has been captured. Ding. Your town has been attacked by the headless horseman Patchwick. The attack has been destroyed. Ding. Your town has been attacked by the legendary corpse witch King Casper and has been destroyed. Ding. Your town has been attacked by the undead hero Roland and has been destroyed. Damn it. What the hell, my town was destroyed. A guild leader was still directing his men to fight, but a sudden system prompt made him confused. In addition, all players bound to that town received the message. What happened? Why is it shown that the town was captured? How come the town was captured? Huh? What happened? All the players are like monks with 2 feet, and they are confused. Compared with the temple, the players' town guards are weaker. They have brought all their main forces to the battlefield here, but they have signed an alliance contract with each other. Amidst disagreement, there is no need to worry about being attacked by other players. As for the forces of the temple, this will also protect them. Now, their town was suddenly attacked, which made them dumbfounded. A player bound to a town is there are many, and every mid to high level town must have a powerful guild. Players do not have so many resource points to occupy. They rely more on a large number of members to earn gold coins from other places to supply the entire town. It takes a large number of players to work to support such a powerful legion. Now that the town has been captured, the blow to them is simply fatal. Damn it. Our guild's town has also been captured. No way, what happened? Yes, my town has also been captured. What is going on with these undead heroes? How did they invade the Holy Empire? Stealing a home? You're kidding me. The players in each guild collapsed, and a large number of guild leaders and ACF players all began to curse. At this time, a considerable number of players on the battlefield began to shake. Their emotions were also contagious to each other. Even if those players whose towns have not been captured also appear worried. Towns are their heritage. If the towns are captured, then they will lose everything. This matter has a huge impact. You can see that the entire temple is huge. The square formation began to become chaotic. Come on, let's evacuate the battlefield. Finally, a guild leader also issued an order. A guild town around him was captured, which meant that his town was also facing huge risks. No matter what the situation was, it was absolutely impossible for the Holy Church to compensate them. A town. If they go back now, they may still have a chance. On the battlefield, some Templar legions can be seen quietly starting to leave the battlefield. With one, there will be a second one, and the entire Holy Empire is no longer monolithic. At the same time, the kings of the 6 principalities also gathered together. All 4 principalities were attacked, especially the Wolf Principality and the Unicorn Principality. They suffered more violent attacks. Even their main cities were facing great danger. I have to withdraw my troops. King Godric looked grave, and then added, at least half of the strength must be withdrawn. The legendary corpse witch King Casper has an army of 400,000 undead. Perhaps there are already 500,000 undead army now. This power is too powerful. He cannot tolerate being worried. They are not afraid of the number of undead in Lin Jin. In their opinion, as long as Lin Jin's troops are all reduced to the Bucks Principality, they can rely on the power of the Legion to gradually eat away at it. However, how can Lin Jin give them a chance? Obviously, there is not much movement in the Bucks Principality's undead army. The scale has not decreased, and the number is under their control. However, the undead army has truly appeared in their territory. Now that the war has broken out, the pressure on everyone will also double. Moreover, they must mobilize the Legion to leave. You must also mobilize a strong enough Legion, otherwise you will not be able to defeat the plague of the undead. I must also withdraw my troops. Part of the power of the Wolf Principality is used to contain the orcs. We are still facing the threat of the orcs. Now the legendary hero Headless Horseman Patchwick has pledged his allegiance to the Dark Messenger and led more than 400,000 undead to attack the evil Wolf Principality. The defenders of the Wolf Principality cannot stop it. King Varian also said in a deep voice. The situation of the Wolf Principality is no better than that of the Unicorn Principality. It can even be said to be much more severe than the Unicorn Principality. After all, they still have to face the threat of the orcs. With the words of King Varian, The whole place fell into a dead silence. Everyone's faces were covered with a layer of gloom, and their morale was greatly reduced. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. He died before he left. They finally united together, gathered their legions, and gathered all their strength to defeat the undead in one fell swoop. But not long after the war started, something like this happened. This makes their unity seem to have become a joke. If only 1 or 2 principalities are attacked, then the remaining principalities may not let them leave, but let them stay, continue to welcome the undead. But now that all 4 principalities are under attack, this is different. If most of their kings wanted to retreat, there was nothing they could do. The Bull Principality must also return half of its troops. Finally, after King Varian's words, the king of the Bull Principality also continued. Their Bull Principality was also attacked. Although the pressure was definitely less than that of the 2 countries, they could not sit idly by and ignore it. Moreover, the Unicorn Principality and the Wolf Principality have both withdrawn their troops, which makes this war more complicated and confusing. If they do not withdraw their troops together and retain their strength, once the war here fails, the strength of their principalities will also be lost. Suffered great losses. Who knows whether the Unicorn Principality and the Wolf Principality are preserving their strength under the guise of aid. The Falcon Principality also has to evacuate some of its legions. The king of the Falcon Principality sighed in his heart, but did not show it on his face. In fact, the strength of the Falcon Principality is still very strong. Although the undead army sent by Lin Jin to the Falcon Principality is large in number, it is not strong. Most of the towns they attacked along the way were relatively weak towns. This can be seen from the battle reports from the Falcon Principality. The Unicorn Principality and the Wolf Principality have captured a large number of towns in a short period of time, and the quality of the towns has also deteriorated. Very high, and the team led by the Falcon Principality are only epic heroes, and the attack speed is relatively slow. With the strength of the Falcon Principality, it is more than enough to temporarily resist these legions. But since the Horn, the Principality of Beast, Principality of Wolf, and Principality of Bull have all withdrawn their troops, so even if he persists, he will only sacrifice the power of Falcon Principality in vain. If everyone goes all out, then there is nothing to say. They will naturally you are willing to conquer the undead in one go. But since someone has withdrawn their troops, who knows whether you will take the opportunity to preserve your strength. Besides, with so many troops withdrawing, can their legions still defeat the undead? Everything is marked with an unknown question mark. Looking back at the battlefield, they seem to be able to feel that some places on the battlefield had begun to become chaotic. Now it seems that some people's towns have been captured. This is not just the players, but even the towns of some Templar nobles have also been captured. They panicked long ago after feeling that their souls were unbound. This means that once they die on the battlefield, it will be real death. Now that you have all withdrawn, will this war continue? King Anselm of the Greyhound Principality also directly discussed the matter. The 4 major principalities have withdrawn their troops, and the main forces of the Greyhound Principality and the Griffin Principality are all allowed to fight here. Once defeated, the other 4 principalities will the Grand Dukes all retain very strong power, and even have the power to deal with the undead. At that time, their own principality will be under great threat. Since everyone has chosen to withdraw, then please forgive me that the Griffin Principality will also evacuate. The king of the Griffin Principality glanced at everyone and said calmly, "What a slap in the face." Their Griffin Principality originally borders the Buck Principality and the Crow Principality in the east. Once their main force is defeated here, the undead and dark elves they can all drive straight in. Even if the strength of their Griffin Principality is strong, it is impossible to stop such a powerful army. In this case, it is better to pull them down. The alliance of the Holy Principality? Their alliance seems to be very strong, and they plan to unite together. But now that problems have arisen in the other 4 countries, the originally strong alliance also collapsed instantly. With the words of the king of the Griffin Principality, everyone around him fell into silence. A vigorous war, I didn't expect it to happen. It came to an end in this way, and they didn't know what to say. Once this war failed, would they have another chance? In the sky, Archangel Uriel also got the angel's information from fly back here immediately in the air. Are you planning to retreat? Uriel asked with an indifferent expression. When he came this time, he shouldered the order of the angel Lord Michael to eradicate the undead and capture Lin Jean alive. Now that all the countries have finally gathered together, they are also at an advantage on the battlefield. This Sher Santang actually wants to withdraw? Zero, please give me flowers. Our country is under attack and we must defend it. Otherwise, even if this war is a victory, it will be a failure for us. King Godric of the Unicorn Principality explained seriously. No, you can't retreat. The Holy Empire can still hold on, and this war must continue. Uriel looked down at the kings, but his words were very decisive. Everyone's faces instantly became ugly. They are high-ranking kings, and their relationship with the angels can only be regarded as the strongest allies. They have always been. It is impossible for the angels to force them to do anything. Unexpectedly, at this time, Uriel's attitude would be so tough. Zero. What if our principality falls? King Varian squinted his eyes slightly and glanced at Archangel Uriel. If your principality falls, take it back again. Uriel's eyes became sharp, and the giant cross sword in his hand was blazing with flames. He scanned the crowd and then said, I would like to introduce my identity now. I am Uriel, one of the archangels in heaven, under the angel Lord Michael. This time, the reason Lord Michael spent so much money to let me lead the elite angels to this world, and the reason why he gave you 1,000 angel souls, was all to capture the messenger of darkness alive. No matter what happens, you must continue to fight the undead now and help me defeat the dark messenger. Having said this, the long sword in Uriel's hand was pointed directly at Varian and others. On the battlefield, the auras of all the angels became colder, and the archangels in the air turned their cold eyes to the holy principality. Kings, Archangel Uriel, although he has been cooperating with the Holy Empire since his appearance, helping them defeat demons, coordinating their troops, and obeying their commands. He seems very low-key, but he is just to better execute Michael under normal circumstances. He will not compete with the Holy Empire for the initiative, let alone threaten the Holy Empire. But when the two conflict, he will not hesitate to raise his sword. He clearly knows that is the real purpose. Moreover, for a legendary hero among the crowned troops, this is not an ordinary heroism. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Uriel's aura bloomed all over his body, and the flames burned in his hands, like the dazzling sun in the sky. All the angels in the sky echoed each other, and even a famous how angel became more powerful. That fierce aura was naturally directed at the king and nobles in the temple. Priestess is a member of the Holy Empire, but what occupies Priestess's body is the soul of an ancient angel. Therefore, it has long been self-evident who this how angel truly belongs to. If the Holy Empire is willing to stand on the side of heaven, heaven will not interfere with any of their actions. Even angels will loyally obey the orders of the Holy Empire. But once there is a conflict between the two parties, they will know that angels always belong to heaven. The sudden change made all the kings and temple nobles 073 stunned. And feeling the hostile aura of an angel, their hearts trembled. The right-hand man who used to be extremely trustworthy is now acting as if he is a guest. This makes them not even react. Ha ha ha, heaven is really awesome. But what if I insist on leading the army to evacuate? In this deathly silent atmosphere, King Varian laughed boldly, with a hint of coldness on his angular face. King Varian, do you think your wolf principality will be able to withstand the attacks of the undead and orcs if you lose the support of heaven? Uriel said calmly. He also knew about many kings, among whom King Varian was a representative of the powerful faction. In the wolf principality, there is also the outstanding swordsman as a crowned soldier. The entire wolf principality has no respect for the saint. The church's beliefs also appear to be different. Whether it can be resisted, who knows? Varian glanced at Conrad and said loudly, Send the order. The legion of the wolf principality is ready to evacuate in an orderly manner. Yes, King. Conrad ignored the angel at all and responded in a deep voice. In the wolf principality, the king's order is the highest authority. Conrad himself is also a die-hard supporter of the king. As Uriel watched, he saw orders from the entire Bad Wolf Principality also began to be passed on, and a large number of heroes began to shrink their defense lines. This was already planned. Do you know what it means to do this? Uriel asked with cold eyes. This was already a slap in the face, and it clearly stated that he was severing relations with heaven. He didn't expect that Varian could be so tough. No need to remind you, Angel. Varian ignored it, holding the reins with his thick left hand, and the puma under his crotch also turned its direction. The cloak behind him was swaying, and his burly body was like a towering mountain. Uriel saw Varian leaving, holding his right hand tightly, crossed giant sword, but finally did not launch an attack. How could he attack? He saw how popular Varian was in the Wolf Principality. Once Varian was defeated, the other legions of the Wolf Principality would definitely resist. Varian the Zhuiju swordsman behind him is not controlled by the Angel at all. This is also a crown, ranked unit that can compete with heaven. Once they fight here, the undead will really laugh. By then, the entire battlefield will fall into chaos. Therefore, it is impossible for Uriel to attack. The only thing he can do is to use the authority of heaven to intimidate them. What about you? Do you want to evacuate too? If you are willing to help heaven and defeat the undead, then even if your territory is captured, heaven will help you regain your lost land. Not only that, heaven will help you defeat the dark elves and orcs. Uriel looked at the kings of the other principalities again. His tone was much softer now, and he no longer seemed so aggressive. However, from just now to now, these kings have not made any excuses, which is enough to prove their thoughts. They do not possibly leaving heaven. The Wolf Principality is a militaristic principality. In addition to angels, they also have outstanding swordsmen. Among the Holy Empire, the Wolf Principality has always been the most unique and mysterious. No one knows about the Wolf Principality. What is their strength and background? King Varian dares to leave, and they do not completely rely on the power of angels, but they can't. They are all standard Templar principalities, and they all have strong Templar beliefs in the country, and we must rely on the power of angels. We in the Falcon Principality are willing to stay and continue fighting. The king of the Falcon Principality was the first to express his position and said with a firm face. He had no intention of leaving just now, but he was forced to leave because the other principalities had to evacuate. But now, due to angels, the situation has changed. He knew that this war would probably continue, so he simply stood up and took the lead in expressing his stance. The Griffin Principality is willing to continue fighting. The king of the Griffin Principality also quickly continued. He is also a staunch supporter of the Holy Church and firmly stands on the side of heaven. Moreover, the Griffin Principality cannot do without the power of angels. Before these two kings expressed their stance, after that, the other kings also expressed their opinions one after another. And even the king of the Unicorn Principality had to grit his teeth and agree. The angel obviously only obeyed Uriel's orders. Even if he now leads his legion back to support the Unicorn Principality, they may not be able to defeat the legendary Corpse Witch King. They have no choice at all. On the battlefield, orders are passed on one after another. Retreat is prohibited. Retreat will be punished as treason. Continue to fight. Even to the last minute 5.7, you must keep fighting. With the passing of the order, the Templar Legion, which had seemed a little chaotic just now, quickly became stable again, and everyone continued to fight. They had no way to retreat. To capture the thief, capture the king first. You need to prioritize killing the Dark Messenger. At this moment, Uriel's eyes also turned to Lin Jin in the sky. Originally, he didn't have much feeling for Lin Jin, but it was after this incident that he felt the threat of Lin Jin. Obviously, he just stood there and did nothing. But because of him, the attack gathered by the entire Holy Empire was almost collapsed. If they couldn't find a way to defeat Lin Jin, they would have to face more unknowns. Fei Lu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. Forcefully break through Lin Jin's formation and carry out a beheading plan, which will greatly increase the angel's casualties. Under normal circumstances, if you attack slowly and steadily, the angel's casualties will be very low. Moreover, they also have resurrection skills and strong battery life, which is more suitable for continuous fighting. But now, amid the invisible threat from Lin Jin, Archangel Uriel has made a new decision. The battle must be ended as soon as possible, even if it means sacrificing more angels. Dear kings of the principality, we plan to take the dark messenger directly, and we must borrow your power. Yili turned his attention to the kings of each principality. On the battlefield, all the angels had evacuated and gathered here. In the sky here, a large number of angels were waving their wings, and the holy breath brought everyone around them together. Illuminate. The kings of the remaining 5 principalities also knew what angels meant, and they all nodded. It would be great if this war could end as soon as possible. 02. Greyhound sword, the griffin sword, unicorn sword, falcon sword, bull sword. The 5 kings all looked solemn and then raised their swords. In an instant, rays of light bloomed from the sword, covering the angels in front of them. They were all using the effects of their respective national weapons. Holy, the national weapons of the church have some buffing effects, and now these buffing effects are all superimposed on the angels. Each angel is exuding dazzling light at this time, and the white feathers on their bodies are flawless and sparkling. They feel until I become lighter. Countless powers all over my body continue to emerge. The song of the holy light. A king tore up a magic scroll, only to see a majestic hymn resounding across the sky and earth. Countless white light spots blooming, and an angel's body once again added a force. On the entire battlefield, the angel's sacred power soared into the sky and cut through the darkness. At this moment, the angel became the focus of the entire battlefield. All angels, kill me. Uriel waved the long sword in his hand, no longer hesitating, and rushed directly to Lin Jin on the other side of the battlefield. All the angels followed closely behind, rushing towards Lin Jin. Every angel was like an arrow leaving the string. The speed was astonishing. Lin Jin was standing in the sky above the center of the sea of the undead, surrounded by gloomy air and ghostly aura. He had also been looking at the situation in the temple. After the legion of the wolf principality withdrew, he thought that the war was over. Unexpectedly, things went beyond his expectation. The other principalities were still fighting desperately, and even the angels actually gathered together, preparing to attack him. Each of the angels exuded silvery white and plunged into the darkness, and rushed towards Lin Jin with overwhelming force. Their intention was self-evident. You want to kill me, but you have to wait after all. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. The sky of death. The cloak behind him swayed, and a darkness spread from the sky behind him to the front. In this darkness, the auras of the undead surged, and everyone becoming crazy. All around, I saw ghost dragons gathering one after another. Arthas and his ghost dragon army, Uther and his soul, stealing death scythe, also gathered here. They were obviously also realizing the angel's goal. Darkness spread ahead, but Uriel was fearless. He plunged into the realm of the death canopy. In an instant, his power was also restrained and his combat power was weakened. However, he possessed with a large number of buffs. This kind of weakening is not worth mentioning at all. The rest of the angels are also average. They are all shining with light, and they are not afraid of this kind of weakening. Just when they rushed in, all the great corpse witches on the ground were all he raised the staff in his hand, and the green energy lingered on the staff, all locked on the dazzling angel. In the darkness, the angel's figure became even more dazzling. Death cloud. The next moment, endless green energy bombs were locked on the angels in the sky from various places on the battlefield. Countless energy bombs bombarded from everywhere, overwhelmingly covering the angels and the surrounding space, leaving no trace at all. A little gap. It is not that easy to rush in front of Lin Jin. Boom, boom, boom. On the battlefield, continuous loud noises also sounded, all of which were like setting off firecrackers, or several tin firecrackers were lit together. At this moment, there were only endless explosions between heaven and earth. There was no way to dodge this kind of attack. Holy light bless you. Yuli shouted loudly, and a golden barrier appeared on his body, covering his whole body, and an energy barrier also appeared on the body of an angel behind him. The next moment, these death cloud magic bullets exploded. All the angels, the barriers on their bodies were swaying violently, and a large number of angels were attacked fiercely, and their health volume was reduced. But they still did not stop at all, and everyone continued to flap their wings and flew forward. At this moment, There were at least over 10,000 corpse witches. Launch an attack. They are still within the envelope of Lin Jin's death canopy, and the power they can release is even more powerful. If not for the fact that the Angel 03 in front of them already has a large number of buffs, the Angels would have suffered heavy losses just from this bombing. The Crown, ranked troops are not invincible. When the Angel rushed over, a large number of great corpse witches all started to attack. After the Angel rushed over a certain distance, Lin Jin reached out and grasped the hanging ball next to him. A group of black shadows. This is the withering of the abyss. Life fades, he groaned. Immediately afterwards, an invisible ripple instantly crossed the sky and swept over the angels rushing towards him. Under the effect of this life, withering effect, the upper limit of the health of each angel was directly deprived. 20% more. The effect of the artifact. This is the most heaven-defying effect. Artifact. Yuli felt that his upper limit of health had been reduced, and there was disbelief in his eyes. He was truly convinced that Lin Jin had the artifact. And judging from the current situation, the grade of this artifact is probably not low. He must be eliminated, and he must not be allowed to continue to grow. Uriel narrowed his eyes slightly and strengthened his thoughts. In just a short time, the undead has developed to this point. If he is allowed to develop without limit, heaven will be threatened. Roar! At this moment, a famous ghost dragon roared and rushed towards the angel first. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Frostmourne. While the ghost dragon roared, Alsace on the back of the frostbone dragon also raised the Frostmourne's sword in his hand. In an instant, an aura of frost curse spread, and all the ghost dragons they all glowed with a faint blue light, and their aura became a bit colder. This frost aura spread, and the same happened to all the angels. They only felt that their whole bodies had become stiff, and their wings were also covered with a layer of ice crystals. This caused their speed to suddenly slow down. Not only the Holy Temple has national weapons, in addition to Lin Jin's own divine weapons, Alsace's national weapons are also among the top national weapons. Roar! In an instant, a famous ghost dragon rushed over first. The ghost dragon was extremely huge, much bigger than this angel. They staggered one after another and gathered from all directions, blocking all roads in an instant. Next, in an instant, streaks of dragon breath covered all the angels in an instant. The ghost dragon's attacks were also ranged attacks. The dragon breath with withered power was contaminated with the energy of frost, and the cold air was overwhelming. Rush over! Archangel Uriel shouted coldly. His wings suddenly flapped and turned into a golden light, heading directly towards the dragon's breath. Behind him, more than 3,000 angels also turned into arrows, followed closely beside Archangel Uriel. Soon, the golden light collided with the dragon's breath in the sky. The cross sword in Uriel's hand was raised straight, and he seemed to be integrated with the cross sword. Bringing up the sacred wave, he completely enveloped himself. The dragon's breath was split by him, and like riding the wind and waves, he directly broke through the ghost dragon's breath. At this time, a series of screams also sounded, which was the scream of the angels. However, a large number of angels were attacked by the entire angel army. They first withstood the continuous attacks of the great corpse witch. His own blood volume and status are not high, and now he is being attacked so intensively by the ghost dragon. How can he withstand it? The faces of the angels are withered and become old, and their wings are also stained with frost. Finally, there is one the angels on the periphery were exhausted of their strength and blood, and they fell miserably from the sky. The angels' battle line was like a cone formation, showing a contraction formation. The angels on the periphery withstood the strongest attack and could not resist it at all, but the angels inside the angels were able to preserve enough power. Although this famous angel died in the battle, more and more angels were able to continue to charge. They soon started fighting with the ghost dragon, but they saw the cross sword in Uriel's hand. With the wave, crisscrossing thick sword lights roared out, slashing at the ghost dragon king in front of him. The latter also rushed up, opened its ferocious mouth, and bit towards Uriel. One after the dragon's breath was released, the famous ghost dragons also attacked one after another. Angels and ghost dragons fought. Although in this environment of the undead sky, the combat power of these angels was still very dazzling. Even the ghost dragons could not suppress the angels. Suddenly, the ghost dragon also began to suffer huge casualties. Behind the battlefield, more and more rotten lamassu began to rise into the sky, and the swarms of plague insects in the sky also covered the sky and covered the sun. On the ground, a man named the Great Corpse which was still attacking. They were all chanting magic, and once the angel showed its flaws, they began to attack. The plague mist also began to fill the entire sky. Under the effect of the plague mist, the angel's health began to decrease. Stop falling. Rush over. Don't get entangled with them. Uriel waved the big sword in his hand, but he stopped fighting the Ghost Dragon King and rushed towards Lin Jin. Behind him, an angel also released the dragon one after another and continued to charge with Uriel. The purpose of the angels is not to come here to tangle with the undead. Every second of stalemate here, the angels will face one more second of damage. Some angels stayed to block these ghost dragons, while Ambassador Ju, under the leadership of Uriel, they continued to rush towards Lin Jin. Along the way, there were also many ghosts, resentful souls and rotten lamassu who had launched attacks on the angel, but they were not the angel's enemies at all, and were all attacked one after another, killing them with overwhelming force. All the undead are like moths flying to the flame. Angels originally restrained the undead, and a large number of buffs have been added to these angels to increase their combat effectiveness to the extreme. Moreover, Archangel Uriel also it's not simple. His racial characteristic is that of an angel. When leading the angels, he can also increase the angel's combat effectiveness. This is already the ultimate enhancement. Owner, Erica shouted softly. Beside Lin Jin, Al and Hill flapped their wings and guarded Lin Jin. On the entire battlefield, all the death angels have gathered. More than 1,300 death angels. Now they all gathered around Lin Jin. Now as the angels got closer and closer, the fighting spirit in their hearts began to surge. Buried in darkness, Lin Jin still didn't give the order. He looked at the angel who was getting closer and closer. His pupils were slightly condensed. He raised his left hand straightly with the palm facing down and then condensed. The next moment, an incomparably vast breath came from him. A magnificent dark aura bloomed from his body and soared into the sky. At this moment, Lin Jin seemed to have transformed into a god. Brush. But he saw Lin Jin's cloak swaying crazily behind him, and his jet black wings also bloomed. Under normal circumstances, Lin Jin can retract his wings, and only when he enters combat, he will summon his wings. Now, as he uses this top strategic magic, his wings have finally spread out. What's going on? A breath of pressure enveloped his heart. Uriel felt this magnificent and terrifying breath and was shocked. In the midst of his shock, he saw an extremely huge dark energy ball above the Angel Legion. Emerged. This dark energy ball has a radius of 100 meters. The black lightning on the energy ball climbs and jumps. The aura of destruction rages like a spark hitting the earth, giving people a sense of powerlessness. Moreover, along with the emergence of this huge dark energy ball, a force of confinement and attraction enveloped the angel army. In the center of the dark energy ball, each angel seemed to be drawn into this dark energy ball. Dark Burial. This is Lin, the top strategic magic that Jin finally mastered after completing the second stage of the mythical mission, Rise of the Race, is also his trump card. It is also the first time for him to use this top strategic magic. Quickly spread out. Uriel roared crazily. His wings trembled violently, and he dodged directly. Around him, angels were also flapping their wings with all their strength, trying to get away, and their wings were stained. They were bloodshot, but they tried their best, but they still couldn't get away. This terrifying and vast power had completely blocked the surrounding space. Top-level strategic magic was a symbol of terror, and Lin Jin's own strategic level was originally as high as it is. The magic power released will only be stronger. Moreover, the Death Shadow Cloak is also a cloak with pure magic bonus. It not only increases the magic power, but also increases the magic coverage range. This combined with Lin Jin's magic is simply devastating. It was as if the heaven and earth were extinguished. Everyone on the battlefield was also attracted by the movement here. Every hero, and every player looked up and looked here. What on earth is that? Is this? Is this the end of the world coming? What is going on with this power? Everyone was stunned and looked shocked. Seeing the extremely destructive attack, they all felt a huge sense of powerlessness, as if the whole world was about to be swallowed up. Average. The dark energy ball, which was larger than a regular football field, finally slowly fell. Even if an angel in the energy center tried his best, he couldn't escape at all. They all gathered their strength and golden energy. Surging, he held up his long sword and blocked it in front of him. On the edge of the dark energy ball, an angel finally broke free. In the next moment, the terrifying dark energy ball also poured down. Boom! At this moment, the whole world seemed to be quiet, and a terrifying wave bloomed, completely covering the surrounding space. Countless black destructive thunder and lightning climbed and wandered, and the terrifying atmosphere swept away, and a large number of the angels were also shaken away by this force one after another, and they retreated crazily in all directions. Everyone opened their mouths wide, and a big egg could almost be stuffed in their mouths. Their eyes were condensed, and even their heartbeats stopped. Normally, they have never seen such terrifying magic. This kind of attack should not exist in this world. Fei Lu reminds you. Reading 3 Things collection. The energy ball exploded, as if the sky was shattering. Between heaven and earth, everything fell into a moment of deathly silence. The fluctuations of the explosion swept across the entire battlefield, and a terrifying storm swept across everyone's bodies crazily. Even if they were far away from the explosion, they could still feel the powerful impact. When everything cleared up, the angel over there reappeared. The attack just now killed at least more than 300 angels, and even the remaining angels were all injured. Taking the center of the dark energy ball as the area, the closer to the center, the more seriously injured the angel will be. Under normal circumstances, it would be impossible for Lin Jin to achieve this effect, but in order to carry out the beheading plan and break through the defense line, they all gathered together. The angels on the outside resisted, while the angels on the inside used healing spells to disintegrate Lin Jin's attack. Now, after this most terrifying power explodes, everything is different. The angels could withstand the death cloud of the great corpse witch and the dragon's breath of the hell ghost dragon, but they could not resist the most advanced magic cast by Lin Jin. This attack can be said to have hit the vital point. If the angels had known that Lin Jin had this kind of attack, they would have spread out, but they didn't know that they could only use their own bodies to resist this 073 attack. Resurrection. Yuri's eyes were filled with tears. He raised the giant cross sword in his right hand high, and a sacred light bloomed. Resurrection. The blade of mercy. The rest of the archangels and how angels also used magic. They wanted to resurrect the dead angels and heal each other's injuries. Under advantageous circumstances, the power that the Holy Temple can exert is more crushing. Their resurrection is simply a bug. Once you control the number of times an angel dies in battle, you can even achieve the level of no injuries. In the previous crusade against demons, Uriel personally commanded the archangel in the battle, and when she killed after demon lord Nemos, the following angels basically suffered no major casualties. Now he is repeating his same tricks. Die. But just when he was using the resurrection technique, a dark figure suddenly appeared behind him, and the 2 blades in his hands had already been slashed. After all, Uriel had experienced hundreds of battles. Even if this attack came so quickly, he's still reacting. He quickly terminated the resurrection spell and stepped back, with the crossed sword in his hand blocking him. However, the opponent's attack came faster, leaving a scar on his body. This smooth attack was only completed in an instant. So strong. This idea emerged instinctively in his mind. Whether it was the grasp of the attack or her current offensive skills, they were all perfect, without any flaws or redundancies. The attacks were deadly and extremely fast. When he turned his eyes, at that moment, a cold and beautiful face also appeared in front of his eyes. It was Erica. As an SSS envoy and a high-ranking angel of death, Erica's combat power was even stronger than Uriel's. After her blow, a violent storm of attacks enveloped Uriel, and endless sword rays could be seen crisscrossing in the air, while Uriel kept resisting. The movements of both sides were so fast that they created afterimages that were difficult to see with the naked eye. When Erica launched the attack, the rest of the Death Angels over there also launched attacks. However, behind the angels who were casting resurrection and healing spells, the figures of the Death Angels all appeared and then launched an attack. In this wave of assassinations, dozens more angels were directly killed, and the rest of the Death Angels also suppressed the angels and attacked. Especially the two Death Angels, Al and Hill. They are both legendary Death Angels. The quality is equivalent to Uriel, and there is not much difference in combat power. The angels locked by the two of them are all dead. When Lin Jin used Dark Burial, he asked these Death Angels to prepare, and at the end of Dark Burial, when the Angel Legion showed its flaws, it was also the time for them to take action. On the battlefield, one Death Angel instantly fought with the angels, and the battle between angels was really breathtaking. But at that time, the Death Angel had a great advantage. Although the angels had many bonuses, their health was directly weakened by 20%, and during the attack, they suffered extremely violent attacks. Now, the blood volume on the angel's body is not healthy. Zuyula, an archangel, was fighting with the angel of death. The two sides were fighting in a stalemate, and no one could do anything to the other. But at this moment, the sound of an undead warhorse sounded. Before the archangel could react, he saw the scythe had already been slashed down. The scythe slashed directly on the archangel's body, causing a bone, deep scar, and the latter's blood volume instantly dropped to less than 30%. The soul, grabbing death scythes also appeared one after another. Under the leadership of Uther, the attack was launched. It is worth mentioning that the number of Uther's soul grabbing death scythes has reached hundreds. In addition to the recruitment of buildings built on the Guajan Islands, Lin Jin's god-level spiritualism was resurrected. In addition, most of them were advanced by the terrifying knights. When Uther and Letitia led the knights and vampires to attack, they were able to advance the legion after gaining enough combat experience points. During the attack, when the dwarves and the temple were together, Lin Jin also accumulated a large number of Terror Knights. Among these Terror Knights, some of the Terror Knights were also bred. Then, by upgrading the buildings and making up the difference, they could advance to level 14 Soul Reaver Death Scythe. Ghost Dragon Emperor, go! Lin Jin flapped his wings slightly, rising into the sky. The Ghost Dragon Emperor at his feet no longer stopped and rushed forward with a roar. Dragon's Wrath. Roar. With a roaring roar, violent dark energy emerged from all the ghost dragons, and their combat power surged. The pressure of the Ghost Dragon Emperor affected all the angels, and their power was weakened somewhat. Mythical. Crown Creature. Even a ghost dragon is enough to make up for all the shortcomings. With a majestic breath of dragon, dozens of angels were attacked, subjected to aging effects, and their upper limit of health was halved. The Ghost Dragon King moved towards the angel flew away quickly. The latter also felt the Ghost Dragon Emperor's attack, but his faith was as firm as the angels. At this time, he could not move. Click. With a bite, the archangel was bitten into 2 pieces. The rest, the Ghost Dragon King has also become extremely violent, constantly rushing around in the sky, hunting angels. Although there are many angels, the casualties at this time are so fast, it is incredible. No matter how strong the angels are, after fighting until now, their strength has also been weakened a lot, and the continuous attacks have already caused their status to decline seriously. Lin Jin's perfect attacks gathered together, and this perfect wave of attacks seemed to want to defeat the angel army in one wave. Generally, to read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. From the wave of darkness buried, Lin Jin directly launched the final offensive. The offensive was like a tide, instantly expanding the advantage on the battlefield. It can be seen that the holy angels in the sky keep falling from the sky. This also means the angel's death in battle. But there were a lot of angels after all. After making certain sacrifices, the angels quickly adjusted their rhythm, reorganized their fronts, and launched an orderly attack on the angel of death. Tear. Over there, Al waved his 2 knives, and the scars on the archangel in front of him were getting more and more. With the last knife, the sickle moon scimitar slashed diagonally from the archangel's neck. Blood spurted out, and this man the archangel fell down with dripping blood. At this time, the other two archangels flew towards her, slashing down with the crossed swords in their hands at the same time. She crossed her swords in front of her. She was able to escape this fatal blow. Then she fought with two archangels. With her own strength, it was more than enough to deal with the two archangels. Amidst the constant slashing with the double swords, the two archangels were attacked. On the contrary, scars were added to the body of the archangel. Instantaneous. Another sword attack, but Elle disappeared from the same place. When she reappeared, the sickle scimitar in her hand had already pierced inside the bodies of the two archangels. The sickle, moon's scimitar, flashed with light, and a dark energy came out of the body. The archangel froze, and his face condensed. As she pulled out the two swords fiercely, the two angels also emerged from the body. He fell from the air. On the other side, the giant cross sword in Hill's hand kept slashing, opening and closing the giant sword widely. The Haodong angel in front of him couldn't resist it at all. Come! Another sword struck down with the force of Mount Tai. The Hao angel's sword still maintained a defensive posture, but there was a vertical scar on his face. There was another archangel flying behind him. He came over and slashed at her with the giant sword in his hand, but her figure disappeared in an instant. The archangel was stunned for a moment, and the crossed sword in Hill's hand had already pierced the archangel's abdomen. After completing the second step of the mythical mission, after the stage, Lin Jin's owl was promoted from the epic level to the legendary level, and at the same time, a legendary level hero was added. This is a legendary level hero among the upper angels. In terms of quality, these two death angels, the quality level is higher than that of Uther and Letitia. Although they usually don't show it much, the powerful power they possess is enough to stop them. Now, they really show their power. Their performance on the battlefield was extremely impressive. In addition, the Ghost Dragon Emperor and Ghost Dragon King on the battlefield also completely suppressed the angels. There were many angels, but they seemed worthless in front of the Ghost Dragon Emperor. Mention, in the Dragon's Breath, every angel is also under attack. Especially when the Ghost Dragon Emperor roars, more than a dozen of them are often attacked, resulting in heavy losses. Lin Jin's crown, level army, already reaching half of the Templar Legion, his disadvantage is not that big. Especially in these few waves of attacks, there have been hundreds of casualties, which also reduces the pressure on the Legion. Among his Legion, especially with high-quality champion soldiers, in addition to the mythical level of Erica, there is also the mythical level of the Ghost Dragon King. In addition to the two legendary angels of death, Elciel, and 8 Ghost Dragon Kings, they all able to stand alone. In addition, there are quite a few high-quality death angels among them, and their power is also extremely powerful. As long as they kill enemies quickly and constantly reverse the rhythm of the battlefield, the advantage on the entire battlefield will slowly deflected towards Lin Jin. Moreover, this is Lin Jin's home field. On the ground, there is still a big corpse which locked. An archangel just found a gap and wanted to cast a resurrection spell, but several death cloud magic bullets fell from the attacking her from all directions. Along with the strong shock wave, the resurrection technique was interrupted again. Although the death angels also had casualties, their casualties were much better than those of the angels. An angel and the angel of death fell from the sky, tragic and shocking. These represented the most powerful creatures. The Templar heroes and even the players who looked at the battlefield were dumbfounded. After Lin Jin's dark burial strategic magic, the undead directly launched the most ferocious attack, but under their gaze, they could only see the falling figure of an angel. Zero requesting flowers. They were all stunned by this lightning, fast attack. However, they now have no time to pay attention to the angels' fighting situation. Originally, with the angels around, they were able to suppress the undead, but now that the angels have left, the pressure they are under has suddenly increased. On the other side of the battlefield, the Terror Knights and the Vampire Legion quickly assembled from behind the battlefield towards the front. Speed up. Since all the angels have chosen the beheading plan, Lin Jin needs to speed up now. Large-scale vampire legions and terrifying knights rushed forward, and a large number of vampires rushed directly into the enemy legion. Zero. In an instant, there was a bloody storm. The Vampire Legion, this can be described as the Tianka Temple Legion. The elusive figure and continuous blood-sucking ability are simply a nightmare for the temple. If there is no way to kill the vampire instantly, the latter can even be achieved. As for the terrifying knights with extremely violent attacks, they really brought terror to the temple. On the battlefield, as the war accelerated, the Templar Legion was retreating steadily and suffered heavy losses. Everywhere on the battlefield, everyone was locked in a bitter battle, with a large number of casualties occurring every minute and every second. Among them, players suffered the largest number of casualties and suffered the most casualties. After the angels left, the Wolf Principality, the most brave and proficient in fighting, also withdrew from the battlefield. They were facing a double blow. Without the outstanding swordsmen, they also lacked their backbone. As for the middle and high-level troops, they were completely inferior to Lin Jin's legion. You must know that Lin Jing's vampires and terrifying knights were all transformed from Letitia and Uther, and the Holy Temple does not have such terrifying power at all. Although the temple heroes can also train knights through training, but that ratio is completely incomparable to that of the undead. Lin Jin's Vampire Legion and Terror Knights alone might be able to completely wipe out the Templar Legion in front of them. The kings of various countries no longer wanted to look at the battlefield over there. They used advanced strategic magic to shift their focus to the battlefield here. Feilu reminds you, 3 things about reading collection. The sky and the earth are in a ball. The battle was extremely fierce. Here, the battle between Uriel and Erica also entered a fierce stage. The two sides fought from one side of the sky to the other side of the sky, and then fought from the other side of the sky and back again. In this constant battle, Uriel also received a lot of scars on his body. However, the holy light lingered around him, and his blood volume, which had been declining, was recovering again. He didn't reveal any fatal flaw. With his strength and holy light magic, he wouldn't be killed so easily. In addition to the angels who were killed at the beginning on the battlefield, the casualties of the angels in the back were also reduced a lot. At the very beginning, the angel of death teleported into the battlefield and instantly killed those angels whose health was already extremely low. Now the battle has eased, and with the angel's recovery ability, they will not be easily killed. More angels also surrounded Al and Hill, thinking that 073 was going to kill the latter. Dozens of angels surrounded them, and even Al and Hill were under increased pressure. At the same time, the ghost dragon and angel over there were also fighting together. The two sides were back and forth. With the ghost dragon's majestic health and Lin Jin's increase, it was difficult to determine the outcome of the battle for a while. The battlefield is a stalemate, but in a real sense, it is a stalemate. Archangel Uriel, according to his rank, he should also be a high-ranking figure in heaven. Lin Jin looked at the battle over there and couldn't help but think in his mind. Being able to fight Erica vigorously, there is no doubt about Uriel's strength. Of course, this is also because Erica is a new race. As for Uriel, it means that he has experienced hundreds of battles. In addition, heaven is different from the angel of death. The angel of death has only entered the second stage. In a certain situation, the angel of death has not yet reached the complete form, while the angel has already reached the complete form. Looking at that, Lin Jin's eyes were somewhat solemn as he was a death angel who died in battle. It can be seen that even these angels have obvious levels of fighting power. With Uriel and the 500 archangels, their aura is far beyond that of ordinary angels. The combat power is also extremely powerful, the product of how angel and the Holy Empire, but in heaven, the archangels should be the main force. If Lin Jin wants to fight heaven, he must have stronger strength. He swept towards the battlefield on the ground again, but saw that the Terror Knights had charged several times to break through the defense of the temple. These Terror Knights were all commanded by Uther. In the battle in the sky, Uther did not expend much energy. After all, this was in the battle between the crown troops. Just let the troops fight. His real focus is on the Terror Knights. Under his command, these terrors are also scattered, like arrows, shooting towards the heart of the enemy. A series of fierce attacks, hitting the enemy's defense. Lin Jin no longer commands the legion to fight, but his subordinates are still commanding the legion to fight. And Uther, he is a legendary hero, and even more, he is the former leader of the Silver Hand and has rich combat experience. He is the deserved #1 paladin. Under his command, the Terror Knights attacked fiercely, but they constantly launched attacks and blitzes to break through to the battlefield behind, crushing the phalanxes of the Holy Judge and the official formations of the goddess one by one, and smashing the shield wall. It was like entering an uninhabited land. The leader of the Silver Hand, Uther, his attacks are too fierce, and the number of the Terror Knights under his command exceeds 30,000, which is far more than the Legion of the Templar. His style of play is very conservative and comprehensive, and there is nothing we can do about it. Uther's command and attack gave these Templar heroes a headache. The strategic capabilities of the two sides may not be much different, but the strength of the two sides is very different. Moreover, Uther can command all the terrifying knights. However, the Holy Knights of the Holy Empire belong to various principalities and cannot be completely brought together. At this time, facing the invasion of the Terror Knights, the Holy Church has nothing to do. Moreover, Uther's command has also caused many Holy Knights to be brought together. The morale of the hero was greatly reduced. Uther was the idol of many people at the beginning, but he joined the undead side, which also caused their faith to collapse. Although the church also gave many other explanations, attributing everything to the evil of the undead, but some rumors have begun to circulate. It is said that Uther was betrayed by the church and died. The source of the news is unknown, but the church's weak explanation and the things that were deliberately obscured still make people feel uncomfortable. Everyone realized that something was unusual. Many people began to realize that there might be a hidden story behind the Uther incident, and once this hidden story was revealed to the world, it would most likely become a shame for the church. 0. Charge, run, flank and pierce. Uther was still calmly directing the legion's battle. Just on the battlefield, he saw that the Terror Knights had found a flaw, broke through the shield wall, and rushed towards the crossbowmen behind them. Step, step, step. The undead war horses galloped. Each terrifying knight raised his sword and fell, and all the soldiers of the temple flew backwards. This was an instant kill. After breaking through the phalanx of these crossbowmen, the terrifying knights rushed straight towards the Holy Judge behind them. As for the terrifying knights, a large number of vampire legions also poured in. This was the cooperation between Letitia and Uther. Once the terrifying knights broke through the defense, the vampire legions, if you take the opportunity to rush in, the entire advantage will quickly expand. King, another of our main formations has been captured. Without angel guards, we can't stop the undead's attack at all. If this continues, our heroes will die in battle, and we will be greatly defeated. King, the undead have passed through the battlefield, intending to divide and surround the battlefield. King, the third main formation can no longer hold on and is asking for help. King, behind our right front, the Terror Knights appear. A Templar Knight came to the king. In addition to the main formation here, the entire battlefield covers a front line that is thousands of meters long. Now some of the main formations on the flank battlefield have been broken by 5.7, and the undead have also broken through, rushed in crazily, and even regrouped into a blockade, intending to surround the church. The undead have many troops, but as long as the battle line is stable, the undead will not be able to exert their strength advantage. Once there is a flaw in the battle line, the pressure they will face will only getting bigger and bigger. If they are really surrounded and attacked from both sides, then basically the war will be lost. Once defeated, it will be a disastrous defeat. Uriel led the angels and planned to carry out beheading tactics, which in itself is equivalent to sacrifice. These legions on the ground were desperate. Now they were attacked by the Great Corpse Witch, attacked by the Ghost Dragon, and hit by Lin Jin's Dark Burial move. They suffered heavy losses, and then were attacked by the Angel of Death. It can be said that their plan has failed. The failure of their plan also put greater pressure on the legions on the ground. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Looking from the sky to the ground, the undead army, which symbolizes darkness, has been eating away at the temple army, which represents light. Black overwhelmed the white, quickly encroaching, even surrounding the Templar Legion behind them. How to fight this? The enemy has too many terrifying knights and vampires that we can't stop at all, and Uther's command is impeccable. Now many legions have penetrated the battlefield and may attack behind them at any time. If we are attacked from both sides, our main army will be defeated bit by bit, and the rest will just sit and wait for death. The king of the Unicorn Principality, Godric, became even more anxious. He looked at the angels in the sky, and a trace of anger and disgust began to emerge in his heart. Now the Unicorn Principality is still facing the corpse which King Caspar the Attack was in dire straits. But the angel insisted on not letting them retreat and insisted on continuing to fight. Moreover, Uriel adopted a beheading tactic, but even with so many buffs, the angel was still at a disadvantage. Uriel, even none of them are Erica's opponents, and are completely suppressed by the latter. 0-2 If the battle continues like this, the battle on the angel's side has not yet been decided, and the battle on the ground will be decided. If I had known this, I would still have won. To carry out the beheading plan, it is better to fight honestly on the battlefield. In that case, they can still have an advantage. In the sky, Uriel is fighting with Erica. His eyes are very solemn, and his face is extremely ugly. During the battle during this period, his peripheral vision also swept across the entire battlefield, only to find that all the angels were fighting against the Undead's crowned troops, but the angels had no advantage. On the contrary, under Lin Jin, the Ghost Dragon King, Al, and she under the attack of powerful crowned creatures like you, they were constantly killed in battle. He glanced at the battlefield again. On the battlefield, the undead army was overwhelming, singing triumphant songs, and the goals that represented the temple were also being quickly eroded. This made his heart skip a beat. He sank. He glanced at Lin Jin over there. There were only 2 teams of Death Angel guards beside Lin Jin, but his eyes were deep, as if everything was under control. Although Lin Jin did not take action, Lin Jin still felt threatened by Lin Jin. Being able to use strategic magic on that scale, Lin Jin was definitely not an ordinary person. This made his beheading plan look like a mirror. Are you still distracted by fighting with me? Erica looked at Uriel looking at Lin Jin out of the corner of her eye, and a trace of anger emerged in her heart. Her aura was surging, and she moved a little faster, but she saw her slashing at Uriel frantically with several swords. An incomparably majestic sword light enveloped Uriel's left and right. The latter was unable to stop him, and his body was hit and flew backwards. Erica appeared directly behind him like a shadow, and the moon's scimitar struck down again. He quickly raised his giant cross sword to block, but the sickle scimitar in Erica's left hand slashed him hard again. The scimitar carried corrosive power, which began to weaken Uriel's battle, and so far in the battle, Uriel's some negative statuses have also been added to the column. After the upgrade of the undead natural disaster, Lin Jin's power has increased again. Even angels can impose negative statuses on the latter as long as they attack enough times. A little adds up to a lot, and here it is not. During the lull in the battle, Uriel had already felt that his condition was beginning to decline. What he had to admit at this time was that he was no match for Erica. This meant that he could not break through Erica's defense at all, let alone talking about a beheading plan. The angel of death, the undead, if you want to defeat them, you must have stronger power. Uriel thought deeply in his heart. He has experienced hundreds of battles and always remains calm. Since the plan has failed now, he naturally cannot continue the stalemate. All angels, retreat. Uriel shouted loudly. After Erica's attack, he retreated and shouted loudly at all the angels. Great resurrection, great prophecy. But he saw 2 magic scrolls torn apart in his hand, and in an instant, light bloomed. I saw the sacred light shrouding the angel corpses on the battlefield. In the shroud of these lights, angels came back to life one after another. At the same time, when the prophecy was cast, the surrounding space was all imprisoned. Even Erica was frozen in place, unable to move. The rest of the death angels were also ordinary, unable to move. At the same time, all the angels immediately retreated and crossed darkness quickly retreated towards the battlefield. In less than 2 seconds, Erica regained her freedom, and then the rest of the Death Angel, Ghost Dragon, and Soul, snatching Death Scythe, also regained their freedom. However, the angel already separated. The Great Resurrection and the Great Prophecy are the most advanced magics in the temple, and they are also magic that ordinary people cannot learn. Especially the Great Prophecy, which is the most advanced magic in the temple and has the ability to imprison the enemy. For masters, 1 second is enough to determine the outcome, and 3 or 2 seconds can change the outcome of a local battlefield. Uriel does not know the Great Prophecy 073. His Great Prophecy scroll also Michael gave it to him. His purpose this time was to capture Lin Jin alive, so Michael gave him this scroll. Unfortunately, he couldn't touch Lin Jin at all, and the situation on the battlefield did not allow him to hesitate. He can only choose to retreat. Heaven is powerful, but it is impossible to rely on angels to fight. Even if he uses the Great Prophecy, it is impossible to really destroy the Death Angel. With the Death Angel's defense and health, even if I fight you while standing, it will take time to kill. As for the Ghost Dragon, it will take even longer time. The more the Great Prophecy is aimed at the Master, the shorter the period of confinement will be. He can only confine it. Erica had less than 2 seconds, and there was no way to kill Erica instantly. Before he rushed towards Lin Jin, Erica had already used teleportation to block him. It was out of various considerations that he chose to retreat. There is no point in killing more Death Angels. If the legions of the Holy Empire are really defeated on the battlefield, then their losses will be huge, and even the undead will be able to drive straight in. By then, the strength of the undead will surely increase by leaps and bounds. On the contrary, as long as the main force is preserved, when the time comes, he will ask for support from heaven and contact other races. And he will still be able to fight. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Each angel quickly evacuated the battlefield and disappeared on the battlefield here in the blink of an eye. Only a small number of angels outside the position of Great Prophecy are still fighting against the undead crowned troops, and there is no way to escape from the battle easily. As for all the Death Angels, Ghost Dragons, and Soul, snatching Death Scythes, after they resumed their operations, they did not attack immediately, but waited for Lin Jin's order. There were already a lot of angels. If they wanted to escape, Lin Jin would have no way to stop them. Their most important purpose was to protect Lin Jin, not to pursue the angel. Moreover, once it enters the sky above the Templar Legion, the Death Angel will face greater danger. You know, there are a large number of priestesses, holy judges, and Templar heroes on the ground. As long as they continue to use healing techniques, the angel is completely invincible. It is much more difficult for the undead to carry out a beheading plan than in the temple. No need to chase, resurrect the crown troops. Lin Jin shook his head and stopped the legion's pursuit. The angels retreated too simply and used the great resurrection technique again. Now there are more than 2,400 angels, still far more than the angels of death. That's the point of angels amazing. After all, some angels successfully cast resurrection spells and resurrected the angels who died in the battle, and the wave of great resurrection spells also resurrected more than 50 angels. If Lin Jin had not gained the advantage now and interrupted them, they would definitely most of them were resurrected, so more angels were resurrected. With so many angels, Lin Jin had no way to keep them, let alone surround them. In this case, he could only let the angels leave. Of course, being able to leave so many angels in this wave can be considered a big profit. There are still many angel corpses on the ground that can be resurrected, but the angels have no chance to cast resurrection spells. This can be considered a big profit for Lin Jin. Yes, all the named soldiers withdrew again, and at the same time, all the Death Angels were also performing resurrection spells. As dark rays of light emerged, the scars on the Death Angels who died in battle disappeared on the ground, and they were resurrected. Come over, and then fly to the sky again. None of the Death Angels have time to cast resurrection spells, so most of the Death Angels on the ground have not been resurrected. Therefore, in this wave of resurrections, almost the vast majority of Death Angels have resurrected. As far as this wave of attacks is concerned, Angels' losses have been extremely huge. Reorganize the formation and prepare to withdraw. Uriel returned to the temple and spoke directly to the kings in the temple. Now the temple's formation on the battlefield has completely collapsed, and even the angels cannot save it. In this case, the best thing is to retreat. Around them, all the angels entered the battlefield, began to fight against the undead army, and cast resurrection spells. With the casting of the resurrection spell, the corpse that died in the battle came over again. The offensive of the undead was also suppressed. Send the order, shrink the army, and prepare to retreat. Hearing Uriel's order, the rest said a lot and hurriedly gave the order. Now that the Templar Legion has lost all fronts, it is under great pressure. They have already evacuated, but there is no angel cover. Once they evacuate, the undead will surely pursue them. Their casualties will also be immeasurable. Now that the angels have withdrawn to help cover, how can they hesitate? On the entire battlefield, all the legions began to shrink. With the cooperation of the angels, the undead offensive was contained. However, the control is also limited, especially the Terranites. In the Terranites' galloping charge, even the angels dare not stand in front of them. Some angels who tried to attack the Terranites were attacked and doubled by the Terranites. Injured, killed directly. Keep pressing on. In the sky, Lin Jin also saw the movements of the temple, but he did not stop attacking, but just let all the undead continue to attack. The angel also seemed small in front of his undead army. Now that the formation has been broken, he is happy to continue to use the lives of the undead to exchange for the lives of the temple. After all, he can also be replenished after the war. And as long as the strength of these temples is reduced, it is also a good thing for him. The temple retreats in an orderly manner and reorganizes its defenses. All the undead of Jin continued to attack. During the pursuit along the way, a large number of corpses were left behind. The battle continued into the night, and a large number of legions all withdrew into the Holy Empire. At this time, Lin Jin stopped the pursuit. The siege battle, there is also a lot of pressure on the undead. In the past, Lin Jin relied on his strength to smash the city wall and cover the defenders with corpse witches and ghost dragons. But now there are still a lot of enemy angels, and there is nothing he can do. If the ghost dragon is sent out, even if the ghost dragon rushes over, it will be intercepted. As for the sea of skeletons, it will also be blocked by the high city wall. Even if such an attack can be captured, Lin Jin will suffer huge casualties. For him, this is not necessary. God-level spiritual evocation. Back on the battlefield, Lin Jin used God-level spiritualism again, and a large number of legions were resurrected. Even 450 angels were resurrected. In this war, Lin Jin's number of death angels not only did not decrease, but more than 400 people were added. Correspondingly, in terms of middle and low-level legions, the Holy Church probably suffered more than 400,000 casualties, but Lin Jin suffered more than 1 million casualties. Even though more than 300,000 legions were resurrected this time undead, but overall the loss was still 700,000, which was much higher than that of the Holy Church. It can be said that he used the lives of low-level troops in exchange for the number of high-level troops. But for Lin Jin, this result is still completely acceptable. This is also his goal. Low-level undead. There are as many as you want, but the first-level undead are hard to come by. The size of the undead is already very large, but now the crown-ranked troops are far inferior. This kind of business is still profitable. He also knows that this is also the top strategic magic of Dark Burial. If he wants to change his troops in the future, it will not be so simple. Holy Church. Lin Jin glanced at the legions of the Holy Empire from a distance, and finally made all the undead retreat. The undead in the sky disappeared in front of the temple like an ebbing tide. But after today, this war will definitely shock the whole world. Because this means that the strength of the undead is really enough to face the Holy Empire and compete with the Holy Empire. Even if the Holy Empire gathers all its strength, it is still defeated by the undead. This battle will make Lin Jin's reputation reach its highest level, while the Holy Empire's reputation plummeted. To read the underlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. After this battle, we are afraid that we will really be unable to do anything to the undead. On the city wall, kings watched the sea of the undead receding into the distance. While they were relieved, they were also extremely sad. The Holy Empire has finally reached this point. When they gathered the power of the entire Holy Principality, they achieved it is almost unimaginable that even though they have received support from heaven, they still lost to the undead. Now the undead have grown up in a real sense and become a being that even the Holy Empire has no choice about. Moreover, they gathered their strength and originally want thunder to destroy the undead. This defeat also gave them no idea, and if they want to attack the undead next time, they don't know how long it will take. Now, they can only watch the undead, dark elves and orcs, developed and grown. When Lin Jin withdrew his troops, the other undead that attacked the four countries also withdrew, leaving only devastated towns and civilians with nowhere to return. Destroying towns is the most decisive method of plunder. All opportunities for both sides. Even if each country now withdraws its legions to its respective principalities to resist the undead, their towns will never be able to recover. It is unknown how much time it will take to rebuild the towns. Even if we do not mention the time of reinvestment after the buildings were destroyed, they could not continue to recruit troops, which was equivalent to killing their potential. The potential of the Holy Empire was still very strong. However, they were first affected by the heroes of the orcs and dark elves, and then by the demons. Before they could recover from the demons' onslaught, they launched another war against Lin Jin. Originally, they only needed to grow stably for 2 weeks before they could gather stronger strength to attack Lin Jin. But this wave of attacks, it completely disrupted their possible deployment. What they saw before them was a mess. They were really exhausted. Silver City State. After the victory was decided in the war between the Holy Empire and the undead, there was an atmosphere of excitement surrounding the Silver City State. Ha ha, the Holy Empire has really fallen, and these dirty holy lights have finally reaped the consequences. Halifax laughed, his white beard running around. He placed the treasure on the undead. Not only did he pay compensation to the undead, it was also equivalent to forming an alliance with Lin Jing. This also worsened the relationship between the Silver City State and the Holy Empire. Many people in the Silver City State have also questioned Halifax's approach, and there are still many rumors. Now with the victory of the undead, all rumors will disappear, and Halifax will be completely secure. Position. Even the Holy Empire cannot stop the undead, and their Silver City State is not the opponent of the undead, so it is understandable to form an alliance with the undead. Moreover, since the undead will not be defeated, the undead will always stand in front of the Holy Empire. Even the Holy Empire, no matter how dissatisfied they are with their Silver City State, it will not help. The Silver City State is also a beneficiary of this war. Humph. When these dirty holy lights begged them to support the Silver City State, they kept pushing back. Now after the undead troops withdrew, they were able to quickly. Their intentions are just written on their faces. A great magister said with a cold snort, "A man's heart can only be seen in adversity," and it really made him sick to see the Holy Church shirk his son. The dwarves helped the Buck Principality so much, but now they are exterminated, so they shouldn't trust the Holy Church. Yes, fortunately, under the wise command of the Holy Magister of Halifax, we are like the undead seeking peace. Otherwise, the Silver City State would be in flames all over the place now. Yes, this undead is not that evil. Looking at the Dark Messenger's consistent style and behavior, he is trustworthy. Indeed, it is the Holy Magister of Halifax who has a unique vision and a far-reaching pattern. Our Silver City State also escaped a little this time. As long as our territory still exists, we can recover quickly from these losses. Well, if the territory still exists, it will eventually grow. Everyone nodded and said, they now fully support Halifax's approach and stand firmly on the side of the undead. From an objective and fair point of view, the undead are indeed more orderly than the church sequence. Dark Elf. Indeed one. After Queen Brianna heard the result of the war, she was quite amazed in her eyes, with a hint of admiration in her eyes. The past scenes were still vivid in her mind. Just less than a month ago, the Templar Alliance attacked the Crow Principality and attacked the Darkness, the Elves. The entire Dark Elves were under a thunderous attack and were in danger. But it was Lin Jin who turned the tide. Until today, in just a short period of time, Lin Jin not only conquered the Buck Principality, but was also able to defeat the full force of the Holy Empire. This is simply incredible. Shocked to hear. What kind of immortal figure is this? Dark Elves also admire the strong, and Lin Jin is the strongest person in the world today. The same goes for the Queens of Dark Elves. Their views on Lin Jin are deeply ingrained in their hearts. Even if they are now that their souls are not bound, I'm afraid they won't have any hostility towards Lin Jin. This man is really too strong. Orc Tribe. Lord Dark Messenger wins. Gorshak said with a buzzing voice, and his eyes were quite excited. He has never underestimated Lin Jin, but to this day, he still feels that he underestimated Lin Jin. For Gorshak, Lin Jin's figure the taller and taller, the more brilliant. Now that the Holy Empire has been defeated and the 4 countries are under attack, the civilians within them have nowhere to live. After this war, the Holy Empire was so damaged that it was afraid that it would be unable to attack Lord Dark Messenger again in a short time. The Orc Shaman also said, he has always been aware that Lin Jin is not simple and has always let the orcs follow Lin Jin's footsteps. Logically speaking, the orc tribe is now an independent entity. In the last time, the Golden Dragon, when the Emperor led the dragon group to attack Lin Jin, they had no need to attack the Wolf Principality. But they still did it. This is because they always chose to side with Lin Jin. For the Orc Shaman, he knew that the overall outlook of the orcs was completely inferior to that of Lin Jin. Even though they were relatively independent now, it was only because of Lin Jin's blessing. They knew clearly that the orcs would only be the most brave and capable clan. But they would not be able to take on the role of commander, serve as king. Only by firmly following Lin Jin and becoming a warrior in Lin Jin's hands, the orcs will have a future. Moreover, Lin Jin has never treated the orcs badly. After this war, the Orc Shaman even wanted to make the orcs completely be under the control of Lin Jin and obey Lin Jin's orders. This is different from before. Although Lin Jin could also order the orcs before, it was more of a suggestion, but now, he actually obeys his orders. The orcs want to be Lin Jin's subordinates warrior. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. Master, the Silver City, State, the orcs, and the Dark Elves all sent congratulations on our victory over the Holy Empire. The orcs expressed their willingness to put you first and obey your orders. Besides, the Angel of Death reported respectfully. Not long after the victory of the war, Lin Jin was still setting up a defense line, and congratulatory messages from various forces had already been sent over. Nowadays, not everyone shouts about the undead. At least the Dark Elves and the orcs are firmly on Lin Jin's side. In addition, even the neutral Silver City, State is also on Lin Jin's side, which means that the undead have become as big a force as the Holy Empire. This is also undead victory. Lin Jin nodded, quite satisfied. If we continue at this pace, one day sooner or later, the church will be in a state of betrayal and alienation. Master, these are the strategic rings contributed by Casper, Patchwick, Roland, and others, and they are also their gains from this war. Another Angel of Death flew in and handed the strategic ring to Lin Jin. Destroying towns has always been the most rewarding. They took advantage of the principality's lax security to attack all the way, quickly destroying towns and launching a blitzkrieg. It can be said that the gains are huge. Now, these gains have all become Lin Jin's heritage. Give these strategic rings to Ronus and let him build 10 more high-level towns and 20 intermediate towns on the Guazhan Islands. Lin Jin said in a deep voice. Now he has a lot of gold and resources, which can fully support him to build more towns, and these towns will also become his war heritage. As long as there are enough towns, the people he recruits every week, there will also be more legions. The Guazhan Islands are Lin Jin's last trump card. Even if the Bucks Principality is defeated, he can still garrison the Guazhan Islands and even invade the territories of other countries from the Guazhan Islands. And because of regional restrictions, even for the Holy Empire, it is very difficult to attack the Guazhan Islands. Therefore, Lin Jin will not concentrate on cultivating his power in the Bucks Principality. He would rather build his base camp on the Guazhan Islands. According to his perception, a touch of chaos has been added to the air. This continuous war is also increasing the power of the devil. It must not be long before the devil returns to the world. He and the devil are not allies. They are just a group of lunatics. And compared with the power of heaven and hell, Lin Jin's current power is far from enough. He could continue to attack the temple, but chose not to attack and conserve his strength because of this. If there was only the temple, then even if he had to pay a certain amount of casualties, as long as he can defeat the Holy Temple, everything will be worth it. But there are still many people watching. Even if he pays a huge price to defeat the Holy Temple, the fruits of victory will be taken away by others. Moreover, Lin Jin, there are also ways to improve his own strength. He can take advantage of this time to improve his own strength in preparation for the day when the world is completely in chaos. Yes, Alsace, Uther, Caldwell, you guys are guarding the dukedom of Bucks, focusing on defense. If any situation arises, the three of you can discuss it with each other. Lin Jin began to deploy the guards of the Bucks Principality again. At the same time, he also sent part of the troops back to the Guazhan Islands and the Island of Eternal Night to consolidate the strength in the rear. As for the undead forces of the Wolf Principality, none of them are currently attacking the evil forces. It was a good time for the Wolf Principality. After figuring everything out, Lin Jin gathered the Ghost Dragon and the Angel of Death. At this time, he was already standing on the back of the Ghost Dragon Emperor, and beside him, there were also people as charming and beautiful as red roses. Letitia. This time, he planned to take Letitia to level up, but a treasure map appeared in his hand. An exclusive camp national weapon treasure map. There were 2 national weapon treasure maps in his hand. Picture. There are too many legions that he can control now. If he can add another national weapon, it will greatly improve the strength of the entire force. He has always wanted to get the treasure map, but he has always been in the middle of a battle, had no time to pick up the national weapons. Now he also made time. Along with using the treasure map, a huge portal appeared in the space again. Like the national treasure map used previously, it seems that this national treasure map, the device, is also in another place. Walk. He did not hesitate, and the Ghost Dragon Emperor under his feet also roared and disappeared into the portal. When Lin Jin appeared again, he had already appeared in another gray world. When Lin Jin first came to this world at that moment, a dark aura from his body soared into the sky, and the momentum and strength of his body were constantly rising. Waves of energy fluctuations spread crazily from his body towards the surroundings, and the energy fluctuations shook the space. Brush. Lin Jin also opened his wings, and energy flowed through his dark wings. Zero, please give me flowers. He clenched his fist slightly, and a dark energy spun under his control, gathering into an energy ball. This was also a way for him to test his strength. Logically speaking, the energy ball he releases with this power is only as big as a small rubber ball, but now it is really as big as a basketball. In fact, after the last improvement in strength, Lin Jin felt a change. He felt as if his strength was suppressed by the world, and he seemed to be carrying huge invisible chains all over his body. Only now have all the chains finally disappeared. Just when Lin Jin began to become familiar with his own power, he saw the whole world shaking again, as if an uninvited guest had broken in, and then all the arms stretched out from the dry soil. Zero. This world is not filled with bones, but only endless dark soil. The next moment, a large number of plague zombies emerged. Over in the sky, a large amount of rotten poison lamasu is also whizzing towards here. Among this rotten poison lamasu, you can also see ghost dragons and bone dragons whistling one after another. Attack! The undead were rushing in crazily. Lin Jin looked calm and finally issued an attack command. However, all the ghost dragons, ghost dragon kings, and even the ghost dragon emperor roared out and pounced on all the undead around them. On each ghost dragon's body, there are 4 death angels guarding them. They are also covering the ghost dragon. The ghost dragon's attack power is much more powerful than the death angel. Attacking around the ghost dragon can protect the ghost dragon's safety to the maximum extent. Kill the enemy. After his strategic level reached level 35, he did not upgrade even after defeating the Holy Empire Legion. Now he can just grind for a while. Furthermore, Letitia, Al, and Hill, even for Erica, their strategic level is far from enough. At this time, he also needs to raise their strategic level. Roar. The deafening roar of the dragon resounded throughout the world, and a large number of plague zombies and rotten lamasu that were attacked were all dissipated in the ghost dragon's breath. One by one, the death angels also rushed towards the rotten lamasu. The sword blades in their hands flashed with light, one sword at a time, and the attack was rapid and merciless. With their fierce attack, all the enemies who rushed towards them were dissipating crazily. Righteousness. Please download Feilu to read the novel without underlines. The undead here endless? What will happen if it is really pushed to the limit? Lin Jin looked at the battle in the sky and narrowed his eyes slightly. He carried a lot of troops this time. The Death Angel carried a total of 1,500 troops, and the Ghost Dragon also carried 400 troops. Compared with the previous weapons, this weapon was a huge difference. All the surrounding Ghost Dragons and Angels of Death dispersed. In a short period of time, his undead army had spread, and the battle line formed between them became larger and larger. This meant that the speed of killing enemies has also increased a lot. According to this situation, is it possible that Lin Jin can kill all the monsters? But before that, you have to get close to the national weapon. Lin Jin thought like this, and let the legion start to rush towards the center of the entire barrier 073. That should also be where the national weapons are. His attempt, to put it bluntly, is to break the boundaries of the system. Even if the Sea of the Dead is infinite in number, there will actually be a number. He wants to see what the limit number is. Once this number is crushed, what will happen? But this approach also has there is a certain danger, and he is equivalent to challenging the rules. Therefore, he must first find the national artifact and be able to obtain the artifact in a short time to minimize the risk. Thinking of this, he glanced at the edge of the barrier in the distance again. He suddenly had a palpitation in his heart, wondering what was outside the barrier. Suddenly, he felt that he was very small, and outside the barrier was the truly vast world. Holy Empire. Lost again. The Holy Empire gathered such a powerful force, and finally lost again. Is King Yongye really an insurmountable enemy? All the trump cards have been played out. All countries have gathered their forces, but in the end they still fall short. How powerless does this feel? I am also desperate. The elites have gathered together, and the troops of the 6 countries of the Holy Empire have gathered together. They are still no match for King Yongye. Can anyone defeat him? We are afraid that we are not playing a fake game. There are so many of us, we are really just trash. After the defeat of the war, the mentality of the players also collapsed. The streets and alleys were talking about this vigorous war. No matter what, Lin Jin still did not achieve success overnight. He was slowly breaking everyone's worldview. Every time he won, he had an impact on everyone and refreshed their understanding of Lin Jin. This time, when they felt that they had a chance to win, they were slapped hard. This time it was like gambling, buying small ones a dozen times, but all the ones that came out were big ones. This was so big that they began to doubt life. The Divine Wings Guild is recruiting members. Now the Divine Wings Guild is under the command of King Yongye. If you are interested in joining the Divine Wings Guild, please hurry up. In the midst of all the attention, a piece of recruiting news emerged. The wings of covering the sky were not watching the show all the time. He was also laying out the player intelligence circle and handing over the intelligence bus to the Dark Elves. They themselves are also recruiting troops. For a smart person, being able to follow a big boss means countless benefits. Every victory of Lin Jin represents a victory for the entire Divine Wings Guild. Quietly, the Divine Wings Guild has attracted a large number of players and guilds. On the one hand, they are motivated by Lin Jin's reputation, and on the other hand, it is also because of the prestige of the Divine Wings Guild. They are already the top guild. Boss, count me in. TSK. By the way, we are all heroes of the temple. Isn't it a bit too much to join the undead camp? No matter what, find a way to hold the troops in your hands. The heroes in your hands are dispensable. The big deal is, just overthrow the Holy Empire and follow King Yongye to build a new empire, and that's it. The Holy Empire has a monopoly, and we can't even think about not participating in the war. The ownership of the military belongs to the heroes, and the heroes belong to the Holy Empire. The angels are not under our control. We are just some tool men. Don't mention it. Not even the Holy Empire has complete control over angels. As soon as the Divine Wings Guild appeared, it immediately attracted attention. If the war was won, then naturally there would be nothing to say. Even if everyone suffered a little grievance, they would always be able to make up for it. But if the war failed, all the pressure would be gone. Come to them. Win with a smile, lose with MMP. Therefore, many people naturally want to change their family. Facts have once again proved that it is better not to be stubborn. The end of being stubborn is just a dead end. And in this chat, the topic gradually this led to the old problem of the temple. This time, in addition to the unreliability of the temple's heroes, they discovered that the temple could not control the angels. Although the angels also belong to the crowned troops of the temple, in fact, the highest control of angels still belongs to heaven. This is a rule set by both parties from the beginning. Just like the Holy Church previously wanted to draw the Golden Dragon into the Holy Church camp, they can negotiate with the Golden Dragon God realm, allowing the Holy Church to have the right to build the Golden Dragon building and recruit Golden Dragons. Under normal circumstances, only new races will choose this method to enhance their strength and quickly grow in size. Now in the world, various camps have crown, ranking troops all have become constant. When signing the rules, heaven also emphasized the highest control right. Even the angels recruited by the temple, heaven has the highest control right. 5.7 kinds of inequality clauses. It is impossible for any force to sign, which is equivalent to really working for others. It's just that the Holy Empire did sign it like this at that time. Only today does this drawback really emerge. It has to be said that good and evil will be rewarded in the end, and the Holy Empire is known as the Templar hero. To control the players, but his own lifeline is also in the hands of heaven. While he wanted to plot against the players, he was also plotted by heaven. But from another aspect, heaven is indeed compared to other crown, ranked troops. They need to have more thoughts and ideas. The fact that they can make the Holy Empire sign such a treaty shows their ability. Powerful communication ability. In any case, this seems to prove that the Holy Empire and the Holy Church are a huge pit. Feilu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection. Unicorn Principality. Kegston City saw that more than hundreds of thousands of refugees had gathered here. All of them were in ragged clothes, with depressed and lost faces, and a sad and heavy look on their faces. The Unicorn Principality is also adjacent to the Stag Principality. When the Stag Principality was destroyed, the entire civilian population of the Stag Principality was expelled to the Unicorn Principality and the Griffin Principality. The populations of the 2 principalities are still unable to settle down. Now, the legendary corpse which King Caspar has led more than 400,000 undead, marching all the way, attacking cities one after another, destroying towns, which also makes the Unicorn Principality full of ruins. The civilians who were originally unable to settle down have now become a new disaster. Everywhere, everyone is disappointed with the church, and countless civilians are complaining. What is happening to the Holy Empire now? And why can the undead be bullied to this extent? What should I do? What should I eat? Damn the church. Why doesn't it even prepare food for us? This city is so big, can it give us some shelter? Why don't you accept us? We are all citizens of the church. The Dukedom of Bucks is under attack. If you don't come to support us and you don't take us in now, are we all still citizens of the Holy Empire? The refugees who fled were complaining every minute. Maybe they could still have a good attitude at the beginning, but how long has it been now? In the constant tossing, their faith in the church is also the same. Little by little, the trust in the Holy Empire is disappearing little by little. Not everyone can bear the suffering. They believe in the Holy Church, and they also want the Holy Church to help them get rid of the suffering. Why should I give up my land? Why should we donate food to them and prepare a place for them to live? Our own lives are not rich. We should let the nobles bear more of the burden. These people have turned the city into a smoky mess. Don't they have any control at all? Our lives are already in a mess, and we should not accept these refugees. These people are from the Bucks Principality, not the Unicorn Principality. Why should we care about them? In addition to the wandering refugees, even the civilians in the city are full of lamentations and complaints. They used to live a good life, but now a large number of civilians suddenly flooded into the entire city, and these civilians are competing with them for public resources. They even have to provide relief to these people. This instantly lowers their quality of life. After all, there are not so many people who are willing to donate for free, and people are not equal in the first place. The imperial nobles have more with high rights and interests. They enjoy better everything. And they can't just make ends meet. Now they are asked to provide food and shelter to help those who have no one. They are not kind enough to do so. Even if they can accept it, the source of trouble will also keep eating away at their hearts. At this time, conflicts also begin to break out. Everything is in chaos. Why is the holiness like this? Haha. Holy Empire. Do you know why Uther fell into this state? This most noble paladin in the past was finally plotted by the Holy Church, and even his body was buried in a remote place in the Principality of Crow. What do you mean? Don't you all know? Uther originally led the elite Silver Hands to participate in the war, but that battle was originally a conspiracy against Uther. They deliberately used Uther as bait and wanted to use the enemy's power to get rid of them. It is precisely because of this that Uther and the members of the Knights of the Silver Hand who participated in the battle were completely wiped out. A player mingled among the crowd and said quietly. His words also attracted the attention of the people around him. Is what you say true? Who dares to plot against Uther? Such a person must be executed. Haha. In the whole world, except the Holy Empire, who dares to let Uther die? The player had a contemptuous tone. You are slandering the Holy Empire. Why did the Holy Empire want to eradicate Uther? Do you know the origin of How Angel? How Angel uses the body of the priestess as a container to receive the soul of the angel. Any use of this method is equivalent to sacrificing the priestess. The 1,000 How Angels who suddenly appeared in the cathedral this time did not know how many lives of the female priests were sacrificed. All the female priests summoned by the cathedral had already died. Uther originally opposed this cruel ritual, so he was framed by the Holy Empire. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces became extremely complicated, as if they had been greatly shocked. If they were in normal times, these people might not believe it. But everything that happened in this series has long made them have doubts about the Holy Spirit. Tang's trust value is about to be at its lowest, and coupled with the successive defeats in the current war, everyone has begun to believe this. Not just this player. In fact, countless players have begun to take action throughout the entire Holy Empire. A large number of players also began to incite the faith of the people of the temple. The previous rumors were just a prelude. After the war, the foreshadowing laid by Lin Jin really started to take action. In a dungeon, boss, we have attracted a large number of members and guilds during this period, and many people have expressed their willingness to join us. Now many guilds are spreading the news. This time, it was enough to cause an impact on the Holy Empire. Vice President 073 of the Divine Wings Guild said to the sky, shading wings. King Yongye is really terrible. Although he kept winning, he was always in a calm state, making plans all the time. He didn't know how many traps he had laid for the Holy Empire. Zhao Dianzi looked amazed. Naturally, Lin Jin asked him to do this. He had been preparing for some time, and only after the war was over, he finally took action. Not only our people, but also some people are also adding fuel to the fire. The vice president went on to say, the Templar is harming everyone's interests. Through the Templar heroes, they are asking players to help them cultivate heroes. Now is the time for players to fight back. If you want to prevent the heroes of the temple from being so obsessed with their beliefs, you will naturally have to let their beliefs be stained. In this way, you may be able to find a way to truly conquer them. Wing of Covering the Sky didn't care, with a relaxed and joking smile on his lips. Don't ignore the power of players. Now players have penetrated into every corner of the Holy Empire. Once there is a way to summon all players to resist, everything will change. What he said with more people, even a lie can become true. Moreover, it is true in the first place. It is conceivable that along with this invisible wave, the entire Holy Empire will usher in a new huge wave. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. In a flash, 7 days passed. Within 7 days, mid to high-level towns were sprouting up everywhere on the Guazhan Islands. Especially on the largest island in the middle, a large number of high-end towns are gathered together. At a glance, they are all high-end buildings, solemn and magnificent. The establishment of towns naturally did not happen overnight. It's going to take a lot of time, but Lin Ember isn't just starting to build towns now. He's been building towns all along. But only primary towns and intermediate towns were built. He has always maintained a fixed number of primary towns and intermediate towns, which is also his preparation for the future. The cost of building primary towns and intermediate towns is not high. Starting from scratch naturally takes a lot of time. But if you just upgrade the original middle and low-level towns, it won't be that slow. It is conceivable that once these towns are built, the number of troops Lin Jin can recruit will increase. Moreover, the undead require no maintenance fees. This means that Lin Jin can increase his power without any limit. Ding. You have killed too many undead, causing vibrations in the underworld. Powerful undead will awaken from the forbidden land. Please be prepared. In the gray world, the ground is littered with corpses. Countless corpses of plague zombies and corpses of rot Lamassu are scattered everywhere, among which the corpses of huge ghost dragons can also be seen. In these 7 days of fighting, Lin Jin killed batch after batch of enemies. He didn't even know how many people he had killed. During this wave, he also faced the most violent attack. In that wave of attacks, more than 300 ghost dragons and 100 soul-snatching death sides appeared. Even without a leader, the wave of undead attacks had a great impact on Lin Jin and caused some casualties to Lin Jin's legion. Fortunately, the Death Angel has the ability to resurrect, and finally resurrected the Death Angel and Ghost Dragon who died in the battle. After that wave of attacks, the undead's offensive gradually slowed down. Unexpectedly, at this time, Lin Jin actually heard the system prompt tone again. At this time, dark clouds appeared in the sky, black thunder representing death continued to rage, and the earth trembled violently. Lin Jin looked into the distance, and the barriers in the distance began to shake. In the air around him, he also recalled all the death angels and ghost dragons, and all the ghost dragons flew back to Lin Jin from various places. Is this what happened after the hidden settings broke through the rules of the game? Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the earth seriously. He could feel that a terrifying and barbaric aura was waking up. This game is said to be a game, but it is not a game. Everything here is it's closer to reality. Once the world merges and the planes merge, everything appears. Even the undead refreshed here are either really refreshed by the system, or they may have originally existed. Anywhere, there will be certain restriction. This is also the protection of the law. Lin Jin went on a killing spree here, and the undead he killed were his killings, which caused the barrier that protected him to disappear, and also allowed the world's more powerful enemies to finally come unfettered. Boom! In the next moment, a huge black shadow suddenly crashed out from the bones below. The ferocious black shadow was actually an angel of death in the sky. Teleport. The death angels also reacted very quickly. They were already well prepared. Although they were not as fast as the black shadows, they had teleportation, so they were still able to dodge. Just when the death angels dodge, suddenly, 8 more black shadows shot out from the ground at the same time, and they also bitten the 8 angels of death. Click! With a violent sound, one of the death angels was swallowed up by the black shadow before they could react. Roar! After biting the death angel, ferocious roars also sounded out. Along with the constant tearing, each of the death angels also lost their breath. Their bodies were thrown away by the black shadow and hit the ground. At the same time, a huge figure like a hill also appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Description of Dark Fossilized Hydra. One of the mythical beasts in the underworld, it was transformed by the dead Dark Hydra. Because of the breath of the undead, it invasion and fusion, turning into a zombie, like undead, possessing extremely strong vitality and defense, immortal, and guarding an area. Hydra. This creature is born as a crown creature, and the type of Hydra there are quite a few, and the most common one is the Fortress Crown level unit, the Hydra. It has 4 legs and 6 heads, so it is not a real Hydra. But the one in front of you looks like a true Hydra. Hydra has a huge snake body with 3 huge tails and 9 ferocious snake heads. Judging from this introduction, it has been transformed into a type of zombie with stronger vitality and defense. Myth Super Monster, still in complete form. This is the strongest monster Lin Jin has ever encountered. Roar! The dark zombified Hydra roared ferociously, spitting poisonous mist from its mouth, instantly covering the sky. In this poisonous mist, all undead souls were affected by a corrosive power. This is a poisonous mist similar to sulfur, which can melt everything. Even if it is the undead are also harmed. Prepare to fight. The angel of death and the ghost dragon who are not qualified to be resurrected all retreat. The ghost dragon king, Erica, L, and Seal are ready to fight. Lin Jin's wings shook slightly, and he flew higher into the sky. More than 10 death angels and ghost dragons around him retreated one after another, and the rest of the death angels launched attacks one after another. Roar! The ghost dragon emperor also let out a roar, spitting out dragon breath from his mouth, and a burst of dragon breath that corroded the soul also instantly surged towards the dark zombified Hydra. Death angels dispersed one after another, covering the sky in all directions. At the same time, a large number of death angels also began to attack the dark and rigid Hydra from all directions. One after another, swords and swords flashed across the sky, attacking the dark, rigid Hydra, hitting the latter's huge body. Golden King Behemoth. The ring on Lin Jin's right hand flashed with light, and the huge body of the Golden King Behemoth also emerged. As soon as the Golden King Behemoth appeared, he let out a roar and rushed towards the dark zombified Hydra without fear. The dark zombified Hydra also attacked crazily. His huge body was extremely explosive. His head kept flying. As fast as black thunder, his tail swept across, bringing up overlapping whip shadows. There were many attackers around him. The Death Angels were also attacked one after another and were smashed into the distance. However, more attacks also cut open the flesh and blood of the dark zombified Hydra. The latter did not have any blood flowing out. Instead, it faced the Golden King Behemoth and went straight. Rushed over. The three ferocious snake heads also pounced on the Golden King Behemoth. The latter waved his right hand, and his 2 or 3 meter long claws scratched the neck of the dark zombie Hydra, leaving a deep scar, and finally grabbed a snake head with 2 hands. Facing the violent power of Golden King Behemoth, even the dark zombified Hydra was completely unable to resist it. Just as the dark zombified Hydra was struggling, but saw that the scars on the heads of the 2 snakes quickly dissipated, and then bit hard on the body of Golden Behemoth King. Even Golden Behemoth King could not help but make a shrill sound. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. On the battlefield, the dark zombified Hydra bites the Golden Behemoth King tightly. The sharp teeth in its mouth have begun to inject poison. In a short period of time, the Golden Behemoth King's health has increased rapidly. Fall. Roar. At this time, the Golden King Behemoth roared and struggled again. With thunderous power, his right hand slapped on the neck of the dark zombified Hydra, causing scars. Erica had already rushed over. Holding in her hand the 2 swords swung and slashed at the body of the dark, ossified Hydra. The Ghost Dragon King also bit a snake head together, and the sharp claws were still tearing. The other Ghost Dragon Kings either breathed out dragon breath or bite and attack fiercely. During the battle, the dark zombified Hydra also suffered a large amount of damage. But no matter how low its health was, streaks of black mist would emerge from the scars on its body, which were quickly repaired. Its injuries. In addition to its terrifying defense and health, its recovery ability is the most outrageous. However, from Lin Jin's observation, the dark zombified Hydra should not have such a powerful recovery ability. It should originate from this world. You can feel that this world exudes a dark power. It is these black mist entanglements that allow the power of the dark zombified Hydra to recover so quickly. This is the underworld, and the dark zombified Hydra is originally a mythical beast of the underworld. It was also because Lin Jin slaughtered too many undead that it triggered the appearance of the dark zombie 073. The latter's health has been dropping like crazy, but it is constantly recovering. Around it, a large number of death angels shot at each other, and some death angels were knocked away by the ghost dragons, but there were always more death angels and ghost dragons rushing over. One by one, the death angels were also there. Use healing skills to restore the scars of the death angel and the ghost dragon. This scene is really the intense feeling of tens of thousands of people gathering fire to fight the boss. With the recovery power, defense power, and health of the dark zombified Hydra, ordinary crown, it is not easy for a soldier to defeat him. However, among Lin Jin's crown soldiers, there are a large number of legendary and even mythical beings, so during its fierce attack, the health of the dark zombified Hydra is still steady decline. At this level, the dark zombified Hydra can still be killed in the end, but he doesn't know what benefits he will get after killing the dark zombified Hydra. He instinctively feels that this guardian beast of the underworld was of great benefit to him. The battle became more and more intense. Under the fierce attack of Lin Jin's men, the dark zombified Hydra began to have dense scars all over its body. especially those of the Golden King Behemoth and the Ghost Dragon Emperor. Attack. Their attack caused extremely ferocious scars to appear on the body of the dark, zombified Hydra. Tear. Finally, in another attack, the king's sharp claws swung sideways from the head of the dark, zombified Hydra. With a sound like tearing cloth, the head of the dark, zombified Hydra was directly struck. Was cut off. The huge body began to shake and dance wildly, and the tail danced wildly, causing the ground to tremble. The ability of the claws of the Golden Behemoth King and its just blow also triggered the special effect completely ignored the defense of the dark zombified Hydra. While the latter was shaking wildly, the Golden King Behemoth did not give up, but continued to grab another head, and the Ghost Dragon Emperor was even more at this time. He also bit off a head. The turbid green blood was sprinkled towards the surrounding sky. The blood splashed on all the death angels and ghost dragons, corroding the latter's bodies. Dark strangulation. Erica's two swords intertwined, and the left and right sword lights came together like scissors. In this thin paper, like sword light, a head of the dark zombified Hydra also smashed to the ground. In the blink of an eye, 3 heads were lost. The combat power of the dark zombified Hydra plummeted instantly, and its blood volume plummeted. Where the head was broken, countless green blood surged like a fountain. A famous ghost dragon king took advantage of this. This opportunity is to bite off a large piece of meat from the body of the dark zombified Hydra. What a tragedy! The majestic, mythical monster of the underworld has now fallen into such a miserable state. In fact, the strength of this dark zombified Hydra is it is not weak, especially its terrifying recovery power. Even a large number of ranked troops may not be able to kill it. But Lin Jin's gold is too powerful than King Ming, specializing in killing bosses, and the power of the Ghost Dragon King it is also very powerful. Coupled with the Death Angel who has the ability to restore the undead, this is simply a cheat. This mythical monster in the underworld has also been clearly arranged. When Lin Jin's men attacked, the dark zombie Hydra, another layer of black mist lingered around the severed head. The blood disappeared, and then a head was about to stretch out again. Seeing this, King Behemoth became even more angry, and just when the head had just grown back, he slapped him again. He passed over and cut the head that had not fully grown into 2 pieces again, not giving any chance. In the midst of this crazy rainstorm attack, the health of the dark zombified Hydra was also emptied. Ding! You kill a guardian beast of the underworld, and your prestige is improved. Ding! You kill a guardian beast of the underworld, and you get the Underworld Authority Fragment 1. Ding! You get the heart of the Ancestral Zombie 1. A series of system prompts sounded. Before Lin Jin could recover from that, he saw that the world began to shake violently. The surrounding barrier completely disappeared, and a large number of undead were rushing towards here. At this moment, it was as if all the power of the world was rushing in. Lin Jin glanced at it, and his deep eyes even saw an undead hero in the distance. He immediately no longer hesitated and let the Angel of Death also take away the national weapons here. But the portal opened. Lin Jin put away the Golden King Behemoth on the ground and took all the undead souls with him through the portal and disappeared here. After he disappeared, the place was occupied by a large number of undead. The Great Lord of the Undead hunts the Guardian Beast. Does he want to fight for control of the underworld? This is so much fun, the undead murmured, and his eyes were full of willows. In the underworld, there are endless undead, and there are even undead lords and even undead great lords who have separated themselves from each other. They are fighting each other here in order to become the overlord of the underworld. Dominate the underworld. This is the true supreme power. Unexpectedly, someone actually came here and really stole the protective power of the underworld. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Fragment of the Authority of the Underworld. Possessing the most original power of the underworld, it can open the door to the underworld. It is placed in a cemetery main city and can recruit troops 10. It is said that if you can collect all the fragments, you can control the underworld. The heart of the ancestral zombie. It is said to be the origin of the zombies in the underworld. Once taken, it can transform the creature into an undead creature. After returning to the Bucks Principality, Lin Jin began to look at the two things he had obtained. This look left him stunned. The dark zombie Hydra, as a mythical beast that guards the underworld, is naturally unusual. Lin Jin had realized this before and then planned to kill him. He didn't expect that after killing this dark zombie Hydra, he would gain such a big harvest. Fragments of the authority of the underworld can directly open the gate to the underworld and can also increase the number of troops recruited in the main city of the cemetery 10 times. From this point of view alone, it has extremely powerful value. This almost turned one high-end town into 10 high-end towns. What's more important is what it represents. If you collect all the fragments, you can control the underworld. What does this mean? It seems that I really got something incredible this time. Lin Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Putting aside the control of the underworld, this 10 times troop growth rate is completely enough, especially for the undead. The undead do not need troop maintenance, so this troop growth rate, for the undead, is the effect of Lin Jin is considered to be the greatest. If he can get more fragments, then his power will grow by leaps and bounds. But thinking of the undead heroes and legions appearing behind the barrier, Lin Jin's eyes became much more solemn. If it were just the undead, Lin Jin would Jindu didn't care, but if undead heroes appeared, it would be two extremes. Whether there were legions led by heroes or not, the combat effectiveness was also very different. If the undead he had killed before were all led by heroes, then the Angel of Death and Ghost Dragon's casualties will inevitably be very heavy. The key point is that his casualties are meaningless, and fighting the undead also means that God-level spiritualism cannot be used, which will prevent his casualties from being replenished. In addition to this fragment of authority in the underworld, the remaining one is the heart of the ancestral zombie. The effect of the heart of the ancestral zombie is also simple. It can transform living beings into undead, and according to the appearance of the dark zombie Hydra, Lin Jin probably understands, which may also transform it into a zombie, like undead. Lin Jin's current subordinate is the most suitable king of Golden Behemoth. King Golden Behemoth's physique can be said to be invincible. If it is transformed into a zombie again, its defense power, the value of Golden Behemoth has also been greatly improved. This can completely increase the strength of Golden Behemoth King to another limit. Moreover, once Golden Behemoth King is transformed into an undead, Lin Jin can also give Golden Behemoth King more bonuses. Although the Golden Behemoth King is the most suitable, Lin Jin has not helped the Golden Behemoth King to transform now. After all, not many creatures are willing to transform into the Golden Behemoth King. He has other ideas about the Golden Behemoth King. He looks at the ancestor zombies. Remove his heart, and what is left is his purpose. The immortal overlord. The body remains standing. The soul roars. No matter how many injuries it receives, it will fight to the end. Undying destruction. The defense and health of the legion under his command are increased by 20%. When the health drops to 20%, the damage can be reduced by 30%. After the undead die, he will use the power of fire to launch an attack on the enemy. Plus 15 resist magic. Plus 15 types of defense. Plus 20 types of blood volume. Plus 6 defense. Underworld Guardian. Release the Underworld Guardian, and all guarded undead will receive an adaptive barrier and gain 20% damage reduction for a certain period of time. The national weapon is still a piece of armor, mainly for defense and protection. For the current Lin Jin Legion, this kind of national weapon happens to be what he needs most, and it is also what the undead need most. The sea of the undead is huge, but after all, the defense and health of the undead are lower than those of the same level of troops. Now with this national weapon, it can also greatly increase the defense and vitality of the undead, especially its passive immortality. When the undead's health drops to a certain level, it will receive 30% damage reduction. After the undead dies, it can launch another attack. This also makes the threat of the sea of the undead rise sharply. Without any hesitation, Lin Jin immediately took off the Dragon King armor. The effect of the Dragon King armor is also very strong. After all, the Dragon King suit is also the most top-notch high-end suit. 0 request flowers, but compared to the effect of the national weapon, this is still not worth mentioning. Moreover, Lin Jin's Dragon King suit was only half activated. Only 4 pieces were enough. He still had enough replacement parts of the Dragon King's suit to maintain the effect of the Dragon King's suit. For him, the attack power and defense power increased by the effect of the Dragon King's suit is what he values. In comparison, the effect of Dragon's Wrath is not that important now. Putting on the armor, Lin Jin's strength increased again, and this armor was still much more domineering than the Dragon King armor, making Lin Jin even more majestic. He immediately returned to the city of Eternal Night, and then bound the authority of the underworld to the city of Eternal Night. The island of Eternal Night is more remote, and Lin Jin's buildings and defenses there are the strongest and most complete, so he is now bound to the city of Eternal Night first. 0. After the authority of the underworld was bound to the city of Eternal Night, a ray of light rose into the sky throughout the city of Eternal Night. Black mist filled the surroundings, and all the buildings were dyed with a layer of power, exuding a faint light. Everything around him became more and more gloomy, as if he was in the underworld. In the week after it was first bound, there was no way to increase the power. Only when the troops arrived in the next week could the city gain 10 times the power. After doing all this, Lin Jin returned to the Bucks Principality and checked the developments of all parties. Even if Lin Jin didn't attack, the Holy Empire itself was now in chaos. Faith was shaken, a large number of civilians could not be resettled, and black materials about the temple kept emerging. Under this situation, the Holy Empire was no longer able to launch a second attack on Lin Jin. To them, if Lin Jin didn't attack, they would be burning incense. Next, we only need to spend this time peacefully with Lin Jin, and then rely on the growth of the Holy Empire's troops to continuously recruit troops and assemble legions. Lin Jin's territory is still inferior to that of the Holy Empire, and the number of legions it can recruit every week is also much smaller than that of the Holy Empire. According to this situation, if both sides grow steadily at the same time, then the Holy Empire still has a chance. Of course, this is just what they see as opportunity. Chaos spread, and the moon was already tainted with darkness. The night of the lunar eclipse is getting closer and closer. Righteousness. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 things about reading, collection. Use the race, specific national treasure map. On Lin Jin's right hand, a treasure map appeared again. This is also the last national treasure map. Now the situation of the Holy Empire is also under Lin Jin's control, and the undead forces are powerful enough to compete with the Holy Empire, which they didn't dare to act rashly. Without a month or 2 of troops accumulated, they would not be able to attack Lin Jin. The night of the lunar eclipse was coming soon, and the Dragon Knights must have been paying attention to the night of the lunar eclipse. Once the devil came, Lin Jin can even sit on the mountain and watch the tiger fight, and sit firmly on the Daitai. Because of this, if you don't pick up the national weapon now, you will get it when. Along with the treasure map, another portal opens. The race, specific country, I don't know if it's because they are all in the same series of missions, but these national treasure maps are also portals, and they all point to the underworld. 073. However, Lin Jin had no way of finding out. National artifacts are among the most top treasures in the world. Each sacred principality only has one, and no one in the previous life had obtained a national artifact. Therefore, Lin Jin didn't know much about the national artifacts. What is the difference between the treasure map and the treasure map? Crossing the portal, Lin Jin returned to the gray world again. There was mist in the sky, and a scarlet blood moon could be seen. It was obvious that this was another plane, and it was still in the plane of the underworld. Lin Jin felt as if he had returned to his hometown and was very familiar with it. And after returning here, his strength also underwent earth-shaking changes. Everything in front of him was the same as the place he first came to. It is somewhat similar. It is also a burial ground. The ground is covered with countless white bones. However, the earth shakes, and countless undead wake up. The surrounding undead are also rushing here. Attack! Lin Jin gave the order in a deep voice. All the undead around him dispersed, and endless attacks instantly enveloped the world. Damn it! Which thief is stealing the national weapons of the underworld again, gathering legions, and surrounding the barrier? Just when Lin Jin launched the attack, in a magnificent and solemn building, an undead lord shouted with great anger. Not only him, But the other undead lords around him were also very angry. The position of the Lord of the Underworld is still vacant. If you can control the position of the Lord of the Underworld, you will become the master of a plane. That is the true supreme power. There are countless people who want to compete for this position, and there is also a famous and talented person. The beautiful people, in countless years, stepped into the underworld and became the lords of the undead, or even the great lords of the undead. They accumulated strength, kept testing, and fought against each other, just to compete for the position of the lord of the underworld. In the underworld, there are also some national weapons scattered around. With the power of the undead lords, they may not be able to attack these places and take away the national weapons. However, the enemies they face are only the undead guarding the national weapons. Once they attack the place where the national weapons are located, it will definitely cause the other dead to attack, and then it will be just a wedding dress for others in vain. In the competition for power, the more aggressive one will often become a stepping stone to the underworld. They have always maintained a balance with each other, and have been testing. No one dare to actually seize the national weapon. But now, there are people snatching the national weapon right in front of you. This is simply unbearable. A large number of legions gathered, and they all came to the edge of the barrier. An undead lord also let the ghost dragon rush towards the barrier, but when it came to the barrier, it seemed to be restricted by something and could no longer go deep. This scene made the undead lord extremely angry, but no matter how angry he was, there was nothing he could do about it. A large number of undead are stationed outside this barrier. Once the barrier is broken, they will swarm up and completely drown the enemy who stole the national weapon. In a flash, 7 days have passed. For these undead lords who have endless time, these 7 days seem to be just a blink of an eye. Right in front of them, a large number of death angels and ghost dragons also came into view. In addition, there was also a very large ghost dragon remains on the ground. This is also the ghost dragon king, is also one of the mythical beasts that protect the underworld. Compared to the dark and rigid Hydra, the ghost dragon king is easier to deal with. The Golden King Behemoth is originally the nemesis of the Dragon Clan, which also includes the Ghost Dragon Clan. A large number of them. All the undead souls rushed over. Lin Jin glanced at it from afar, then led the army through the portal and disappeared in front of everyone. Hateful, hateful, damn thief, you're looking for death. The faces of the undead heroes were distorted and they roared. Not only did they take away the national weapon, but they also killed a guardian beast. This was a double blow. At this moment, another ghost dragon emperor roared in from the air. Think Zero, the great lord of the undead. When the other undead lords saw this figure, the soul fire in their eyes was surging, and they all had a look of fear. Those who can separate themselves in the underworld are all undead lords, and above the undead lords, there is also the great undead lord. Lord, this is the overlord of the underworld. Unexpectedly, this place actually attracted the attention of the undead lord. Just after this undead lord appeared, he saw 2 ghost dragon kings flying rapidly from other directions in the air. Flying over, 2 more undead lords appeared. These big figures who are well known in the underworld actually appeared 3 at once. Seizing the national weapon and killing the guardian beast, this person should not be underestimated. He has really done everything that we can't do. A great undead lord looked at the other party from a distance and said lightly. The voice resounded throughout the area. This should be the 3rd time he appears. The first time he appeared, he just took away a national weapon. The second time he appeared, in addition to taking away the national weapon, he also killed a mythical beast. 7 days later, he appeared for the 3rd time and took the national weapon again to kill. Divine beast. The other 2 undead lords also said separately. National weapons are also extremely important items in the underworld. Even though they are undead lords, they only have 1 or 2 national weapons. However, Lin Jin took them away right away. He got 3 pieces. More importantly, he killed the divine beast. Killing the divine beast will definitely drop fragments of the authority of the underworld. For all undead lords and undead great lords, this is the most important thing. However, the entire Underworld 5.7 has always been in a state of balance. The balance cannot be broken. It is impossible for them to use national weapons to kill mythical beasts. It is said that over the long years, there have been cases of killing mythical beasts, but every war involves countless undead. The sacrifice caused the entire underworld to be in flames of war. But now, Lin Jin easily held in his hands what they could not obtain. This also caused the forces within the underworld to become unbalanced. Balance is to prevent others from becoming dominant. But what Lin Jin possesses has put him far above the rest of the undead lords. Although Lin Jin doesn't know it now, in fact, he has entered the eyes of all the undead lords of the underworld and has become the most powerful competitor for the lord of the underworld. For a person like him who is too popular, he may attract hatred and hostility no matter where he is. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Fragment of the Authority of the Underworld, the Heart of the Underworld Dragon. When returning from the underworld, Lin Jin once again obtained a fragment of the Authority of the Underworld and a Heart of the Underworld Dragon. Lin Jin had already understood the effects of the fragments of authority in the underworld, so there was no need to mention them further. As for the Heart of the Dark Dragon, it was obtained after defeating the Ghost Dragon Emperor. Heart of the Nether Dragon. It is said that the essence of the ghost dragons in the underworld is gathered together. It absorbs the breath of the underworld and evolves into the essence of the Ghost Dragon Emperor. Generally, undead creatures will make rapid progress if they take it. If used by ghost dragons, their quality will also be improved. Lin Jin placed the fragment of authority in the underworld in the high-end town in the center of the Guazhan Islands. As for the Heart of the Dark Dragon, Lin Jin planned to give it to the Ghost Dragon Emperor. The Heart of the Dark Dragon is exclusive to ghost dragons. In fact, when it comes to it, ordinary ghost dragons use the Heart of the Dark Dragon to have the strongest effect. They may be able to transform it into a Ghost Dragon King or a Ghost Dragon Emperor. The overall combat effectiveness improved in this way is the strongest. But for Lin Jin, he no longer needs quantity, but quality. Ghost Dragon Emperor. Looking at the Ghost Dragon Emperor in front of him, Lin Jin shouted softly, and threw the Heart of the Dark Dragon in his hand towards the Ghost Dragon Emperor. Roar! The Ghost Dragon Emperor roared, opened his ferocious mouth, and swallowed it in one gulp. In an instant, a ball of black energy, like Heart of the Ghost Dragon, merged into the Ghost Dragon Emperor's soul flame. The flames surged instantly, and the dark flames burned crazily. At this time, the Ghost Dragon Emperor also began to make deafening roars. You can feel that there is a sense of pain and torture in its voice. The whole body, the bones are also completely stained with flames. You can vaguely see that the bones have completely dried up, as if they have been tempered. You can also see that the bone powder is burned out in the flames. The flames burn, and the original bones become pitch black, dark and shiny, but like an alloy. The Ghost Dragon Emperor's huge body began to undergo transformation. But as the bones of the Ghost Dragon Emperor gradually transformed into a metallic dark silver, the surging flames all over his body finally began to gradually decrease. According to Lin Jin's inspection, the transformation of the Ghost Dragon Emperor did not seem to be completed. Thinking of this, he thought, and a large number of souls were immediately released from the black shadow suspended beside him. All the souls were not included in the Ghost Dragon. In the Emperor's surging flames, the flames on the Ghost Dragon Emperor's body exploded for a moment, and he began to transform again. After sacrificing hundreds of thousands of souls, the Ghost Dragon Emperor's transformation finally reached the next stage. Roar! With a roar full of catharsis, the Ghost Dragon Emperor also spread its wings as much as possible, but at this time, it is no longer called the Ghost Dragon Emperor. To be precise, it is called the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor. Its body is covered with bones. They are all covered in dark iron metal, and the color is a bit similar. The wings are spread out, and the black flames are burning. It looks extremely cool and full of pressure. The quality of the Ghost Dragon Emperor has not changed, and it is still the highest mythical level. But its strength has been greatly enhanced. Among the dragons, the Ghost Dragon is the weakest. Even the Ghost Dragon Emperor is still weak, but now that it has been enhanced, the Ghost Dragon Emperor's strength has completely changed. Looking at the body of the Ghost Dragon Emperor and checking the attributes of the Ghost Dragon Emperor again, Lin Jin nodded with satisfaction. He would add a big helping hand in the future. He withdrew his gaze and began to check what he had obtained. The last national weapon. The Abyss Shadow Greaves. The soul is immortal and the battle continues. The Greaves possess powerful and unknown power. The soul controlled by the Abyss Shadow Greaves is either fighting or fighting. On the way to battle. Quick battle. The movement speed of all undead legions under his command is increased by 20%. In non-combat state, the movement speed is increased by 40%, plus 15 arms initiative, plus 15 types of defense, plus 10 types of blood volume, plus 3 defense, plus 3 knowledge. Average, far inferior to the immortal tyrant armor. Moreover, because it is the Greaves, it has added defense and knowledge, but it is still inferior to parts that purely increase the defensive attributes. Of course, no matter how standard it is, this is still a national weapon. Moreover, although its increased movement speed does not directly increase combat effectiveness, it does increase strategic effect. Faster marching means faster and more efficient combat command, which is also an advantage. The increased initiative of the troops, defense power of the troops, and blood volume of the troops are also a considerable increase. Now, Lin Jin has 3 national weapons in total, namely the Death Shadow Cloak, the Immortal Overlord Armor, and the Abyss Shadow Greaves. With the addition of an artifact, this makes 4 pieces. The remaining 5 pieces of equipment on his body are still all parts of the Dragon King's suit. This reasonable configuration has once again improved his combat effectiveness. In addition to the basic improvement, his strategic level has also been raised to level 39. In the recent Six Kingdoms War, Lin Jin's strategic level did not improve, but this 14-level upgrade increased his strategic level by a full 4. This also means that he has increased his attributes and become stronger. He is still average. The ones with the largest increase are Lytic 073, Erica, Al, and Hill. Their strategic levels have also improved by leaps and bounds. Erica has been upgraded to level 30, Letitia has been upgraded to level 28, and Al and Seal have been upgraded to level 25. Originally, Letitia's level was not high, but now her strategic level is higher than Uther's. As her strategic level increases, her racial characteristics are also improved, and the overall power she can exert is stronger. It is for this reason that Lin Jin increased Letitia's power. After returning, Letitia returned to the dwarf territory and led the undead to continue to encircle and suppress the remaining dwarves. The dwarf kingdom is really too big, and the dwarf territories are also very large. There are still some dwarves wandering around, and they are all permanently listed as Lin Jin's enemies. Lin Jin will not let these dwarves go easily. As for Lin Jin himself, there is only one last target left, the kingdom of the Golden Dragon. He killed the Golden Dragon Emperor and wiped out more than 400 attacking Golden Dragons. He already had a blood feud with the Golden Dragon clan. Now he also has a map of the Golden Dragon Kingdom, so he can take advantage of this opportunity to visit the Golden Dragon Kingdom. But the stakes are high. If you want to go to the Kingdom of Golden Dragons, you have to find a way to contain the angels in the temple. Fei Lu reminds you 3 things about reading collection. There are many ways to contain the temple's legion, and Lin Jin chose the simplest method. March on. As long as the army presses the border and arouses the alert of the Holy Empire, they will naturally be able to stop their angel army. Lin Jin's order was passed down, and Alsace led his army to press the border again, attacking the Unicorn Principality and the Stag Principality at the same time. The vast army of undead once again appeared from the border between the 2 sides. Their appearance immediately attracted the attention of the Holy Empire. Both sides gathered heavy troops here, and within 2 weeks, their angel size was completely restored, and their number even exceeded 3,000. The middle and high-level units have also recovered a lot. It is worth mentioning that Lin Jin has recovered a lot of troops. Regardless of the Dark Elf's Black Dragon, due to the increase in the fragments of authority in the underworld, he is equivalent to adding 10 high-end towns out of thin air. In 2 weeks, his number of death angels increased by more than 200, and the number of ghost dragons increased by nearly 100. The reason why the Death Angel can recruit so many and own so many buildings is that the vast majority of them are Death Angels who converted the crown-level military buildings in the temple into Death Angel buildings after conquering the Bucks Principality, and then recruited Death Angels. Most of the rest of the island of Eternal Night and the Guajan Islands are used to recruit ghost dragons and ghost knights. Of course, this is just the beginning for Lin Jin. His high-end town has not yet been completely built, and another fragment of the authority of the underworld has not yet taken effect. By the next week, Lin Jin will only be able to add more troops. Even if this steady development continues, Lin Jin's speed with all his strength will not be lower than that of the Holy Temple. As night fell, when the war broke out here, Lin Jin set off from the Guajan Islands and led a large number of death angels and ghost dragons to fly to a place. The mighty army of the undead crossed the sky. Taking advantage of the darkness, Lin Jin was able to reduce the influence of his legion. Of course, his movements cannot be completely hidden. His island has been exposed, and there are spies from the Holy Church near the island of Eternal Night and the Guajan Islands. They were all monitoring Lin Jin from a distance, and even Lin Jin couldn't completely isolate them from their surveillance. Of course, he didn't mind. But after the army flew a certain distance, several death angels stopped and stood guard in the air. Every once in a while, there are some death angels on guard to prevent anyone from following you. After Lin Jin's legion completely left here, the death angels returned to the Guajan Islands one after another. A huge island. This is the Dragon Kingdom of the Golden Dragon, the Kingdom of the Golden Dragon, and the place where the Golden Dragon Emperor originally lived. Only after the death of the Golden Dragon Emperor, this island went into hiding. Under the shroud of the moonlit night, only shining golden figures can still be seen, crawling on the dragon cliffs everywhere. The moonlight falls on their golden bodies, reflecting the gleaming light, making them very quiet. At the highest point, you can see a Golden Dragon King, which has replaced Golden Dragon Cliff. There were also a group of golden dragons nestling beside it. But while it was sleeping, its eyes suddenly opened, and its huge head couldn't help but look into the distance. After a while, the golden dragons around them noticed something and woke up from their deep sleep. Roar! But I saw the Golden Dragon King looking up to the sky and roaring. A loud dragon roar instantly resounded throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. The originally quiet Dragon Kingdom instantly became noisy, and each golden dragon flew out from their respective lairs, fluttered its wings, and flew high into the sky. In an instant, the sky was filled with golden dragons. What happened? A golden dragon just flew out of the dragon cliff and asked the Golden Dragon King. I felt a very powerful aura of the undead approaching us quickly. The Golden Dragon King looked into the distance with a fearful expression. Hearing this, the other golden dragons also showed wary looks and looked into the distance one after another. In the next moment, all the golden dragons also felt the aura of the undead that was approaching quickly, and all the golden dragons were shocked. They all raised their heads and turned their gazes into the distance. But the Golden Dragon King didn't know how Lin Jin found this place. The Kingdom of the Golden Dragon. This is an extremely secret place, and there are many checkpoints around it. And there are even more knots here. The world is shrouded. Without a map, it is impossible to reach the Kingdom of the Golden Dragon. The Kingdom of the Dragon of each giant dragon is the most secret place of the dragon. That is to say, the Holy Empire has a strong foundation, so we know some of the Kingdom of the Dragon. And this does not include the Upper Dragon clan. Could it be that it was leaked from the Holy Empire? The Golden Dragon King couldn't help but think. After the Golden Dragon Emperor was defeated last time, and all the supporting Golden Dragon armies were wiped out, the Holy Empire also approached the Golden Dragon Kingdom, hoping to let the Golden Dragon Kingdom contact the realm of gods and obtain the right to build the Golden Dragon Cliff. At that time, things were considered to be at a stalemate. Later, as the dwarves were destroyed and the Silver City state chose to ally with the undead, these golden dragons directly rejected the Holy Empire's request. In their view, the Holy Empire had nothing to do with it. Credibility. They simply cannot become a truly trustworthy ally. Now feeling the approaching of the undead, it suspects that it is a problem with the Holy Empire. The last time the whereabouts of the Golden Dragon clan was leaked, it was also the most critical reason for the annihilation of the entire Golden Dragon army. This in itself means that there are traitors within the Holy Empire. In the solemn gazes of all the golden dragons, the aura of the undead is getting closer and closer, and the vast aura is like a huge wave sweeping dozens of feet. as if it is going to drown them. Such a huge dragon kingdom seemed extremely small at this time. Boom. In the next moment, in the eyes of all the golden dragons, they saw a huge figure crashing in at the edge of the dragon kingdom. With a streamlined body, bones made of dark silver material, and a huge size. This is clearly the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor. He was originally the overlord of the Golden Dragon Kingdom, the Golden Dragon Emperor. Zhao House. If they were a little lucky at the beginning, then all their luck now is gone. The undead do know their location. After the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King appeared, another Ghost Dragon King and Ghost Dragon flew in from behind, along with a large number of Death Angels. The Ghost Dragons and the Angels of Death all spread out in all directions, surrounding the group of golden dragons in the sky. Just in the air, a huge golden figure appeared out of thin air and fell from the sky. The blonde hair was trembling like steel wire. The sharp claws in his hands glowed with cold light. The ferocious face looked very cruel, and the whole body was full of power. It's the Golden Behemoth King. Roar! As soon as the Golden King Behemoth appeared, he let out a roar. All the golden dragons felt as if they had seen a natural enemy. Their hearts trembled, and they involuntarily began to panic. To read the ununderlined version of the novel, please download Feilu. Golden King Behemoth. Dark Person. The Golden Dragon King looked at the Golden King Behemoth on the ground, exuding overwhelming power, and then looked at Lin Jin on the back of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King. What was flowing in his huge pupils was fear, and deep in that fear, but it is fear. The Golden King Behemoth is the natural enemy of the Dragon Clan, and it is also a natural enemy of mythical level. Even the Golden Dragon Emperor is not the opponent of the Golden Behemoth King, let alone a mere Golden Dragon King. The Dark Iron Ghost Dragon Emperor, the aura that naturally comes out of this pulling figure, is very powerful. This is much more powerful than the average Ghost Dragon Emperor. Although the Ghost Dragon Emperors of the Cemetery Clan are relatively weak, their promotions are the fastest. Simple. Through long-term maintenance, there are ways to cultivate the Ghost Dragon King into the Ghost Dragon Emperor. The Ghost Dragon Emperor is not really taken seriously by the Dragon Clan. After all, the Ghost Dragon is the weakest, but the ghost in front of him, the Dragon King, is obviously very unusual. Just the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King and the Golden King Behemoth. There are two mythical creatures in this scene. The majestic figure standing on the back of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King is exactly what he is today. The all-powerful messenger of darkness. He personally led the team and brought so many ghost dragons and angels of death with him. This simply gave no way to survive. Dark Messenger, what do you want to do when you break into our kingdom of golden dragons? The Golden Dragon King glanced at it, suppressed the fear in his eyes, and stared straight at Lin Jin. The Golden Dragon has been my enemy several times. Today, 073, I led my army to destroy the Golden Dragon Kingdom. Lin Jin replied lightly. As soon as he said this, the atmosphere of the whole place was trembling, and the faces of famous golden dragons also became ugly. Golden dragons have always been arrogant. They have never been forced into such a situation. It's just after the Golden Dragon Emperor was killed and more than 400 golden dragons were wiped out, they were finally not so arrogant. Especially now, Lin Jin's troops came to the city to intimidate everyone. The Golden Dragon Clan no longer participates in the war between the Holy Empire and the undead. Now the Golden Dragon Clan has begun to retreat and no longer interferes with the affairs of the outside world. As for the previous relationship between the two parties, that was the matter of the former Golden Dragon Emperor and had nothing to do with the Golden Dragon Kingdom. The former Golden Dragon Emperor has also been killed by you. The Golden Dragon King looked ugly, but he continued. It also blamed everything on the Golden Dragon Emperor. After the death of the Golden Dragon Emperor, the vitality of the Golden Dragon clan was severely damaged, and they no longer participated in the war. If you want to fight, you can fight. If you don't want to fight, don't fight. Do you think the undead are so easy to negotiate? Lin Jin's mouth slightly raised a hint of disdain and said coldly, then what else do you want to do? Do you know that once you attack the kingdom of the Golden Dragon, you will not only fight to the death with the Golden Dragon, but also really anger the other dragon clans? The Holy Church also wants to use us to communicate with the realm of God to obtain the right to build the Golden Dragon building, but we have not agreed. If you dare to attack the kingdom of the Golden Dragon will also agree to the Holy Church's request. If you lead the undead to withdraw from here, then from now on, the Golden Dragon and the undead will not interfere with the river. If you still don't want to leave, then think about it yourself. The Golden Dragon King's expression also became a little unkind. It had already put down its face, but Lin was so aggressive that it became unbearable. A country is easy to change, but its nature is hard to change. The arrogance of the Golden Dragon is flowing in their blood. They are forced to because of Lin Jin's threat. They had to compromise. In their view, they had given Lin Jin a step down, but Lin Jin was still so unmoved, which they couldn't accept. TSK, are you still threatening me when death is imminent? Lin Jin's eye showed a trace of disdain. If there are too many lice, he won't bite anyone. He really doesn't mind the Dragon Clan's hatred. Strength is the most important thing, and the rest is empty talk. Lin Jin doesn't think he won't attack the Golden Dragon. The Golden Dragon, they will be grateful to him, and the Dragon Clan will be grateful to him. According to the Dragon Clan's usual style, as long as they find an opportunity, they will still not let go of the undead. As for cooperating with the Holy Church, it doesn't matter. Even if the temple begins to build the Golden Dragon Cliff now, they still don't know how long it will take to have a group of golden dragons. By then, they still don't know who to make the wedding dress for. Moreover, once the temple adds a new crowned soldiers, the original angel's faith will also be affected, which is completely acceptable to him. At least compared to heaven, the Golden Dragon Clan in this area is completely inadequate. Attack. Having said this, Lin Jin didn't want to continue chatting with them, and finally launched an attack. Roar. With a sharp and hoarse roar, the Golden King Behemoth swooped up and pounced on a golden dragon. The ferocious teeth bit hard, and the claws pierced. Every attack was a fatal attack. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Dragon was killed instantly. The other ghost dragons also flapped their wings and rushed towards the Golden Dragon, and the Death Angels also flew towards the Golden Dragon one after another. The battle broke out in an instant. How dare you really attack the Golden Dragon Kingdom? Seeing the tragic death of his clansmen, the Golden Dragon King immediately ignored everything else and flew towards Lin Jin angrily. Roar. With a roar, a dragon's breath full of acidic corrosion also spurted out with astonishing power. Roar. At Lin Jin's feet, the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King also let out a roar. His big mouth made of dark silver opened, and the dark and condensed dragon's breath was like a horse, crossing the sky and colliding with the dragon's breath of the Golden Dragon King. The two streams the dragon breaths collided together, erupting into a powerful wave in the air, but the dragon breath of the Golden Dragon King could only resist for a moment before being completely defeated by the dragon breath of the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King. The majestic jet-black dragon breath overwhelmed it. It instantly covered the Golden Dragon King. The Golden Dragon King's huge body was instantly submerged in the dragon's breath. The huge body struggled, and shrill wails could be heard. In a moment, the Dark Iron Ghost Dragon King's attack stopped. As for the Golden Dragon King shrouded in the dragon's breath, the scales all over his body became completely burnt black and were completely corroded, with flesh and blood visible. The vitality on his body was also greatly reduced, and he suffered from the effects of aging. Armor, breaking, corrosive, and aging alone. A wave of dragon breath caused at least 3 effects. Next to Lin Jin, Erica's figure also disappeared. When she reappeared, she appeared next to the Golden Dragon King's neck before the Golden Dragon King could react. Erica's 2 swords had already slashed through. The 2 sword lights were superimposed together and turned into 1 sword light. A neat thin line also appeared on the neck of the Golden Dragon King, followed by a huge the head and body were separated and fell from the air. The scales had been corroded and disappeared, which meant that the Golden Dragon King's defense was greatly reduced, and the aging effect also directly reduced the maximum health of the Golden Dragon King. And Erica's attack was hitting the vital point. The instant kill effect was achieved. The majestic Golden Dragon King was instantly killed, not to mention the remaining golden dragons. In this non-stop attack, all the golden dragons fell one after another. This was a one-sided slaughter. Fei Lu reminds you. 3 Things About Reading Collection. In the sky, each golden dragon was violently attacked and fell to the ground from the sky. The originally peaceful dragon kingdom of the Golden Dragon tribe has now turned into a land of death. I don't know how long it took, but all the golden dragons present were slaughtered, and the mountains and plains were covered with the huge bodies of golden dragons. In the lair, some young dragons were also killed by the angel of death. Cutting the grass and rooting it out, there is nothing to say. Even when the golden dragon itself attacks some other races, it is burned with a breath of dragon's breath, leaving no one behind, including the old, the weak, the sick, and the disabled. Ding! Congratulations on destroying the Golden Dragon clan and the Dragon Kingdom. After searching the Dragon Kingdom, you found a massive amount of gold and resources. Ding! Congratulations on destroying the Golden Dragon clan and the Dragon Kingdom. After searching the Dragon Kingdom, you found a large number of treasures. Ding! Congratulations on destroying the Golden Dragon clan and the Dragon Kingdom. After searching the Dragon Kingdom, you found a space crack in the Golden Dragon God realm. Ding! Congratulations on destroying the Golden Dragon clan. Your title of Dragon Slayer Master has been improved. Dragon Slayer Master. Description: your reputation is resounding throughout the world. As a powerful Dragon Slayer Master, you are easily awe-inspiring wherever you go. However, your attacks on the Dragon Clan have also attracted the Dragon Clan's hatred. You are notorious among the Dragon Clan. Effect: the damage dealt by the legions you command to dragons increases by 20%. The legion you command ignores 10% of the dragon's defense and is more likely to trigger critical hits. Dragons have always been a symbol of wealth. After conquering the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Jin obtained more than 180 million gold alone, which was an astronomical amount. There are countless other rare resources and treasures. Originally receiving compensation from the Silver City state, Lin Jin's gold and resources were greatly supplemented. Then he attacked the 4 kingdoms, destroying towns along the way, and obtained a large amount of gold and resources. Now, after conquering the Kingdom of Dragon, Lin Jin is completely rich. With 180 million gold, even the most expensive black dragon can recruit a full 900. And this is still liquidity. I am afraid that no other principality in the Holy Principality can afford this amount. This means that Lin Jin can greatly exceed the carrying capacity of resource deposits in the number of his troops in a short period of time. This made his strength much higher. The Dragon Clan is really too rich. In addition, the entrance to the realm of the Golden Dragon God was also discovered. But Lin Jin had no idea about the realm of gods. The Golden Dragon's divine realm must also be in another plane, and they may not be able to come to this world yet. The realm of gods is the last guarantee for a race. In the realm of gods, warriors of this race will be able to exert greater power. Even if you think about it with your toes, you can know that the Golden Dragon's divine realm has extremely strong power. Now Lin Jin has not even conquered the Holy Empire and is still facing so many enemies. He will not be so arrogant as to think that he can destroy the ultimate foundation of a race, divine spiritualism. After collecting the loot, Lin Jin used God-level spiritualism and began to resurrect the golden dragons here. Countless souls once again emerged from the withering sword of the abyss, and then sank into the body of a famous golden dragon on the ground, accompanied by the souls. As they poured in, the flesh and blood of these golden dragons disappeared, and they turned into ghost dragons one after another. A total of more than 100 ghost dragons were resurrected in the audience. Lin Jin was not happy about this number, but it was still a big one. Harvest. Even in the Dragon Kingdom, there are not many golden dragons here, with only more than 200 left. Of course, there are still many golden dragons in the world. To destroy the Dragon Kingdom, it can only be said that their holy land will be given to them. Occupied. After conquering the Dragon Kingdom, the dragon groups living in various dragon cliffs will also lose contact and can no longer be called together. After his resurrection, Lin Jin occupied each golden dragon cliff and transformed them into high-level dragons. Tombs. There are actually 16 golden dragons here. The cumulative transformation is 16 high-level tombs. This is the top nest of crown-ranked troops. Logically speaking, Lin Jin can recruit 32 ghost dragons every week. But in fact, it's not that simple. After all, this is not within Lin Jin's territory, and it is far away from the island of Eternal Night and the Guazhan Islands. Moreover, this is the holy land of the Golden Dragon Kingdom after all. Whether it is a golden dragon or an angel, it is possible to attack here. Once this place is under heavy attack, Lin Jin may not be able to defend it. Of course, if it can be fun for a while, even if it can be recruited for 2 or 3 weeks, it is considered a profit. Leaving behind 100 death angels and 1 epic death angel the hero, Lin Jin used the return to city technique to return to a main city of the Buck Kingdom. At this time, the genius Mengliang appeared. Lin Jin did not expect that this trip would go so smoothly. Not only did he successfully destroy the Golden Dragon Kingdom, occupied 16 high-level dragon tombs, and obtain more than 180 million in gold and a large number of rare resources and treasures. After he came back, he immediately sent an order to Alsace to lead his army to retreat. On the front line, it wasn't long before the war officially broke out. However, the Undead's attack this time seemed very weak. This also aroused many people's doubts. What is going on? Why does the Dark Messenger's attack seem so childish? Yes, these attacks are clearly teasing us. They are just sending low-level skeleton soldiers and plague zombies over. Isn't this inviting death? Yes, is this teasing us? I heard that many legions have already gathered here. On the city wall, some people kept directing the battle and chatting. Especially the players. They seemed even more confused. This attack was too childish. No, you better not be too arrogant. What we are facing is the only myth of this game. We cannot guess his purpose. Maybe he has prepared some conspiracy. Opposite me, I also feel that things can never be that simple. King of Eternal Night. Who dares to underestimate him? And he is full of tricks and wisdom. Now that he has been brewing for 2 weeks and reappears, he will definitely make big moves. Zero, please give me flowers. Yes, you must have been preparing for something after disappearing for 2 weeks. We are also under a lot of pressure for this battle. Complaints are complaints. No one really doesn't take Lin Jin seriously. As the war progressed, every player and even the temple heroes became extremely solemn. They didn't dare to be careless in the slightest. At the same time, the order was also spread to various countries, and a large number of legions quickly gathered and came to the front line here as soon as possible. The air was full of solemnity. So what's the plot of the Dark Messenger this time? He has been planning it for 2 weeks. There must be a conspiracy. King Inheem of the Greyhound Principality also came to the city wall, frowning and asked in a deep voice. He also rushed to the border of the Unicorn Principality as soon as possible. I don't know. We have no way to control the movements of the undead, and the Dark Messenger is originally a mystery, and we can't observe anything about him. 0. King Godric of the Unicorn Principality frowned and was obviously very solemn. His hair has turned gray recently. The last time the legendary corpse which King Casper's fierce attack conquered a large number of towns in the Principality of the Unicorn and destroyed them. Not only did he have to resettle the people, he also had to raise funds to rebuild the town, and he was very tight on funds. It's only been 2 weeks, and everything seemed to be on track for the time being. Unexpectedly, Lin Jin came again. It's okay, no matter what conspiracy he has. As long as we guard the city wall, we are not afraid of him. King Inheem also comforted Godric. Godric also nodded, looked at the city wall again, and shouted in a deep voice. Everyone, please concentrate and be vigilant. In front of us is the most insidious, cunning, and cruel enemy, and we must not give them any chance. You must defend the city wall and the Unicorn Principality. Roar, roar, roar. Hearing the king's encouragement, all the soldiers on the city wall were greatly shaken in morale. They widened their eyes and monitored every move around them. A famous crossbowman also bent his bow and arrows, aiming at the skeleton soldiers and plague zombies on the ground. But at this moment, the undead under the city wall suddenly ran back and gave up the attack completely. It was like running away, leaving their backs directly to the temple. All the attacking undead retreated like a wave. The sudden change completely confused the legions of the Holy Empire. They were like 2-foot-tall monks, confused. What does this mean? Only then did all the soldiers of the Holy Temple boost their morale. intending to have a hearty and hard battle with the enemy, but did not expect that at this time, the undead actually retreated, or an unsuspecting retreat. There must be fraud in this. What conspiracy does the Dark Messenger have, and what does he want to do? Righteousness. Please download Feilu to read the novel without underlines.